Okay.
Put your glasses on.
Something
I gotta cam down and try to
was deeply wrong.
Motherfucker like a
Oh Lord, forgive
You
us
can feel
today. Give us our daily
So what has
bread.
happened to
Because
us?
Jack
And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
all the truth will exist. And I'm here to say that I'm addicted and I wish we had bliss. Sadness.
Sadness. Oh. God bless you, brother. Epic too.
I have faith we're going to get through this together.
I haven't felt this close to God in years.
Now we're ready to start the meeting. Now we have to introduce each other. Let's start off with you, Jack, and then go around. Who are you and what are you addicted to in the DEX, you cupcake fucktard?
Well, I am Jack Talcott, and
now this is where we say hello, Jack Talcott. All of us together. Hello, Jack Talcott.
Hello.
See, look at these motherfuckers. They're not taking this serious. I'm fucking pissed, and I'm about to walk out the door.
My name's Dirty, and I'm an addict.
Hello, dirty. This fucktard supports predators. Hello, you predator supporter.
Welcome.
See, people are coming in the door late, Jack. I told you we should have waited on the chair, the prayer.
I know.
Okay. The guy next to you that smelled money is next.
Me?
The one who smelled money.
Hello, my name is Flow State. That's your cue.
Oh, hello, my name is Flow State. I'm addicted to the shindig, and I'm addicted to frozen Coke that I can't get out the bottle.
Hello, Flow State. How come I'm the only one participating, Jack? This is your fucking meeting. You've been to AA meetings, you dumb fuck. We're all supposed to greet the people with loving open arms, and you're fucking up the meeting. No prayers, no greetings, no... I yield. Go ahead. No.
Welcome, Snow. How are you today? Would you like to introduce yourself? Confess yourself, apparently, is the way that Snafu wants us to go.
So wait, you've never been to AA or drunk card meeting, Jack, where we all introduce ourselves?
You're addicted to Flow State. Oh, perfect.
Hello, Snow.
On its way.
See, these fuckers aren't being like helpful to the group. They're not even saying hello, Jack.
It's okay.
I did say hello, but it was muted.
No,
Hi, Jack.
No, we're supposed to say hello to you after you introduce yourself. Jack knows how these meetings run,
Snow.
and he's fucking it up, dude. He's fucking it up like everything else he fucks up.
I've been out of practice. I've been out of practice for
sure.
sure.
Yeah, and you. How the fuck do I know it more than you? Oh, because I taught you drunk tards and alcoholics and fucking druggies to get off the shit. All right, it's the guy who faked cancer's turn.
And who would that be?
Marte right now.
Look, you're the predator. You're going out of line. Let the fucking guy who faked cancer introduce him to the group.
Well, if this is a Sex Anonymous, I'll be outside waiting for someone to relapse.
He'll be outside fapping in the car.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Wrong meeting, Flo. Wrong meeting. This ain't Fappers, is it? Fappers Anonymous?
I'd be better off going to find a fucking meeting online, Jack, and not like YouTube online.
Well, here's the thing. You would get the same message in a different way at a meeting if you listen. If you really pay attention.
We can't even get through the meeting because we're waiting on Wizard to introduce his scamulant ass. We haven't even got through the introduction part of this meeting.
Jack, most of your subscribers are walking, talking, living graveyards, stuffed to full to the brim with the soul of murdered animals. Are you like
You know what? While you guys finish introducing yourself, I'm going to the hall to
15.
take a piss.
Speak for yourself.
Fuck you all. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, take a piss, smoke a joint. I'll be back in the meeting. Maybe. Let's see how you
I've
guys
eaten
handle
several
yourself.
animals today already.
Oh no, you can't come back then.
Well, honestly, Wizard hasn't even introduced himself, and you're the I'll introduce. Wizard is a guy who faked cancer, and he's just addicted to being a fucking keyboard idiot. And Chuck, he likes to hit on mentally ill chicks, with mentalities of children. He's a predator of the group.
Is that why
and
I
me,
hit on
I'm
OG?
Snap, real whistleblower, real journalist, real fisherman. The optics are high.
Chicks are the best.
And there we go. The meeting could.
I thought you were leaving. Thank you.
Every time I hear Snafu say maybe, I always think of maybe baby. Maybe baby.
Look at this. Chickpea, you are just unforgiving, my dear. Jack, you can tell a lot about a man by the company he keeps. I will not deny that. And you keep some really nasty arseholes. I can't.
You know what? He's the most patient one.
It's an open meeting, right? Not closed.
Yeah, it is.
Short Bus is a visual terrorist.
Yes.
Oh
Wow.
He's working through some things, right?
Those things are called demons.
Is that a self-portrait? Oh.
You're a sick man, El Pero. You're a sick man.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's you know it. At least you know it. At least you know it, El Pero. There's hope for you because you know it. You're not that delusional. You realize you are a sick motherfucker.
We all are.
I realize. Well, exactly, Chuck. I realize that not only am I a problem, we're all a problem. That's something most people are not willing to admit.
That's simply
we're not
not
a
true.
problem when we're a solution. When we're a solution,
correct. But as the date shows,
that's your misanthropic, human-hating nature. You think everyone is an asshole like you, El Pero. You look at everyone else and think they're like you. The truth is, you're the psychopath. You're the arsehole. You're the degenerate. You're the no good motherfucker. Get that into your thick skull.
You described it. Let's not continue too far. Okay.
Can I have a moment of your time?
Please.
Okay. I'm wondering what you're doing for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of July. If you're going to be busy, basically the 2nd and the 4th. Do you have any plans?
I have no plans yet.
I'm wondering if I could. You're in Baltimore.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would pick me up from the airport on the 2nd.
Whoa, Jack, gonna get laid.
No.
Chuck, don't be juvenile, please.
And then drop me off in Washington, D.C. for the Freedom Festival at the White House. I just got my press passes and they just gave them to me, and I tried to get them a month and a half ago, but they just said it late notice.
You got press pass?
Yeah, I got insider.
Whoa, way to go.
I'm so excited. So I'm trying to make it happen within the next couple days.
Are you going to go live on the Jack Talcott show?
Yeah, maybe awesome. Jack can join the fun, but I don't know yet.
Awesome. Jack, this could be your chance.
You can meet the president.
I don't know if he'd make it through security or not.
Would you be able to do that, do you think?
Possibly.
Is it far from Baltimore to D.C.? Like a far drive?
Hour.
Don't they have a red-eye train that runs there too? I thought
Snow would get murked on a train.
Gotta be careful. Yeah, that's especially around that time. Oh.
Actually,
I don't know, but I just wanted to, bring that out because You never know. We could have some content moment.
Well, there's going to be no politicians there that I know of. That's the problem. They all went home.
Oh, yeah, for the 4th of July.
Yeah. Except for Trump.
Big Daddy will be there. Big
I
Daddy
don't
Trump.
know. Is he staying at Washington or is he going to Mar-a-Lago? I don't know.
I'm sure he'll be there for the 250th festival. I'm sure a lot of people will be there, to be honest with you. It's a big deal.
You would think so. Our nation is pretty divided and politicized right now, though, and it's kind of a sad state. But, you know,
well, I'm totally excited. I'm going to try to make this happen, but I'm just wondering about flying into Baltimore. Would that be okay?
Sure. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, I'm going to try to book my tickets right now.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
You're going to pay. You're going to pay this close.
I know. All right.
There you go.
Thank you, Jack. I'll let you know more later.
All right.
To be continued. What happened to the Dollar Man?
With what?
With the Dollar Guy, Flow State.
He dropped out. I'm not sure. He didn't say anything. He does that. He comes and he goes.
He probably got in a fight with the frozen Coke.
In the wind.
He was battling that. He was. Today, the idea, find your newest addiction. I really do want to point people to becoming addicted to you, right? To living as you, but in the greater way. Because yesterday we talked, we discussed some of the cartoon characters in our society. And there's a big difference from being what you are not, right? From pretending. There's a big difference in pretending to be what you are not versus becoming what you are not. And what we don't want is part of what you are not. You can let go of that, of a lot of things. At least that was my experience. Holy cows, we got welcome back, Snafu.
I'm really disappointed, Jack. You were supposed to hold a meeting today. Mm-hmm. You started it out all fucked up. I come in, we said the prayer, people showed up, and then I just fucking went because you were not holding the meeting accountable. And look how many people just left. And you're moving on to the loop. Like we were actually gonna have a real meeting, talk about the issues and problems with each other. And now we're back to the Jack Talcott loop show that we usually do. And that's on you. That's on you because people left because you couldn't hold the meeting. You couldn't fucking keep it organized.
You're right.
You couldn't even remember your own prayer.
You're right. I'm responsible.
I know I'm right. I'm always right with the truth, yo.
Okay, but we can move
not always right, but I'm right most of the time.
Please recognize I accept responsibility. We can move past blame. Okay.
No, I think you gotta fucking just redo this on a day that you're really ready to fucking have a meeting and move forward. Okay. And progress and get these motherfuckers tell each other why they're all scumbags.
So we shouldn't continue with the meeting. Welcome, Trexty. Good to see you.
Oh God.
That is no attitude to have, Matthew.
That's no way to welcome a lady. Please.
May I say I agree with Snafu on something?
Yeah.
I'm disappointed. We need some ground rules here.
Oh God.
There needs to be some structure to the meeting. You're right.
Are you at least like sending him nudes like Lindsay does?
Snafu.
No, what? Yes, I'm not being sexual. I'm just okay. So I noticed when Jack was upset and defending your honor, his lady, yesterday. See, look at Jack perk up right there, Trexie. Are you playing this man?
So,
are you going to meet him?
With regards to the rules, what do you think?
Notice she's avoiding the question, Jack. That's a red flag. Go ahead, Trexie.
You okay, bud? You got it all out of your system?
Yeah, I'm just watching out for the homeboy because you're playing him.
You always be looking out for Jack.
I look out more than all you guys.
Well,
I don't blame the delusions.
He is
Again,
a
real
fisher
talk.
of men.
Okay, if I were in the meeting and we talk about this, I'm more of a friend, Trexie, than you because, and don't take this without, you're not going to like this, Jack. But unlike you and most of these people online, I don't glaze the delusions I feel that hurt him in life.
You would
and
never.
Honestly, his family and coworkers and people that he doesn't understand like what happened, they wouldn't glaze him either. And because of his stubbornness and not wanting to listen, that's why. But they gave up. I haven't given up on Jack.
You would never.
You glaze his delusions.
Are you saying it's the fear of facing the past? Is that what you're saying, Snafu?
I just say Jack needs to be more. I mean, okay, I'll be real. Jack has done more than Paul Enslaved. 1,000,000 fucking %. Paul undaved, unplayed. We still got whoever the fuck talked, the little fat boy in the RV that daddy gave him. But like I give Jack all the time. They're both the same. They do a lot of preaching, but don't do shit. But Jack has done shit. I give Jack shit. I'm encouraging Jack to do more. I'm encouraging Jack to not be on his delusions. And you get Trexie here who's like, oh yeah, Jack delusional. Nazi block. But when people like me try to be authentic with Jack, just like his family was and coworkers, which didn't work, I get the rap. But I tell you guys that feeding a delusional man is harming him more than being honest. Okay, go. I
agree.
Go ahead.
Allow Trexie to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for actually not Nazi getting eyebrow furrow, Jack. This is between me and Jack, Trexie. But no, your caterpillars aren't
it's the
bouncing.
75 text messages you send him of an evening.
Yeah. Because you're glazing his delusions, and he wonders why. Hey, Trexie, have you talked to his family? Probably not. I have. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
So, thank you. My God. So I'm taking notes on how to be a good friend.
Oh, you need a lot of notes.
I am. I'm going to take
where's your fucking notebook?
Rape accusations, sabotaging any.
Where did that come from, Trey?
Contacting people in Jack's life to make sure that they know how wrong and awful he is. Anything else, Snaps? And further to that, you did mention about the structure of the meeting. That's why I joined. You're right. We need some structure. And I was thinking,
to contact his family. Oh, Jack Talcott.
Shush your mouth.
Who told me about the rape allegation?
Snafu, you want?
Oh, Jack, coworker.
I remember that, Snafu.
Of course you do, Chuck.
I've put him to the back for.
Thank you. I'm able to own my shit. This stuff is going to get me triggered. So I'm going to take a breath because I have some stuff fresh in my memory with Snafu and his accusations and a certain other lady who turned up here last night. So I'm just going to try and put that aside.
Good call.
We do require some structure to Talcotics Anonymous, which was my idea. It was just a silly comment in chat. However, much like any other meeting, perhaps if we focused on ourselves, so maybe if Matthew, when he begins to speak, speaks as much as he likes, but talks about himself and his shit instead of projecting outwards at everybody else, Trash Trexie, Jack, whoever else. So is he able, I wonder, to talk about his stuff, what he finds wrong in him that maybe needs addressing, or is it always going to be projected outwards? And I say that in an accusatory fashion. Who knows? Maybe he is capable of that. You believe in him, Jack? You always open the door for him. That's why I've given up trying to understand.
Snafu is just scared. Snafu is scared to let Jack in, because if he let Jack in, he would change his life. And see, the thing is, people get really stuck in their ways.
They do
get stuck in their ways, and having a Jack enter your life really changes things up. And I don't think Snafu wants to change things up. I think Jack is one of those Jack's not the kind of person you just like. He comes in and just, you know, changes a little bit. He flips the table over. Jesus is like Jack in the temple. He flips the table over. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, actually, thank you.
Jack, and I wanted to say real quick because I only got a second. Jack, I did some self-flagellation last night. I flogged myself as punishment for acting the way I did to you yesterday, Jack. I was just protective of Mariah. So I was just trying to be protective of her, Jack. But I love you so much, Jack. Like I last night I cried myself to sleep. I was upset, Jack, because I was like, how could I possibly argue with my Prince of Peace? I mean, my Jack. I mean, how could I argue with that?
Hey, bless you. Thank you. We're learning lessons through each other, and I get you were defending.
And maybe
Imperious, there's bedtime pillows available with Jack's image on it. Maybe you ought to invest in one. Yeah, maybe you ought to buy
there
one.
He is. Really?
Not yet. We'll get them
you
out.
can get the full
Well,
body.
I know.
Look,
I'm already on the wait list for the bumper sticker. I'm waiting for the pillow.
Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout out. Don't judge me. I don't know if you do have any connections, but you know, if we're gonna have a Talcotics Anonymous meeting, how Tommy is not here? Holy cows, man! Tommy, hey, true. Tommy's a success story. He was clearly addicted to me, and he broke free. So.
Go, Tom.
It's not a success story. That's a failure, Jack. No one breaks free of Jack. No one breaks free of Jack.
Don't disrespect Pastor Tom around here.
Oh,
Jack, what about Steven? He needs to be here too, I think. He's he's very addicted to you, Jack.
Are you talking about Queen Stephanie?
Let's not summon him.
We well, there are many that could have been pictured and included, but
I was upset I was in the corner, Jack, with the dunce cap. It kind of upset me, Jack. It did. It upset me that I wasn't in the middle. You know, I wanted to play on the ground, but in the center of the circle with a bunch of Legos or Lincoln Logs.
Weren't you the one that took the picture?
That's right, Jack. I was. I'm not a photogenic person. I try to stay anonymous, Jack. You know. Anyways, I gotta get off, but I'll be back, Jack. I just wanted to say how much I love you and how much I love the panel and I love Talcadia and I love all the viewers, Jack. The only person I hate, Jack, is Mariah because she didn't give me a. Okay, Jack. I see, Jack. I stopped myself, Jack. I did. I stopped myself, Jack. All right, I'll be back, Jack.
Much love to you, Imperious. Holy cows, man. And thank you to you, Mariah. We're learning and growing together. Snafu is in the back seeking more attention and maybe some guidance.
Imagine that.
Can we enforce the rules of Talcotics Anonymous whereby he must focus upon
there are no rules with Alcoholics Anonymous.
No, we're gonna
Anonymous. Do you know where you are, Chuck? We've just
right.
Talcotics Anonymous. He must focus on his behavior.
And we already addressed it's not really anonymous in this very public setting. Okay, so we are having fun. So some rules, actually, this idea of speaking about the self rather than speaking about others can be very helpful. So, Snafu, let's try to do that. You all right with that?
Even once.
For one, this has become a dictatorship, not fucking sharing.
Yep.
Not sharing. This is becoming, shut up, you fucking feminist bimbo.
Well, reason would get like that.
Progressive journalism. The truth is, Jack, I was getting to, she was questioning me. You talked to Jack's family, you fucking did this and everything. And Chuck was like, yep, I remember that because everyone remembers. Jack asked all of us, Trexie, to contact his family. Guess who did? I did. You still haven't to this day. No, you could wave all these away, Jack, but you let the narratives be put out on me. See, now you're muting me when
something new. We do this every fucking day and it is boring.
Yes. That was the past.
And it's boring. It's not just boring for me and Jack. It's got to be, you cannot enjoy Maybe he does. Maybe he's having a good time.
Maybe.
Sounds miserable as fuck, but it can't. Yeah, it can't be pleasant. Just fucking.
No, it's not.
Wow.
But what I've been able to do, my time online with these bitter bitches that I get to spend time with, it kind of, they get going in a rhythm, and you just kind of, it sounds like a song, but it's a song you don't really have to pay attention to because it's the same old crap over and over. That's how I've learned how to deal with it. And it's not the most respectful, but I've also learned I love me. And if these bitter people don't understand how to love me, well, they'll learn eventually.
Like it's their loss.
They'll learn eventually. So Snafu, please, everything you brought up was the past. Let's join together again as friends, please.
Okay, if I may, and I'm going to say this with calmness, you guys want to hide lies and secrets. The fact is I'm not even bringing up like the accusations, where they came from and how I even contacted the fact that you two want to lie and make like I did something. We did something that I, as a friend, if I may finish, did what he asked. He didn't like how the results ended up. And Chuck and Minnie know the truth, yo, on that. And Jack knows the truth, yo. It's not even like the fact that you're gonna lie and say Snafu's this bad guy when I'm the only one.
Let's pause. Let's pause. Because he's bringing up a lie. Do you understand the lie that he's talking about?
No.
Right. So Snafu, part of recovery from addiction, right? It means we got to accept and admit we've got a problem. Snafu, if you can admit you've got a problem communicating or getting others to understand what you're trying to say, we can work on this together. Okay? Let's pause and slow down. Please, brother, I'm going to bring you back up. Let's like downshift a little bit. I want you to find love here. All right? You okay?
I do love the fact that there's some of us who will stand on morals, value, and truth. Yo.
Yes.
You see how trapped your head
Which is not you,
in
Trek,
your
or
head?
Jack. Which is not either of you two.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you see how you're trapped in your head? I want you in your heart.
I'm not, Jack, you have to mute me and make a narrative up and not even allow me to talk even peacefully, because I know I got receipts with everything I'm saying about what I'm calling out. Even like the D&W thing. You had to, like when D&W admitted his optic, you made an excuse up for D&W, and then even D&W said, no, it is about
breathe.
Oh,
thank you. Will you listen to you, Chuck?
Take a deep breath. He's on rapid fire like a machine gun.
Before we bring him back, can I ask, or is it okay to check how Dirty Lowlife is doing? This guy is a fucking instant legend on here. Look at him there. Just peaceful, calm, doesn't fuck shit up. When he does speak, it's something of substance. Share something.
Looks good on the outside.
Set an example for our brother Snafu, please.
Oh, I'm busy trying to contain myself, to be honest.
Oh.
Self-control is self-mastery.
This is a good place to practice.
It is.
It's not always,
isn't it?
It's not always. Yes.
It is something I realized when I saw myself getting triggered on a regular basis. Is actually a very safe place to practice self-control. You know? And God knows I've had a lot of practice, because some of these fools got no self-control. And it's like, and they don't want to be controlled, just defiant and rebellious.
Did you ever think about just letting him talk till he ran out of gas?
Yes. I have.
He never runs out of gas.
There's no end.
Interesting.
Well,
yeah, I've seen that, Chuck. Like, you know, they with a toddler, if you just let them keep going and keep going, they eventually like slowed it. No,
Yeah,
no.
they run out of steam.
There was one night he joined, and I think he said he was in the hospital at the time. I think there may have been medication involved, but he was quite pleasant. It was bizarre. It was lovely, but I haven't witnessed it since. I think he didn't call me trash that night.
I have actually witnessed him calm down, and I've actually had calm conversations with him. They're few and far between, but it's been enough for me to trust that he's capable of it, right? And in fairness, D&W, I got short with you, and I'm sorry. You've been here patient. You're welcome. You have any thoughts, or because you bring a different perspective as well. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's good at doing that, isn't he?
And he's gone. Poof. Damn, you're running them all off, Jack.
What's your objective? Is your objective with many individuals, or with a group, or with yourself? What are you trying to do here? And what does bringing Snafu to the panel do for you?
Those are great questions, and ones that I have to account for. I've looked at myself real closely. Part of it, admittedly, it could be self-sabotage, right? Because as long as I'm facing a challenge, I'm being distracted from other people, right?
Being distracted from yourself.
Well, the other side, though, is I have confidence in me and the path I'm on. And I know that in many situations, if I can just be given a chance, miracles can happen. Snafu is one of those guys who's been along with this story for quite a while. He is one heck of a character, right? There's no denying that. He's unique in his ways. But so his anxiousness, right? Because he gets going. Why does one do that? They don't feel safe. That's my experience. When I don't feel safe, I'm usually trying to impress, or there's a lot of reasons to it, but I know that if Snafu will slow down, right, have a conversation with us, you feel a lot better.
Well, it's the old saying, you know, it's easier to kick a man when he's down than it is when he's up, you know. Try to make us look better. If we're hurting on the inside, or we got a emptiness inside, we tend to lash out at others.
It's a result of how God designed us. We are of a perfect design, and we are a part of a perfect creation. We are that which was perfectly created. We always will be, even though we can carry around the baggage of the world, right? The toxic ideas, the diseases of the mind and the body. They can become a part of us, but the reality is that's not the wholeness of us. What we are is divine and infinite, and the path of life that's been given to the human experience, as far as I can discern from the religions in the past, the gift of life that's been given to us as a human, it leads to the eternal life and light, to the being of eternal light and love. It's now if the grace is set upon you. And I feel that God has graced me and blessed me with a lot of good things like patience, kindness. Snafu's in the back wanting more attention. Any thoughts before I bring him up?
Yeah. I was just thinking, this is the paradox of your channel. Like, if you just tuned in now and you're having your chat about that, and the next thing, boom, in comes Snafu, and it's just fucking chaos. But that's what's going on.
It's oh, that's a good question too. If a child is acting out, throwing a tantrum, do you give them center stage in the room and let them talk and scream over all the adults in the room? Not likely.
Depends. It depends on the person, the child.
Does it now?
Like Trixie said, sometimes if you let them just spew it out and they run out, and then they stand there with nothing else left to say. Because they've spewed all the ugliness that they can, and when nobody reacts, they're done.
And let me ask you though, Chuck, in your personal experience within the context of what we're talking about, Snafu, what do you think the odds are? I mean, you're the one who's suggesting that we enable him with center stage and just taking over the conversation.
No, that's just one observation. I don't know how some of these people can continue to spew at the rate that they do. I mean, there's got to be some deep-seated hurt in there somewhere.
There is.
Blatantly, yeah.
It's a part of the path. And I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. I don't know all of his stories. Snafu, I'm going to bring you back. And Stephen, I see you in the back. You are welcome.
I would like to say the room of adults could be dictatorship, and I'm sure people scream before they're thrown in ovens. Because here's the thing, you guys can't have a conversation, even if I were to try to have a conversation with you guys, because you get triggered in your feelings.
Why don't you try?
Yeah, I'm already bored of that. So Snafu, I'm going to take a break from you, and Stephen, you're welcome to hang out. But first, let me welcome back Emily.
Hi.
How are you, my friend?
I'm
good to see you
Emily.
again.
Good to see you guys. I can't always come up in the earlier part of the afternoon, but it's been slow this week. Yeah, no, addictions. I was thinking about addictions to activism, because I get accused of that sometimes by my family. They're like, Emily, why are you always on a crusade? And things like that, you know. And I am kind of, since I was maybe 10 or 11, and I do think it's a coping mechanism for things sucking around you. You know, like if I get lost in a cause. But I also think, and it does kind of tie into the God thing, because of the person I'm working with having a God experience, and then this seeming like I found it so I could help. Like it feels like there's something going on there, divine or something outside of ourselves. And, you know, it won't be the cause you think you were going to work on, but then it's the one you're needed for or something. And then it kind of plays out, and then you move on to the next thing. But I feel like there's these ebbs and flows of working on something, and then you end up kind of having a reset period where you're not doing that kind of stuff. You're just kind of, you know, doing creative things or fun things, and then you go back to a new cause. That's how it's been for me anyway.
Well, what I found was when I was in the throes of addiction, when I look back on it, reflected, it was basically a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
Is all it was. Coping for deficiency within myself.
Yeah, I feel like it's a positive form of, instead of smoking crack, you know, you're saving puppies, helping kids, and you're looking at dark stuff, but you're turning it into something that, like, I used to do an Inside Books prison project. We had a whole thing in Austin called the Rise Home Collective. It was like a socialist.
I used to do prisons myself, quite a few of them.
Yep. And I still have two people that write to me about, all we did was send them books. It was kind of depressing to read their letters, but it was also cool because one of them I helped.
Well, I used to take meetings within the walls. That was always an experience.
Yeah, I bet it was. But yeah, Snafu's really got some interesting things to say about me here, and it really colors my judgment on what he says about other people, because I know he doesn't know me from Adam. You know, and I can't wait to see whatever documentary about me being a hoe bag he's going to put out. It'll be fascinating because it'll be literally on fantasy, but go for it. I can't wait to watch. I'm sure it'll be critically acclaimed.
Yeah, you're a hoe and I'm trash, and he's the epitome of good people.
Yeah, Yeah. What actually drew me to this space was I was first just I do mild type of trolling if I think something's weird or going to be something to make fun of, and then it kind of flipped the other way. And
exact same here. Exact same here, Emily. I've already said that. Yeah. I thought Jack was an absolute raving lunatic. And, I thought, who the hell is this dude?
Did he confirm it? That's what I want to know.
No. It completely turned. The table turned, and I realized I was the absolute raving lunatic for thinking he was an absolute raving lunatic. That's exactly what happened. And it's been a process of ongoing treatment ever since.
Snafu, you could do real activism. There are some really dangerous people and things we're working on. Do you know in Venezuela that kids are going missing after the earthquake? They can't find their kids. People are trafficking them out of there. Gazan kids are being, I'm sorry, Jack, I know you wanted to have fun, but
No, it's true.
I don't mean to be the fun police, but here's reality. The kids in Gaza are being trafficked into Egypt. You care about those kids? Like real kids. There's American kids. There's a dark web, but the Jack Talcott show is really easy thing to attack.
Anyway, Jack, from a raving lunatic to a raven lunatic. Stephen is here. Thank you, Snow, for pointing that out. That is rather funny. Let's let
Here
Stephen
comes the
talk.
attacks. Obsession.
No, Stephen.
Again.
No attack. No attack.
Oh, so boring.
Go ahead, Stephen.
So boring.
Well, you attacked me backstage, Stephen. I mean, boring. What's the difference?
I didn't attack you. I didn't attack you. Hello, Jack. Thanks for the welcome. Thank you. It's good to be here. I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Thank you. And I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm actually glad you're here. I mean, I mentioned there were many others who could have been pictured in our thumbnail today. You're certainly one of those.
But you don't like the humor coming back your way, do you?
Didn't Emily make
He's got the thin skin. Jack, you have thin skin.
Stephen, please pause. What was that correction?
Emily made some excellent points there with regards to activism, and Snafu is deeply concerned about the children, and that's why he's watching out for the pred optics, and everybody who turns up here is the pred optics. There are so many places he could be pouring his energy into it. I wonder, does he really think it's the best use of his time to be here? And I'm not sure if everybody's aware, he spends not only his time when you're on the stream, but he spends quite a lot of time contacting you offline as well. He puts a lot of energy into Jack Talcott. That's where he sees his activism must be going. Like, does anyone find that utterly fucked? Because it is.
Let's ask them. Sorry.
Well, I know. You said no. Was that you, Stephen?
Yes, I said no, because a lot of you are very biased. If someone's obsessed with me and makes hundreds of videos, you'll say nothing. But if somebody comes up and shows up on the Jack Talcott show, all of a sudden it's an issue. So you people have double standards and bias, and you're very weird. You're very misguided.
Trexter, you've triggered Raven because you literally described.
I'm not triggered at all.
He's absolutely
not at all. You're obsessed.
No, because that is exactly.
Go ahead, mute the mic, play the games, play the demon.
Raven comes
play
on
the
here,
demon games,
and then he goes off here, and all he does is make content.
Not at all. Obsess over me again.
B&W.
Yeah,
you're accurate. You're
not
accurate.
accurate. He's obsessed. He's
Stephen,
weak like Jack. He's weak.
Stephen, you appear triggered.
I'm not triggered. You're weak. You're weak.
Show you're not
triggered.
Weakly. All right, I'll show you I'm not weak, dumbass.
Yeah.
Stop playing your stupid games. Grow up, Stevie boy. Holy cows.
He was moved to disagree about Snafu, but actually it's not about Snafu for him. It's about him as well. It's the same thing. He also spends a huge amount of time wanting to be around Jack, to tell Jack how awful Jack is.
Yeah.
And then when he's not around Jack, he'll go to his own channel to make sure people know how awful Jack is and perhaps make some more videos about how terrible. Having that pointed out as utterly fucking bizarre behavior, because it objectively is, bothers the fuck out of them.
Interesting.
Just do your thing and be proud of it. And okay, but like, anyway, I find it really, really odd.
This is
Frank.
behavior.
Frank.
Good to see you, Frank, brother.
Hello, Frank.
Yeah, I do want to welcome Frank up. How you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Doing well. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Blessings, everyone. Dirty Low Life, Trexie, DNW, Emily, and Short Bus. Is that El Perro?
El Perro.
I said Trexie.
Sorry.
I believe I said Trexie. Greetings, everyone.
Yay.
Hey, and Trexie, thank you actually for bringing us back to what Emily was saying, because there was another part to what I heard too. Something that I think might be applicable to Snafu. In our upbringing, it's real easy for us to find reasons to believe we lack worth, right? That love is conditional. We have to earn love. We got to prove ourselves worthy of love or safety or blah, blah, blah. Not everyone grows up with that, but that's a real part of today's world. And what I was doing while I was trying to numb myself and escape my life from my booze, I was also trying to ignore my life and escape my life in my activism, right? I told myself I was serving others with my dedication to work and the union, and the reality is I was hiding from my problems. So there's balance. And Emily, the path you're on, you witnessed and learned of some things that I'm probably very grateful that I've not. I can imagine, okay? So thank you for the work you're doing, but part of the lesson is don't get lost, right?
For sure.
Stay true to you and your loving goodness and kindness. And I see you. I see that for sure. Okay.
Appreciate it. I do like to have fun too, though, so that it's hard when you're immersed in dark stuff to kind of balance it out. But you can do it. But yeah, it's important to do it.
It is important. Important to have fun too. Because if we can't have fun, we'll start losing faith in what we're doing, right? And there's a lot to do. When you pick something greater than you, like helping others who have been hurt, helping others who have been lost, trying to protect the innocence of others, that's a big burden. That's a hell of a responsibility, but there's a lot of people assuming those things.
For sure.
Those are the people I want to support, honestly.
Jack, if we could address Chickpea's concerns there, if you want to bring that up. I think it's interesting. I think it's a valid opinion as well. It's a difficult one, but it's something we must face.
I haven't been following the chat. What's going on?
I didn't.
Oh, sorry. It's on my channel because I'm restreaming it. She says, which begs the question, why would she want to love the average human being? We human beings are nasty, bloodthirsty assholes. Now, guys, this is a lady. Okay, she won't mind me saying, I think she's 70-ish. She's lived her life. Okay, let's not take that away from her. She's had her experiences. She's made her analysis. We can't strip her away from her intellectual, confrontation with existence. She's tried to analyze it. This is the conclusion she's come to, that the average human being is an asshole. Okay, it may be not the most, it may be quite unparliamentary language, as they might say. But Jack, would you agree that most humans, as we on average, are assholes in the way they behave, maybe even think? And that's why we need to be cured, because our default setting is that of an asshole. I'm not saying we are, Jack. By the way, I'm not saying the inner self is an asshole. I'm saying there's something else, like something has taken over them. The assholery is consuming them. They're not really assholes, but yet they are still assholes in effect.
Well, this is a common view, and I used to hold that view. And I saw the sickness of poverty and all sorts of things. I hated people. But for me to live a more joyful life, I had to get past my hate and grow up. I had to
You know how I got past it, Jack? I had to admit, okay, these people might have a reason to call me an asshole. But I have to correct them. I'm not an asshole.
You haven't corrected
DNW, shut the fuck up. Why the fuck do you have to keep fucking interrupting me?
I'm just showing you there's a bit of an arsehole left. And there it is right now. That is the arsehole. The arsehole is on show right now. Right now. You are still an arsehole, El Perro.
No, he's the whole ass. He's the whole ass. That's the point.
Fucking bitch.
100%
Don't
certified
diminish
arsehole.
him.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
There's still a little bit of anger to let go of there, my brother. Okay.
No, it's not anger, it's respect. You give me the fucking respect, I give you the respect.
You don't deserve. You don't even deserve 1 ounce of respect. The smallest measurement of respect possible isn't deserved by you.
Let's please.
Yeah, I deserve being interrupted.
No, you haven't learned your lesson, El Perro. You still have. Sorry, Jack.
Please.
Sorry.
Oh, and you're the one that's gonna teach me, bitch.
Life will teach you. I don't need to teach you anything. Life is teaching you as we speak.
So you're just gonna be a mechanism to cause.
It doesn't seem like a good time to try and talk to him, DNW.
Well, I'm gonna see if we can do this. All right, let's calm down. All right.
I don't know that.
I know. No, Al. I know.
Don't do this, Jack. Don't do this.
Don't
Bring
do
him back
what?
up. Bring him back up.
Okay. Well,
he knew exactly what he was doing. He does it on purpose, and that's a whole proponent about First Amendment and communication. If you want to communicate with somebody, you let them communicate as well. You fucking motherfuckers.
Andy, thank you for the contribution, and I actually kind of agree. Keith, come on now. You're showing yourself.
It's normal for everybody to calm down and let a motherfucker over talk him and disrespect him, huh? That's normal. Fuck you, bitches.
Well, I also wanted to let you know your audio something. I've got you all the way up, but even when you're screaming, you're not coming through loud.
You put it all the way up. As soon as I come on and it's all the way up, the game drops me out.
Yeah, well, hey, don't be a dick to me because I'm telling you your audio sucks. I turned it up because it wasn't coming through, dumbass.
Well, and imagine if it comes through.
I've let you throw a temper tantrum long enough. You can sit in the back and take a little break, and then we'll bring you back when you're ready. Okay.
Jack, if I may, from a scientific perspective, just via statistics, I wanted to point out real quick that we had, I think, 7, 8, 9 people on the panel, and there was only one asshole, right? And so I think just based on the pure statistics of it, there are fewer assholes than decent people in the world. And I see this every day. I go to a workplace where we've got 3,000 students and like 2,500 employees, and there aren't any assholes there except for usually me, but it's a pretty rare thing in the world. Frank, in reality,
I'm having a kind of poetic kind of metaphor like come to mind, and he may be an arsehole, but let's not be mistaken. Arseholes don't make.
I didn't say it was him.
Arseholes don't make the shit. They merely like bring the shit to the world. So, the shit is made elsewhere. So he may be an arsehole, but that's not to say we are not part of the shit making process. So that is all I want to say.
If I may, I was referring to this gentleman.
He is perhaps just shit coming to the fore. We are part of the shit making process. Sorry.
This is my caricature of Snafu. Cupcake and ball washers. The optics, Jack.
I will ask Chickpea to go to Jack's channel if she wants to comment. Oh, she's here now. There you go.
Have I say something, everybody?
Hi, Chickpea.
Welcome.
Right. That bastard on your channel. Can I just say something?
Which one?
Can I say
Which one?
something?
Yeah,
The
which one?
bastard the bastard who
El Pero, the man that was just on, right?
Right. I'd just like to say something. Can I say something?
The floor is yours, my dear.
Chickpea. This is going to be good.
Him.
Go ahead.
Him. Do you know he sounds like one of my he actually snares animals so the fucker can kill them. And that bastard does that. And you welcome him on your channel? Well, you know what? If I welcomed a man like that or attracted a man like that, I would kill myself. And I would kill myself if I attracted that sort of being.
Chickpea.
Jack, he is.
That
he,
doesn't
Jack,
sound. Hold on.
Sorry.
That doesn't sound logical in the slightest. That's a thought that's clearly not thought through. It's the suffering body that's projecting out the wish that those ideas would die away. That's my interpretation. She dropped out.
Oh dear. She is a force for good, and she must remember, Chickpea, you are a force for good. Don't let forces for bad take you out of the game, because we need forces for good. Sorry.
You know,
hey, Jack. Can I just quickly? I don't want to police your channel or anything, but we do have Snafu in the side saying he doxed Emily.
I'm not worried about it. There are a million people with my name.
It's not about
yeah.
you. It's the fact that we can't have doxers around here. And I don't know how much Jack cares, but in the panelverse, we seem to almost unanimously agree that people like that aren't good.
Right. And so we should just keep pushing them away so someone else gets to deal with them. We should report them to some strangers, hoping they'll do something. I mean, I agree what you're saying.
I'm just going to let you know I'm not going to feel safe in your channel.
All right.
If Snafu's still here.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up. I can only do so much so people feel safe, but Snafu, as we were discussing, I view him to be a man who's crying out. He's hurt. He's confused. He's not willing to admit it
he's
yet.
hurting other people or trying to. And
so is the greater world. And I just deal with what's here. I mean, okay, fair enough. And I don't want to argue. You're right.
Okay. I don't want to argue either. You're right.
What you're saying.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong buttons on my laptop. What I'm saying about the revolting little man who had that corpse hanging up, that asshole sets traps for animals.
I know, you said that.
And I tell you something, if I could get my hands on him, I would poke the eyes out with
Chickpea, you got a sick sadistic thing toward people, and that's something about some.
No, I haven't. I don't have it for no.
Okay.
I only have it for yes, I hate the 95%. You know what? I know a lot about. I've been here 72 years. I studied the Second World War. I had 2 members of my ancestry murdered during the Second World War, and that's humanity for you, okay?
Ma'am,
I know what people are like.
I understand. Can I tell you something though? And this is important. Okay, so
I've never struck anyone in my life. I got
it.
Never.
But the thing is, this is hurting you more than it's hurting them because
of course it's hurting me. Of course it hurts me. Living on this planet hurts me. This
I know.
shit house.
But sadistic people get off on hurting you by you see the crap that they do.
I know, that's sad.
And you internalize it, and then you sit around daydreaming about poking people's eyeballs out. You're not going to be doing very good things with yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm. You know, this has happened to me as I got older. I'm not a happy, clappy person. You know, I know all about what happened in the concentration camps. I know what people are capable of. And I'll tell you something, they did nothing the average human being wouldn't do, because 9 out of 10 people always obey their masters. We're a nasty, murderous species.
Can I talk to you, please? Please. you're clearly committed, okay? And you've come to these conclusions. But what I'm hearing Emily point out to you is your conclusions are not really good for you.
I know they're not.
Okay? So what I want to offer you is support. If you're willing, I'd love to offer you maybe some different perspectives that hopefully can help you feel a little better.
No, you won't. I'll tell you the reason why I visit DNW's channel is to get rid of all my negative feelings before I die, okay? Because I believe what the Gnostics believe, that if you're attached to this world, you come back. That's what they do to you. And I have been in this shit house before. This is my second time here. I know
Jack, Chickpea, if I may, really quick.
I have to get rid of it all. I'm trying to get rid of it.
It's a very short quip.
Sorry.
I just wanted to comment a moment ago on DNW said that you've lived your life, and I wanted to point out that that's not correct. You're living your life. There's life to come.
Well, not much. I'm 72. When the chipping starts, I'm off. So I haven't got
no quip, Frank.
I'm pushing 50. I'm pushing 56, and I feel like I'm 25. So
you don't look.
You look good for 56, brother.
I don't look my age.
I think he looks good for
I
56.
don't feel it. Huh?
I think he looks good for 56, Chickpea. That was a bit harsh.
He's not a bad looking guy. It's all right.
Trexie, were you jumping in?
Every day you're alive.
I just said he's a nice looking guy.
He is actually Chickpea's type. She likes he is your type, isn't he, Chickpea?
Yeah, you might type that.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you up, Trexie. I'm not sure. Maybe they can't hear you.
So, Chickpea, it's like Frank says, you are still living your life. You're still in the game.
Yeah.
And therefore, you've got an opportunity every moment of every day. You said you know what people are capable of.
Yes.
And they're capable of the most horrific shit.
Yes.
But they're also capable of being incredibly loving and wonderful and doing good things. But you don't really see that getting pushed. You know, it's not going to make the news. It's not going to get discussed unless we discuss.
Well, the thing is, I'm an animal rights activist. And animal rights activists see what humanity truly is. And every day I watch those.
Chickpea, when I was 8 years of age, I started in animal activism. I was tormenting the Minister for Agriculture when I was a child. So I do know that it's so easy to get jaded, and people are capable of horror. But if you only focus on that, you're missing so much of the broader picture. And I'd love for you to see that. I've heard you talk about your cats before. I know you see some joy in your life. I know you see some love. There's that out further. Anyway, I just don't like to think that you've completely decided it's a shit show.
Yeah, I think it's a shit show. I'm a Gnostic, which is why I go to DNW's channel. The Gnostics believe this to be an evil place. I believe
Chickpea. Let Jack talk for a second. Then Jack, can I talk after you, Jack? Go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
Please and thank you. And Chickpea, I heard what you said. You go to DNW's channel to get out a lot of this negativity because you understand that that's the path to go. That is exactly what I'm trying to offer you when I'm inviting you to consider some different perspectives. Okay? I think I can help you overcome the negativity and let it go, and you'll feel so much better. I promise you, dear.
Right. Yeah. And I want to say something in Chickpea's defense, guys. Okay. And that is, she says this world is, what did you call it? A shit show? A hell? What did you call it?
Yeah, a shit house. Yes.
Now, Jack, she is right in many ways. I mean, as I've always said, one child getting sexually abused and murdered is enough to say it's a shit show. I'm sorry. I mean, the numbers game here, if 99% say it's good and 1% say it's don't, and they're having atrociously bad lives and their children getting sexually abused. I mean, Jack, let me finish, please. 1 sec. I know you want to say something. I don't think it will ever be okay until everyone is okay. But that is the fight. That is, Chickpea, what we are here for, to make everyone okay. That's what I'm going to say.
Because Jack, thing is, all right, it's not just the animal kingdom what we do. I know a lot about the Second World War because my family, members of I come from Holland, and the Dutch were brutalized during the Second World War, and 2 of my uncles would have been murdered in the Second World War. So I know a lot about it. And when I read up about what happened in the camps and what's about on everywhere,
Yes,
I become totally disillusioned. Because at the end of the day,
sure.
yeah, and it's not, and of course that in the animal kingdom, what goes on in the animal kingdom just breaks my godforsaken heart.
I know. Chicky, there are so many reasons for you to feel angry and sad and broken and just hate every minute of life. There are so many reasons for that, especially if you look at the war and the animals. Oh my God. However, you're not done, my dear. Okay. And if you feel better about the life you're living, you're going to feel more hope about your activism. Right? There's a lot of people who care, but they don't believe that it can change, and we've got to change that.
No, I used to be in the animal rights movement, and I've been spat at by people because I have been. I've been struck by people. I've never struck anyone in my whole life, I would say, but I've been struck by people, including a male. And
Chickpea.
Like I say,
Chickpea, if I may say something.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not unhappy in my own little space at home. I've got my 7 cats, I've got my pot plants, but I come on these channels, yours included, to let rip, to get rid of my anger. I know that sounds terrible, but what?
These types of people that have done these things to you,
real world.
These types of people that have been horrible to you, and done these horrible things, and do not listen to you, and do not feel concerned about the things that you say. Because I know people who aren't even vegan still feel concerned. Like they you can tell, like they feel concerned that animals are being mistreated. Like it's a difficult thing to push, but there are people out there who do not feel concerned. And Chippy, maybe that is the problem. The problem is there are psychopaths in the world. There are people with toxic personalities. They exist, and maybe that's what we need to concentrate on. Mental health, making sure that people don't turn out into toxic psychopaths and narcissists. And Chippy, maybe then the world would be a much better place. And if that was the case, we could start to begin making the world fairer and better in every area. But until we address the problem of toxic psychopathy and toxic narcissism, we will never achieve anything in terms of egalitarianism and fairness.
Yes, I know.
BMW, you're absolutely right, and this is where I feel to have been blessed. The evidence and the explanations are found in psychology. I know that I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty sure I and many others could competently present the causational connection to the insanity, right? The real life insanity that's in this world, and a direct result to the economic and political structures. We can end the insanity of greed and corruption if we unite together for the purposes of ending fights.
We're in an extremely difficult position, Jack, because the problem is human hierarchies as they stand are unfortunately often topped by darker personalities. Yeah. And this is it's an immense struggle. We have an unbelievable battle ahead in terms of power dynamics, because they have the wealth, the power, and the drive to do nefarious things, to not be concerned with what you want, Jack. And it's an immense
we've got
battle.
the truth on our side, and if we stop fighting one another, good people. I mean, we're living at this age of communication and technology. The truth is being shared publicly. But what's not being shared publicly is the faith that we can do something about it. Okay? I'm convinced, as I said earlier, I see and feel the signs in the world, the greater world, and God's love is rising. And when more people wake up to the truth about the evil corruption that's right in front of our faces every day, good people are going to come together and they say, no, we're not going to put up with this anymore. We're going to do something about it. And many people are. Emily's doing that, many organizations, many groups, right?
And time is running out, guys. Like it is
Things I
honestly,
want to
Jack.
say,
It's
Jack.
essential. It's essential we get our shit together, because
Hey, Chickpea. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
because whilst
I've
we're
been wanting to tell
fighting,
Chickpea
the
something.
power is growing in those that could end up having power forever because of the AI takeover and who is at the helm of that. We are.
Yo, Jack, can I ask you a question? My bad. Yo, Jack, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
You were in the military, right?
Yes, sir.
So, like, did you get to see like the infighting and like the soldiers fighting with each other and shit, like the conflicts in the military with each other?
I saw it in the Navy. I've been in the Navy.
You mean direct combat? No,
No, obviously not like shooting at each other. No. I mean just strife.
Yes. Yes.
If that's how it is in the military amongst each other, they're all on the same team and they're still having conflict. What makes you think that all of the militaries of the world are going to cooperate with each other?
Because we changed the power structure so that we don't have individuals or small groups declaring wars on other nations.
So who's going to do it then?
We're going to end wars. See, when people stop
Okay, but what if war is necessary sometimes?
Yeah, I see. You see, Jack.
Let's assume that it served its purpose, and that let's pretend that we've learned from the past, and that we actually say, no, we don't want any more wars, right?
Well, yeah, war's not necessary.
You see, Jack, the problem is, brother, if we're going to be pragmatic and realistic, Sixel has a point. We live in a world of limited resources where there are natural catastrophes that cause chaos. And in times of great struggle and strife, human nature takes over and people will compete with each other in ways that are brutal to get their hands on resources for survival.
Everybody
for
wants
and
to
others.
have sex.
Jack,
There's only so many
you're
women.
shaking your head, Jack. The solution is energy. We need to find a way to get free energy. Free energy will solve.
We have free energy.
Jack, you were nodding your head. You were shaking your head there, Jack. But
the sun is free energy. It's right fucking there. Why do you think that? Why do you think that the car companies don't want to make every car solar powered? Why do you think they don't want to make the cars electric powered? Why do you think that Donald Trump doesn't want to spend no money on charging stations or solar power or nothing? It's free energy. It's as close as we can get to free energy without breaking the laws of physics. What's the last time you woke up and the sun wasn't up?
We need to find
Jack, can I just say something? Many years ago, I used to work, Jack, I used to work as a legal secretary in the City of London, okay? And I used to work as a temp for many years. You know, temps, you work in an office for 2 weeks and one desk and you move around your place. The bitching that I heard about the person who was desk I was sitting on, the bitching I heard from all the other girls. I couldn't believe I was hearing half the time, the bitching and the nastiness and the backbiting.
Hey,
and
Chickpea.
that was back in the 80s.
Chickpea, can I tell you something? I want to kind of jump in because I've been wanting to say this for a while because Frank made me think of it a long time ago. So I used to work at a rent help program that we did for COVID for people losing their houses. And we could only give them like 6 months of help. And later on, it turned into a year. But there was a guy from China, because Frank, I think you're in China, right? And he was here going to school, and he was going to lose his school housing. And then I was able to get it all done and help him. We had to do all the calculations and all this crap. And they only had 4 of us doing it for the whole state, so it's horrible. But it was also awesome because, you know, sometimes we could help people, right? He wanted to pay it back when he got back on his feet, and he tried to come to us and pay back all the money we helped him, you know, get just to do it. To say thank you. Like there are people like that in this world.
I know.
They're everywhere. You can meet them all the time.
I think it's quite rare, but when I worked as a temp
The problem is that we also have people like Epstein in this world.
But then we have us. Do we not have us, Chickpea?
Yeah, but Epstein, you see the whole machine that they did to cover up Epstein?
Yep, and you see the machine like Virginia Guffrey. I'm reading her book right now. Who wrote
all that shit.
She did lose her life, but she
all
tried
of
to do
that
something
shit
about it. She was motivated by her own children.
The problem is, Sixel has.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Epstein and all this shit. They could do whatever the fuck they want. All right, let's see, Jack. We like seeing your pretty face. Let's hear what you have to say, buddy.
Well, I actually offered what I believe to be an answer, but D&W immediately jumped in with why that was a problem or brought up other problems. And then the conversation went elsewhere to the past and all over. So the free energy that you suggest, D&W, yes. The technology is available. We don't have to continue this petroleum dependence and, the reliance on the old ways. But what we've got to do is get past these damn paywalls. If we change the rules so that secrecy is no longer the norm, corruption has nowhere to hide, guys.
How do you expect to do that, though? Jack, I've heard you say this a million times, and I don't disagree with you. However, how do you expect to do this? What would be like an actual, what is an actual actionable plan? Something where you could say, okay, first this, then that, then that. Like what would actually be a plan if this was to be accomplished? If you were Jack, if you were the benevolent dictator of the world, okay, how would it be done? Because I've heard you say this a million times. Oh, we need to a world without secrets. How? You understand that there's entire intelligence agencies dedicated to keeping secrets and maintaining secrets. This is literally an entire part of government. Okay, so how do you expect to detach government and these systems of power from this very concept of intelligence? Or secrets. You call it secrets or intelligence.
My honest answer to your question, how is this going to happen? I'm eventually going to connect with people who want to discuss what can we do instead of why we can't. When I align with people who agree that we can, we're going to fucking find a way. And if that's not you, Sig Cell, it's all right with me.
I'm telling you that I agree with you, Jack. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm telling you that I agree with you. What
Jack,
do you mean if that's not
with
you?
you. He's just wondering how we can get there.
I'm legitimately. I'm not saying that this is impossible. I'm asking you how would you actually do this besides a conversation? Like, okay, a conversation is beneficial, but I'm saying, if you were able to get everyone on your same train of thought, okay, if you were able to get everyone to agree with you, right, after the conversation, right, you say have a conversation, okay, after the conversation, step by step, how are we going to restructure government? How would you restructure government in a way that it looks the way that you want it to?
Together.
Jack, can I just say something?
Let Jack speak, for fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, you could shut the fuck up yourself.
Who, me?
Not you, this guy that's talking. Let Jack talk.
Give her a chance and let Jack
speak.
Speak.
The human race has been at each other's throats since the day we left the Garden of Eden. We are a nasty, nasty, murderous species. And I include myself, Nick, because I'm capable of murder, I can tell you. And I'm capable, and I know I am.
That's 6 bodies.
What? What? What'd you say?
Yo, Jack, how many bodies do you have? How many people did you kill in the military?
No, I don't have a gun.
Guys, one second.
I'd have to have a gun.
Hey, before we divert, Jack, I have to get ready for work, and I don't mean to be rude and interject myself here. I've literally only got about a minute or two, but I'm enjoying listening. But there is a plan. There actually is a functional way to get this plan into place. And the way we do this is to understand that every action is motivated. It's either motivated by emotions or it's motivated by reason. Now, the whole vegan thing is in an intellectually vacuous position to hold, so I don't hold it because it makes no sense when you actually break it down. But it's motivated. Yeah, so there's the emotion that I'm talking about. Exactly. So what we need to do, the plan to implement here, the way to make Jack's plan work is to educate people through reason. And the number one motivation that we actually have is selfishness, right? That's how we tap into these people, because the reason that they're so corrupt is because they're so selfish, but they're so misguided because they're miseducated. So when we get people to understand, excuse me, I'm fighting a cold here. We get people to understand that the most selfish thing that I can do, the best life that I can possibly live, is to make sure that my neighbor has everything they need. If my neighbor is not starving, right, then he's not going to come steal my food. If my neighbor's not sick, he's not going to come pass a disease on to me.
Okay, but
if my
that's like
neighbor
an
has what
opinion.
they need
That's an
for
opinion.
mental and emotional
That's an
and physical
opinion. What
health,
you're
they're
describing
less
is a
likely
way
to
of
come take
thinking.
advantage of me. Brother, yeah, exactly. It's called education. You educate people so that tell them, help them to see that, look, you are a selfish son of a bitch. I'm a selfish, bro.
You finish. Go ahead.
Close your mouth and open your ears. It's about education.
That's exactly
you
what
educate
I'm talking
people,
about.
help them under.
Let me finish.
Close your
Let
mouth.
me finish my point.
What you're listening.
What you're
you haven't
doing
let me
is
finish what I'm saying. You're
indoctrination.
You're
What you're
interrupting
doing
me.
is
You're interrupting me.
indoctrination. You're saying, "Shut up."
Bro.
That's what you're saying.
You're interrupting me to tell you to let you finish. That literally makes no sense.
Jack, he is a businessman, a capitalist pig. Don't listen to him. He's the trouble.
It's a
right, thank you.
multifaceted.
Please try to land where you were going. Objective ethics, please.
Just really quickly, thank you, brother. So basically, like I said, the motivation is in selfishness. Tap into the very thing, the very root of the problem is their selfishness. The issue is they're misguided. They think that chasing power, chasing money, chasing sex, chasing drugs, chasing all this other stuff is going to bring them the happiness they really want. That's just simply not going to provide it for them, which is why they continue to chase it, because it ends up they get to the end of the line and they find out they're not happy.
Okay, and what does this mean to us? What are we going to do with what we know to be true?
By doing exactly what you're doing right now, you're reaching out to an audience of at least 100 people live right now, right? 60, 70 people through education. Give them the actual information. Help them to understand that, look, we all want this. This is a common goal, right? We all want this. Just help them to understand how it benefits them. Once they understand how it benefits them, then they're more likely to tap into it.
Right. And this is what I've been, yes, you're absolutely right. The way to get people to change, right? To do what you want, you show them the consequences, right? Here's what happens if you don't change. Here's what happens if you do change. And I've been trying to get people to consider a better world. I mean, if I can find a way to succeed, this is for everybody. And I never thought I'd face so much public and just absolute, so much opposition and resistance.
People are, it's fear, Jack. You're dealing with a lot of fear, and that's the problem. Which is what your channel is all about. Live without fear, right? You're bringing out the fear. You're exposing the fear, and that's understandable. It is scary to try to think, wow, I have to give up my resources to get back. I have to give up to get something back. That's a scary proposition, because what if I give up and they don't give back, right?
And that's where faith comes in. And if more of us, we live in a world where everyone's divided by budgets, divided by all sorts of identities and false illusions. The divisions don't matter. What matters is how we treat one another.
And the secrecy, Jack, and the gate guards. If I may point out really quick, the objective ethics is essentially, in my mind, pointing towards one thing: the economic model of scarcity versus abundance. And if people knew that by being born into the United States, for example, their portion of the national debt is actually equity, it's an endowment that they can draw upon, and that we're all much more wealthy, at least as Americans. You guys have a lot of entitlement, that it's secreted, so you don't know how to access the resources that are your birthright. I don't know about the UK.
I think OE is right about education being fundamental to facing the problems of humanity, but I don't think it's the only thing necessary. And the point is, there are power brokers in the game who have immense power, immense wealth. We've just had our first trillionaire. These are people that are driving the future of humanity, and
drawing on the
trying
equity
to
of the
educate
US
them isn't going to happen, because they've got their own fully developed personality psychologies. So it's not just about educating the youth, it's about us somehow tackling these fully formed people who have their, as I said, their own personality drives, which are very difficult to change and in an adult form. And Jack, you were talking about what can you do. I think you need to get somehow into the heads of these people who have the potential to be near power. And I'm talking about the tech bros. Somehow or other, Jack Talcott has to be introduced, has to be moved towards somebody who is in that arena. And I don't know how that's going to happen, but I have said this before. People need to start sharing Jack Talcott's videos, tweeting to people, emailing people, hopefully, somebody who is in a position of power might take notice.
Thank you, brother. That's my prayer. It really is. The answer, what we've been talking about, is education. I didn't know what I didn't know until I started learning things different than what I learned in school. And I've had time. A lot of people are still taking care of families, dating, doing the jobs or whatever, but I've had a lot of time to be alone and to learn. And so what it all boils down to is the truth, individually and collectively.
I don't mean, I'm sorry, like I'm not, I am accused of catastrophization a lot, and I get that. I am prone to that. But, I think we're in an immense time of terrible possibilities, but also great possibilities, Jack. And the window is closing. The opportunity is closing, I believe, in terms of to orient power towards good, and that is the worry.
We aren't. There's a lot of reasons for a sense of urgency, but I've been learning to trust in God. But we have so many reasons for people to change the way we live together, right? I believe that with proper communication, proper education, we can transform our communities, our nation, this entire world. It's ready. It's ripe, right? It's ripe for a pruning of the old ways. Because if we set the truth free, no more secrets, then there's not going to be this counterintelligence, espionage, overthrow of governments, and militarization. We'll end the wage slavery and the industrial military complex together. And then what do? We work together. There are groups and people who have been looking at, closely studying all sorts of different possibilities for us. So if we can get the right people together, sharing best practices through the nations, through communities, best ways of educating children, best ways of cleaning up the environment, best ways of growing whatever. We've been misled, guys. It is a spiritual battle, and many people in the religions have been taught to feel guilty and to walk with shame, to believe that they can't trust anyone, and then they don't trust themselves. For those who are willing to join me, right? Remembering love is the answer, and one day at a time. The idea behind the find your newest addiction, I really do hope that I can help remind everyone that feeling of love, a feeling of love that you can know when you just feel safe, right? Safe in your skin, safe in the moment, safe with where you are. And if you can feel that safety and realize that there's a lot of variables in letting you become that good, walk with gratitude, seriously. Otherwise, we end up all bitter and angry. And Chickpea, you're not a bitter and angry person. I know that about you. You just have reasons to feel those things.
Well, it's all about balance, Jack. That's the key, is that balance is the key. When we take more than we're willing to put into the system, we're out of balance. And we're out of balance when we're seeking things. It's like I've said this before, it's like a mirage. A mirage is a very specific type of illusion. You're out in the desert, right? And you see the heat waves up over the horizon. You're dying of thirst, and you use your last bit of energy to get to what you think is water. And unfortunately, when you get there, all you find is dry sand. The thing that you needed so desperately to survive is this water. And so you've chased this illusion that's going to be to your ultimate detriment. It's the same thing that happens when we're out of balance. There's this illusion that when I take more than I'm willing to give, then I'm out of balance. And it's an illusion to happiness. It's an illusion to alleviate myself of all the pain that I have inside. But balance is what's gonna be the key. Listen, you guys, I really appreciate you letting me interject myself into the conversation. I apologize for my rudeness, and I just thank you guys. You're doing a great job here. And yeah, you have a good day today.
Thank you. Appreciate you swinging through objective ethics. Any thoughts, feelings, ideas?
I got a few. One for Chickpea, real quick, is just that, like I said earlier, she hasn't lived her life. She's living her life, right? And we all are. We're sharing this one great life. And before you chime in, you're still reaching out daily, and you have your cats, I know, but you're also, like you said, you're coming to these spaces to reach out and find community. So I don't believe that you've given up all hope in humanity.
No, of course not. No, of course not. That's why I come here. There's still a couple of people I'm hoping, and I'm hoping that they will help me get rid of my hatred, so that when I die, I can't be lured. Because all I want from life now is oblivion in my afterlife. I don't want to get lured back in, because that's what I believe. I believe what the Gnostics believed.
Chickpea, what if there's a way for you to resolve your hate so you can live with love for the rest of the time you're here?
No, I love the animals. I love the plants, the flowers, the trees. I love the rats and the snakes and the mice.
What about yourself?
No, I don't love.
What about me?
But why?
Who said me? I love people. Don't get me wrong. Of course, I like certain people. Don't be ridiculous. I don't go around hating everybody. I'm a Londoner, and us Londoners say love, hate very randomly. And we do. It seems to be something we do wrong. Of course, I love certain people, and of course I do.
Are you willing to include you?
No, I don't love myself.
But
sadly. That's the problem, you see.
I know, dear.
Yes, I know. That's the problem.
I love you, Chick.
Don't get me wrong. I don't dislike myself, because I tell you this much. I live life by my own little rules. And if someone tells me what to do, they may as well go and talk to a brick wall. I live life by my rules and my this and my that. But love myself. Well, I wouldn't advise anyone to do me wrong, because boy, oh boy, I can't half lash out. I don't know. I only feel true love for my cats.
I know. You're in the right spot, my friend. And to freak real quick, generosity. Thank you for the support. As money phases out, relationships phase in. Looks like religion, perhaps. Machine Lies, how are you today, brother? Welcome to you.
Greetings, brother Jack. How are you doing today?
Truly feeling blessed. We've had another interesting stream. We were having fun, though, sincerely, with the idea of Talcotics Anonymous. For those who may have an addiction and or a problem with me. So it's nothing but love, and I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm definitely addicted to many substances, if you will, right? So I definitely know the feeling, and I've been a alcoholic in the past for sure. You know, I had a bad drinking problem where I used to drink 40 ounce, you know, at least two a day, right after waking up, and it got to be a sort of regular thing for a greater part of 2 years of my life, and so I had to stop doing that. So I've faced addiction for sure. terrible. And I have tons of addictive tendencies. Even I think my addictive tendencies are what keep me poised in trying to learn and do other things, because I redirect the addictive energy towards something constructive.
Yeah, that's one of the keys, Jack. I've said that before on here, that I believe much of life is addiction. In fact, I think it's more or less all addiction. It's just that you can be addicted to good things or bad things. Your brain gets rewarded for things, and that's what you chase. You chase the reward, the neurological reward, and just make sure you're chasing something that is beneficial to you and others, rather than your downfall and to the detriment of others.
This is where my love goes.
Hey, I love that idea. And habits, we are very prone to, it makes sense, through familiarization, we get comfortable and with our choices and routines, and then these become habits. And that's a real big potential for us. That's why we've got to practice staying conscious, staying aware, staying in control.
Exactly that, Jack. You hit the nail on the head about habits. And just
people say,
ask the question, is this good for me and others when you're doing things?
Can I read this for you, Jack? Objective ethics says respect. Thank you. Respect for others, respect for the planet, and self-respect are the bricks we use to build the road which leads us to the good life we all want to live.
Great words, and thank you sincerely for your contributions and generosity. Sincerely, thank you.
Yeah, those are good words.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Jack. I'd like to take the opportunity to formally apologize to the Machine Lies. He was talking about alcoholism, and
It's
I've struggled
okay.
with
It's no worries. Hey, it's no worries.
I want to.
You're already
Man,
forgiven.
TML.
You're already forgiven. No. Just a small edit. We made in the video.
You're too
It's no
kind.
problem.
You're too kind.
Yeah, no. It's obviously totally fine. No need to apologize. Yeah,
Okay.
blessings.
If you guys don't know, I showed up fucking drunk at TML.
No,
the other
you're a
night
great contributor. No,
and
you're a great
showed
contributor.
my
No need to
ass,
apologize.
and I'm sorry, TML.
No, not at all. Not at all. It's
Truly,
great.
truly.
Yeah,
I was out of my mind, literally.
No worries. Forget about it. Yeah.
TML, you are truly a humble and gracious man quite often. Very patient, too. Been a good example for me. I get frustrated so quickly, man. I used to, not anymore.
Yeah, we've we've sparred as well. So I appreciate you, Jack. You've shown me a lot of patience and blessings to you.
We are all in this together. And where did that go? And as objective ethics showed, right? Or pointed out, it's really the rules, the burdens will not be that great on any one of us when we all work towards just walking with respect for one another, respect for Mother Earth, respect for the community, respect for ourselves. Right?
Respect for the planet. May I add, Jack, animal agriculture on an industrial scale isn't exactly respect for the planet.
No,
it's causing a lot of problems, not just to the poor animals, but also to the environment and us.
Yep. It really is. It is time. There is so much evidence for us collectively to just kind of put a pause, hit the brakes on the direction things are going, and unite to reevaluate things. What is the answer? I think we can take what we've got with the structures of banking, government, economics, religion. We can, if we put our minds together as people and we work towards a better way, we'll find it. That's how the Holy Spirit works. It's how we're designed.
Every single one of you should be sharing Jack's stream every single time he's live, because there's no other way for him. He needs to reach more people. We need to find the power brokers or the potential power brokers. Okay. And by the potential power brokers, I mean those genius coders and those people who are next to power, maybe going to become power. We need to reach those people. Time is of the essence.
I love that. Thank you, brother. I love that. I had the idea earlier. It's an idea I played with before, reaching out to some of these news organizations that I follow, right? They're reporting on the corruption. They're well aware of it. And actually, if they're willing to report on the idea of what if we do end wars and work towards ending secrecy so that the people of the land and the communities are all well informed, properly educated, right? Properly by standards of truth, not authority, right? We make knowledge and information available so people can learn and apply what they learn. Doesn't that just make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what we,
Like objective ethics was talking about too, it ties in that road you're building together. You know, we were talking on the show together about our thing, and it morphed into other things, and we were talking about needs met, and like that's the foundation: needs met, needs met, needs met. These problems would be, you know, when people bring up crime and they bring up like the detention centers and all these things, they don't even look at the history of how did we get these gangs. What meddling did we do in El Salvador to make the MS-13 in the first place? If you stop it at that level, you know, but they want to stop, you know, they want to focus on when it gets down to the apex, you know, level of they're right here in your face committing crimes. Well, how did that happen? You know?
Yeah, that's where we got to reveal those secrets Jack's talking about, so the government agents can be held accountable. CIA infiltrating Los Angeles and bringing in immigrants to flood the Crips and the Bloods in the 60s. I mean, it's fucking crazy how deep it goes.
Yep.
There's,
exactly.
Well, American history, human history, it is an absolutely crazy story. So let's do something crazy. let's find a way to make reforms. Andy, again, your generosity and contributions, thank you. Can we just take like a couple of minutes to allow Frank to show us some weird China stuff? I'm interested. Do you have anything available, Frank? I know you do on your own channel. You've got stuff of you outside and doing stuff there too.
Yeah, I don't have anything handy right now. Here, how about this? Basic Qigong. Inhale, raise the hands up. Exhale, lower the hands down. So together with me. And then settle at the Dantian. That's one of the most basic Qigong activities you can do. It's a lot of fun. It's based on the metal element, and it clears the lungs. And being a smoker, I use it a lot. And I think that's one of the reasons smokers smoke is because they're attempting to practice Qigong, right? And you actually do. Becoming a smoker, you like learn the basics of retention and Qigong and expanding and stuff. So smoking's not good. Don't do it. But there you go. A little weird China shit for you guys.
She.
There's wisdom there. There's wisdom that was discovered in many different cultures and different times about the powerful energies that are the life force that we are. And these energies within us, they come through us many different ways, right? As the animal and the beast and the intuition and the inspiration. Guys, we are so close. I feel it and I see it. The world, the entire world, it's ready. It's ready for something. Is it ready for me? Margot Davy, you truly, you are a part of this too. Praise God indeed. Margot might have been the first addict of Jack Telecon. That wouldn't.
Oh, she's still addicted. She's still addicted.
Oh, you're so patient.
Well, no, this is the thing I realized. I mean, it is what it is. I do help people learn to love themselves enough to walk away from me. So we'll have fun while you guys are here, but you're going to love yourself more than me very soon. And you'll be like, oh, that Jack Talcott guy. But I do hope you carry some good impression with me, and you can carry that good stuff the rest of your life if you want. But all any of us needs, in my experience and perception, we need to know what's true. And the only way to do that is to settle your mind, right? To allow your heart to reveal what's true for you. And what I found, what is true for me is true for you, at least in this moment. Life is breathing you and me. And life can feel pretty good. Chickpea, I love you, my dear. I know you've joined with different opinions than me so far, but they're only a little bit different. We agree on a lot of the same passions, right? But where we disagree is in the hope and the future. And Chickpea, you're here with me, dear. Please take some of my faith in a better future where mankind will wake up, pull their collective heads out of their asses, and will say, no more destruction of innocence. Doesn't that sound good, Chickpea?
And Chickpea, if I may, Chickpea, whether we do wake up or not, whether it works out or it doesn't, Chickpea, it's the only thing to aim for. It's the only thing worth spending your time aiming to. Sorry.
All I care about is the animal kingdom. That's all I care about.
That's part of the process, Chickpea. That's part of the process.
I've learned I started when I was, 1968? So it's been a long time that I've been moaning about it. It hasn't made the blindest bit.
It has actually, Chickpea. You know as well as I do, there's a lot of people who love and admire you for what you say. And you are inspiring people.
Grumpy guts, the number of animals being murdered by the human race has increased year on year. Now it is 92
I know that, Chickpea, yes, but I'm just saying your effect isn't negative. Your effect is positive. You are...
Grubs, let me finish. No, I don't do anything anymore, Grubs, apart from moan on here. Let me finish, okay? Because people, yes, some of us have become vegans, but people are eating more and more meat. When I was young, people didn't eat meat the way they do nowadays. People gorge on it 3 times a day. When I was young, it didn't happen even. It didn't. And I can remember it when I was young.
No, you are right in terms of the metrics, in terms of the volume. You are absolutely right.
Yeah. Yes, more of us are vegans.
That's a great point, Chickpea, and it's an unfortunate point. But what I did say is you are an inspiration, Chickpea. Don't let that light die. Don't let that light die.
No, I'm not. I'm just a miserable old bag.
Chickpea, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even be having the conversation in a lot of panels. At least you're bringing it to the fore. And one day, hopefully, people will be inspired. Someone will be inspired that can make significant change.
Grumps, you inspire me, but I don't inspire anyone because...
No, you're wrong.
Well, I might
inspire
the local pigeons. I inspire the local pigeons, but I don't inspire anybody. I know it.
Real brief thank you. Objective ethics, again, thank you for the generosity and support. Love equals respect. Nobody can nor will respect you more or less than you respect yourself. That's true. Any other relationship is based on usury, enabling, or abusing. Absolutely. If you're in a relationship with you or another and there's not respect, please ask yourself, why am I doing that self? Why am I doing that to myself? Because without respect, there's not trust. Without trust, there's certainly not love. And we all deserve to be with true love, even if it's just with ourselves. So Chickpea.
Yeah, but my cat's cats love me.
Yes, so think like your, hey, Chickpea, how about this? Try and think like your cats, at least when it comes to you, okay? Because there's many who love you. There really is.
There really are. Where is Kenny?
I think Kenny might be playing.
You just see the good side. You should wait to see me when I get arguing with somebody. Woof! I've had men say to me, I can feel the hatred coming out of your soul. And they actually say it to me.
Maybe some people need to hear it, Chickpea.
No.
Kenny's flying into Washington.
I mean, I'm not telling
you.
If I don't like somebody, I speak.
Jack, I'd rather have a Chickpea. I'm sorry to say that. I'd rather have a Chickpea on my team, someone who cares deeply about misjustice and injustice, in the world, than people who are nonchalant about it. Because her emotions are stirred, and I think in turn she can stir other people's emotions for the right.
Hey, we've got a couple more guests. Welcome, Austin Murphy. How are you today, brother?
I'm doing good. I'm getting ready to go over to my sponsor's house right now. But you were talking about trust, and I know myself, it's really hard for me to trust anything and anyone. I mean, just going about life, like it's just hard. It's hard to trust the system and the people in it. But in AA, my sponsor, he always tells me, trust in God, trust in God, trust in God, right? He was a lifelong alcoholic, like me. But he always tells me to trust in God, and I don't know how to do that. I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. You know what I mean?
I love that. I love that honesty.
Austin, yeah, sorry.
Well, what I'd like you to consider is think of the result, okay? If you were to trust in God, what would the feeling be like, right? If you were with trust, despite all the situations and everything that's happened, if you were with trust, that's what your goal is, okay? If you want to trust in God, that's what I found for myself.
Austin, are you physically dependent on alcohol? Are you physically dependent on alcohol?
Hold on, we're not getting into that. Hold on, give me a second. I'm not here for long. So the way I think about it is, I mean, with everything in life, in order to be able to trust anyone else, I have to trust myself, and I think that's where it starts, is trusting myself. And I think that's just a long process, because I've spent over a decade of building up bad habits, just drowning in alcohol, you know?
Yep.
And so I think I'm like at the beginning stages of trying to just fucking figure out who I am. So I guess it's not going to happen overnight, but it does start with myself. I have to learn how to trust myself first, really.
Austin, I've learned a few things that help me, and you're on the right path, okay? You're in the right spot. For some people, the path of relearning, rediscovering themselves, it can be very difficult, right? A lot of people can relapse. They'll slip back, one step forward, two steps back, it seems, because life can test you. But you're on the right.
One of the key things for me was setting a schedule with my drinking. Right. So first I set a schedule with my drinking. Right. Then I replace those drinking days with something else. Right. So, so that was something. So I don't know if that'll work for everybody. But like, if you drink every day, drink every 3 days, then drink once a week. Right. Then replace that once a week drinking with something else, drink every 2 weeks. Right. And that's kind of like, it just took me like step by step.
I'm too far past that point. If I have another drink, I could die. Literally, I've been hospitalized so many times, and seizures, and I've been on recently I've almost died from alcohol. Like, I really can't have it or else I'll die.
There's Austin, brother, if you're willing, reach out to me off the mainstream. Okay. Let's you and I talk. Okay, because what I think is you got to face what's behind the drinking, and behind the drinking is this discomfort. Okay, and I understand what happened with me. I paid a lot of attention, and I'm telling you, man, I've seen you. I mean, what I've seen in you, while you may have let yourself down in whatever ways you did, I've seen you showing up. I've seen you speaking up, standing up, right? I see you, my brother, and you are a man to love. He
does come across as a lovely dude, a great guy, you know.
Thank you. I really have to go. I have to go do. I really have to go do the trim in my sponsor
You're not allowed to buy. Mind yourself.
All right, thanks, Trexty. Bye, guys. Have fun.
Good luck.
Bye.
Thank you, Austin. Much love to
I
you.
did sober up completely one time for 13 years, and I used What Machine Lies. I used a technique like that. I got it down to just a couple of times a month, and then I replaced it with cannabis. But the problem I'm facing now is no cannabis available over here.
Purpose. That is what I think is the best thing, and it's in line with the tip I think Machine Lies was suggesting. If you quantify your time and you see what you're doing, okay, I want to replace this with this, and you find something more fulfilling for you, something to learn, something to read, something to create. That's the way to get past those dark addictions. They're no joke. They're really not. When you're caught in that torment of depression, addiction, poverty, when you're stuck in those things, holy crap, that sucks. And that's why I want to help others, because I've been there.
There are people who are addicted to all kinds of things and they don't identify with substance abusers. Like, I've never been a substance abuser. I don't understand it exactly, but then I look honestly at myself and I'm like, yeah, what about the caffeine and the sugar and I'm like, that, you know, if you took that away, people go completely crazy sometimes. So that's an addiction, and people are addicted to a lot of other kinds of things that, you know, they don't need, but they feel like it's life and death if they don't have it for 5 minutes, you know.
I met some folks addicted to breathing.
Well, that is an addiction. I think it's become a habit. But what about these people who are addicted to drama?
Yeah.
Right?
I have them in the private chat there.
Right? I know. I attract many of these. Their whole identity is built around this character that's defiant and unruly. And so they become these characters that are just disagreeable for no reason than to be disagreeable.
Yeah.
And I find that, like, you know, when I was drinking alcohol, I was a lot more personable, right? I was a lot more entertaining, right? And some of these trolls, they're drunk every time they go online, and it's like facing your nemesis, who's like this entertaining aspect of yourself, which you can't access, you know, and it's like
TML,
fighting, you know.
You think you were entertaining.
Right.
Because I've been there too, TML. You think you think you're a comedian, you know, and in many ways you are funny, but you know it's not that funny. You know, eventually, people are laughing at you rather than with you if it goes on too long.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I've said I'm grateful that I didn't discover live streams and social media when I was in my drinking, but these days, I'm truly grateful for it because I've met the likes of you, right? All of you. And there's some beautiful characters that God is forming, bringing out, right? That's what all of you are, what I am. We are what God is bringing out with life again today. That's a pretty cool idea when you think about it like that, rather than, oh man, I got to get up and live again. No, dude, you get to be animated with life again today. I'm feeling complete. Anyone else?
Yeah, if I may, Jack, I'll go first because I got to get a shower and do that thing you just said. I got to get out there and hit the fucking daily grind. I love all of you. Emily, Trexie, Jack Talcott, Dirty Lowlife, TML, DNW, and Chickpea. You guys are all beautiful fucking people, man. Have a great day.
You
And
too.
Take care.
yeah, live with love and
Take
without
care.
fear.
Thank you, brother.
Bye, Frank. Bye.
Frank Monday for sure. Any other? I'm willing. Whatever. I'm open for whatever. But please.
I'll jump in. I've been listening to this panel and I realized that we're all addicted to the external world, and it draws us away from the internal world.
Dirty
And that's
Lowlife.
it.
I was thinking
Working
about
on it.
this the other day, and I'm sorry to, confront you on this. I used to think about going within as well. It's important to go within. And I was going on about it. I don't know if you remember this, but I was going on about it for a long time on my channel. And then I was confronted by somebody who had alexithymia, I think it was called. It's a disorder where they don't really register their emotions. They don't think in terms of emotions. They don't, like when they're thinking, they don't realize they're happy. They don't realize they're angry. They don't realize they have the emotions at a base level, but they're not aware of them. It's an unusual disorder, but apparently a lot of autistic people have it. Anyway, I was going on and on, Dirty Lowlife, about going within. It's important to go within, go within, go within. And I went to meet a friend in a pub. And at the end of the night, I went to the loo and I came back to my table. And this strange autistic dude appeared from nowhere. This is really bizarre, like a phantom. He appeared at my table just as I was going to sit down. He looked me dead in the eye and he said, "When you go within, there is nothing." All right. Now, I took that as a bizarre synchronicity because I'd been going on this meditation that day about going within. But he said to me, dead in the eye, "When you go within, there is nothing." And Dirty Lowlife, I'm sorry to say this, but I do put this to you. I think he is right. When we go within, there is nothing.
He is right.
And there is,
Because
you have to look outward to get what you need inside. You are going to find wisdom and love from outside. It's not all about going with it. It's not all about staying inside.
DNW, I find the opposite to be true. Just saying, not to be contentious,
The
but
power,
like
I'm saying the power comes
I
from
thought
outside.
about this earlier. Oh, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, and I think you're probably right about certain things, but I feel like I'm more internal than external. I have to remind myself there's an outside world.
Yes, but you are,
Yeah,
whether you like it or
something
not, I
similar.
think your internal world is built on your observation and experience of the
It is.
external. And that's
One
what
wouldn't
I'm
exist
saying. I'm
without
saying
the
the external world is forming your internal world. That's what I'm saying. It's not the other way around.
Gramps, our internal world comes from the first 7 years of life. Now, I told you I have visited
Yes.
psychiatrists, and we have all this shit that was installed in us in those first 7 years, which is why I come to your channel still, because I'm trying to get rid of it all. And that shapes our whole thing about ourselves. I keep telling you that, Gramps. Hello,
There's a
Gramps.
storm. The storm's been brewing for a long time.
What, here?
And in the eye of the storm is a quiet stillness.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for that stillness.
Dirty
I'll find
Lowlife.
it.
I'm not saying it's not important to have introspection. I'm just saying people who seek power from within and awareness from within.
I think you're looking for power, brother.
Sorry, brother.
Looking for power.
Who's looking for power?
Why? You said you're looking for power within.
Well,
Why are you looking for power?
You need power to go about your day, do you not?
If there's nothing, you need nothing.
I don't think there's nothing inside of us.
I think there is something.
No, I
That's
disagree
why
with
I'm saying
Tony.
maybe
I
you need
agree
to look
with
around you
you
because there's
there.
definitely something.
You know what? What I believe, and this is why I go to DNW's show. I believe we're completely fucked up by our first 7 years of life, by our bad
And that is
parenting.
why the
I know.
external is affecting our becoming.
Can I finish? I believe you. Well, I know I certainly was in this first step because I went to see a hypnotherapist back in the 80s, and he actually unleashed everything. Those first 7 years, I was mental. I was murderous by the time he finished with me because that's what he unleashed in me, and it was all to do with my parents. Granted, I was unlucky, but it's all we store it all up, and if we don't release it, which we don't do most of us because we can never find it, this is why us humans are so fucked up with each other, because we're all a boiling cauldron of hatred that when something pushes that hatred, it explodes. Don't laugh, Trixie. It's not
No,
funny.
she's laughing
There's
because
some, you know, it's funny the way you put it. There's some truth there.
now,
So, yeah.
It is. I've had psychiatric treatment, quite a lot, I would add.
Dirty Low
I
Life.
learned all this
It's
in
look. I want to
psychiatry-
backtrack a bit.
psychiatric
Dirty Low
ward.
Life. I want to backtrack because it's about moderation, isn't it? It's not all about going within or going outside of yourself and looking around you. It's about moderation. So
I
will
agree, and
backtrack.
that was my first
But-
point: is that we're addicted to the outside world. We're not addicted to the inside world. So I think the moderation comes from stepping within, because that is the mediation. And if we're all outside, which so many of us are, watching the internet, finding all these things, looking for substances, smoking cigarettes, looking for money, looking for power, looking for safety, looking for control, looking for love from other people, they're all on the outside.
Aren't we addicted to survival too?
Yeah. Yes, it's our DNA. Yes.
So
It's our aesthetic DNA.
there's good addictions and bad addictions. I think
Demiurge put
that's
it
a
there. You
good
know
one.
the asshole in the sky, that bastard everybody prays to? He put it there. He did.
Chickpea, golly geez, I love you so much.
Coffee's a good addiction.
She's not calling. In fairness, Jack, she's not calling Jesus a bastard. She's calling the
No,
creator a
he's
bastard.
talking God, a bastard. The God, you know, Jehovah, whatever.
The
you
creator
wanna
of
call
this
him.
world, not the ultimate creator.
God
of
can
everything.
handle it.
I want
Sorry.
Chickpea to feel better about the rest of her life.
I mean, if it is a creator, it's a little bit of a failed science experiment. A little bit.
I'm okay. I come here for therapy. This is group therapy. This is what you do
well,
in group therapy. You hiss and spit.
Well, my dear, that's what we're about. It's
Have you
one
ever had
day.
group therapy, Jack? Jack, I'm talking to you.
It's one day at a time here.
Oh, you've got group therapy.
One day at a time.
That's what you do. That's how you used to sit.
You look exceedingly
Hey, you know
happy
what?
in that picture, Jack. And it's because of Trexty sitting opposite you.
I look so fucking miserable in that picture.
No, but Jack, we used to have. I've had a lot of group therapy. I have been in hospital, but we used to have our own group therapy groups as well in the smoking room in the hospital. We just sit there smoking away, having DIY group therapy. It was great fun. I really enjoyed it. Yes, there were good times in the unit. I get very depressed. Very depressed.
Hey,
Yeah,
let's
peace and
welcome
Jack. Peace and Jack. Peace and Jack. I just got to say that. Go ahead, Jack.
I was welcoming you back. It's good to see you, Imperious. I was pointing in the direction of wrapping up, but Ricardo Rocks, you just joined as well.
Yeah, man.
You're welcome to jump in with anything if you want.
I should have come in earlier. I missed Frank. I know Frank quite well. He's my friend. Well, YouTube friend.
Oh, do you know each other, Carter?
Yeah, I've been on his channel a few times.
All right.
Yeah.
Can I give the what's her name? What is the girl's name that was just talking? The cow lady or the meat lady? What was her name?
Chickpea.
Cow lady.
Chickpea. Hi, Chickpea. I'll give you a little inspiration here.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. I'll give you a little inspiration. You know, I go a lot. I do a lot of camping, hunting, and all that. And I'll just tell you this. I'll just tell you this. The natural world and nature is the most brutal thing
I
you've
know
ever
that.
seen
I
in
do
your
know.
life.
Thank you. Yes, I do know. Thank you. Don't just tell
Like,
me. I
and
know.
even the horrible things we do to animals, like we do, is insignificant compared to what the animals do to each other, man.
I don't give a shit. Okay, I'm a human being. I have empathy.
Yeah,
And that's
no,
what
I get that. No, but what I'm saying is 90.
You can't.
Jack,
You are a mere
Ma'am,
beast,
ma'am,
Imperious. Are you a mere beast?
Ma'am, can I speak, please? Thank you. The fact is 92% of all species, 92% of all species that ever existed on planet Earth disappeared before humans got here.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, but then
I don't give a shit because the thing is, okay, as a human being, I think we should have a little bit more empathy. Okay,
But isn't empathy like? But hold on.
Suffer another.
I know that's
in
an
my
alien
opinion,
concept to you,
have a
Imperious,
soul.
but it does exist.
No, but empathy isn't choosing. Empathy isn't choosing somebody else's life over yours.
You don't have to. That is a false That is a false notion. You don't have to.
No, it's not. Like
you can survive very, very well.
Jack, look at
on
this.
a
There's
vegan diet,
Jack, look at this.
Imperious.
Jack, I'm trying to have a just a peaceful discussion here, Jack. And you know, I got a simp and his crone on me. Now can I, ma'am, I'm trying to explain to you that
No, you don't have to explain. I know.
what you perceive, ma'am. Have you ever seen a grizzly bear snap? Have you ever seen a grizzly bear snap?
A strange,
I'm just
a strange argument. Imperious. A strange.
No,
Just
she's
because
just screaming.
animals
She's
do
taking over,
something,
Imperious.
you feel that
You're gonna
we
just
should
come
be able
on
to
and
do
you've
it
already
too. A
fucked
very
yourself.
strange
Look at the
argument.
simping by
Fuck the
DNW. Look at the
energy.
simping.
I mean, animals go around killing each other. Should we be allowed to do that to each other?
Yes,
No.
that's what we do. Yes,
Should we be
that's
allowed
what we
to do
do.
it willy nilly?
No, but again, it's
a very
meddling.
strange argument, Imperious.
I don't
I'm
think you
surprised
understand.
a man who is supposed to work in law doesn't really care that humans have spent a great period of their existence trying to develop rules and regulations against bad nature, bad elements of nature.
Oh, look, it's Jack on his channel.
Sounds like the Finding Gnosis show a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, Lo, why don't you listen to Jack and take a hint?
Guys,
back
can
to
we
Jack.
let's
Jack, I came in with a kind discussion. I got yelled at by like 5 people.
but please, 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 what you did was Chickpea, please. You're part of this too. I heard what you presented. You presented the vicious side of nature. Chickpea said she's very well aware of it. We don't need to continue with examples of the viciousness. And it really, it's not an excuse.
Why are
for
we
us.
bad? Jack, I'm just trying to say the self-hatred of human
How
beings.
about there is a reason, because we do have the ability to do better.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, I
Why
mean, we can
you
always
don't?
improve, Jack, sure, but we're never going to stop
Right.
eating meat. That's our biological imperative.
I did. Many others have.
But Jack, you understand that that leads, like long-term studies-wise, to like deficiency in calcium, osteoporosis.
Please,
I'm
those-
just saying, Jack. I mean,
please double check. You can easily, in this age where people will write and say anything for a paycheck, right? This is the age of misinformation. And all I can say, when I stopped consuming death, right? I stopped eating flesh and fish and dairy. I felt fucking better. A lot better. And I still feel better. So I ain't going back to eating meat.
no, that's fine. You don't have to. But I would also just respond by saying that matter is neither created nor destroyed. Okay, that is a certifiable fact. Matter is neither created nor destroyed.
Oh, fuck off.
We're not
So
just
see,
talking
now
about
she's telling me to fuck
material.
off, Jack. You see what I'm
We're
saying? Like,
talking
Jack,
about
I get
feelings,
insulted.
Imperious.
You don't stop.
Conversation we were having in
feelings.
Jack, do you understand? Do you see that you
We're
let them
talking
insult
about
me just like
sentience.
yesterday
We're not
to
talking
Mariah?
about mere
By the way, I'm
Just
not
like
understanding.
yesterday to Mariah, but I
Well,
can't say anything because it hurts their
Please
feelings.
don't play the victim. You
Feelings
are
No, I'm not, but if I
very
call them a
Imperious,
faggot, then I get
feelings
kicked off.
matter. Feelings matter. I know you're a psychopath.
No,
I know
only
this is a
to
mental block
weaklings.
for
Only
you,
to
but the
weaklings like
vast
yourself do
majority
feelings
of
matter.
human beings
We're showing
The
ourselves.
vast
understand that
majority of human
feelings
beings are
matter.
walking slaves. The vast majority of human beings are walking slaves like you are.
understand that feelings matter. We take that into
No,
consideration
you don't have feelings.
in
You're
our
autistic.
communication and interaction
You're
with others.
autistic. You don't
I
have
know you're a
feelings.
psychopath. I know you've been
You're
mentally
autistic. You don't
disturbed all
have
your life. You're
feelings,
a
bro. She's
narcissist,
not gonna
but
fuck
the
you.
vast
She's not gonna
majority of
fuck you,
humans
simp.
understand
She's not gonna fuck you,
matter.
simp.
Feelings matter, Imperious.
Do you
Only
guys
to the
really
weak like
think-
yourself.
Your feelings,
You
you're the
guys
one getting
really
emotional. You are
think
crying out here. Look, you're
you'll
shouting.
accomplish anything?
Well, if I
Talking
bludgeoned
over-
him with a
Look at you.
2x4, I would. But
Feelings matter,
Wow.
and
talking
clearly, sorry.
over each other like this. Come on, guys. You're better than this.
Oh, Jack, why have you taken DW off?
Because he was talking over Imperious, and they were talking over each other. Chickpea, they were both guilty of chaos.
No, they weren't. Only that little nasty meat-eating shit.
Only the one you disagree with, Chickpea? Come on now. Stop enabling
I come here to learn. I don't need to
Enabling.
learn.
And Chickpea's not enabling anything.
Oh, really?
I
think
she
you're
is.
enabling Chickpea.
No.
Okay.
I think there is a
I
moral
don't
high
know.
ground, Jack. And there is a
Simping
line to be, there
enables
is a line
stupidity,
to be
Jack.
drawn in the sand sometimes.
Simping enables stupidity.
Do you know that man? Jack,
BMW was trying to speak.
he kills crocodiles for fun and for their skins, a little bastard.
No, Jack, this is what I was talking about earlier. Imperius is an example of this. The problem of psychopathy and dark, toxic narcissism, and how that is the real issue in humanity.
All right. Yep. And you don't, yes, we need to face it. But I mentioned I'm ready to start shutting down. BMW, final thoughts?
Thank you, Jack.
I appreciate you, brother. I'm going to swap you out in or Imperius because you two seem to be jumping on each other. But thank you, sincerely. I appreciate you. Chickpea, please.
Thank you for your time and thank you for having me here. It's been a nice time. I've vented lots of anger. Well, it's group therapy, Jack. Group therapy. That's why. Group therapy.
I hope you feel better, my dear. I really do. And I'm telling you, if you're willing to change your mind, you can find a lot of things to be excited for. You're not done, lady. You're still living, okay?
It's deeply wrong. I don't get worried when I watch someone like Ryan Gosling. I get quite excited.
So what has happened to us?
And
what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is.
Hello, everybody.
Let your body settle even more.
I will share the
Let
link.
your
Sorry,
shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely.
I'll have to share my link.
Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported
Using
by
the link. The
whatever
link
is beneath
is in the
them.
live chat.
There is nothing you need to do right now except be here. What is?
Is there music playing, by the way?
From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
A question.
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
whatever it is.
Notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question.
How might this be valuable to all of us?
How might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear, whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed.
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
When you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked, what is?
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
And for all of us, your insight,
your question,
your feeling,
your vision.
It all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
ask yourself why.
What are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
words matter.
They affect our thoughts.
And our thoughts affect what we do.
And how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here.
They help shape the space we are creating together.
So speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment.
Only presence.
Only listening.
Only connection.
Take one more breath. And when you are ready, open your eyes if they are closed.
Click the link.
And come share what has been brought to the fore of your awareness.
We are waiting for you.
With open arms, open minds.
And open hearts.
What is? What is ready to emerge through you right now?
What is it that wants to be known?
Not just by you, but by all of us.
What is?
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale. What is? Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here. What is? From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
a question,
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question.
How might this be valuable to all of us?
How might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear, whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed.
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
When you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked, what is?
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
And for all of us, your insight,
your question,
your feeling,
your vision.
It all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
ask yourself why.
What are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
words matter.
They affect our thoughts.
And our thoughts affect what we do.
And how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here.
They help shape the space we are creating together.
So speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment.
Only presence.
Only listening.
Only connection.
Take one more breath. And when you are ready, open your eyes if they are closed.
Click the link.
And come share what has been brought to the fore of your awareness.
We are waiting for you.
With open arms, open minds.
And open hearts.
What is? What is ready to emerge through you right now?
What is it that wants to be known?
Not just by you, but by all of us.
What is?
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here, what is. From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question.
Just that.
What is?
Hi, Grump.
Don't try to answer.
What is indeed? Welcome to another episode of Finding Gnosis. We are trying to find out what is going on and what we should be doing in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing together. And, part of that is getting together here online and comparing and contrasting our experiences, observations, any facts that we've discovered, comparing our feelings on matters, and seeing what that stirs within us individually and perhaps collectively in relation to, finding purpose and meaning. We had Chickpea here. She was here. She is the reason the show started because she clicked on the link. But now she's disappeared, so I will have to wait for somebody else to click on the link. The link is pinned in the live chat. So do click on the link if you want the show to continue. Oh, Chickpea is back. Thank you, God, if you exist, for bringing Chickpea into existence for the purposes of this show.
Oh, dear.
Chickpea, I am glad you are here.
It's so hot that my
And Chickpea, can you hear us? 1 second,
Yes,
darling. I'm having trouble hearing you, so I'm going to have to change.
My laptop's playing up.
Okay, I can hear you now. Sorry, it was my side. Your laptop was not playing up. It was me. I had the wrong settings. I can hear you now perfectly. Chickpea, it's great to hear you.
Thank you.
Chickpea, have you got any facts or maybe questions, or have you got any feelings on matters that have arisen since we last spoke that may help us all?
Have you seen what Charlie Boy has gone and done? That lovely, lovely king of ours.
Are you talking about showing how much tax he pays?
No, well, that.
Are you talking about being a defender of all faiths?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I did see that. So he's basically changed his role from defender of the faith, that is the Church of England, to defender of all faiths that exist in the UK.
Yes. I don't care, but
is he a defender of the belief in the flying spaghetti monster?
Oh, stop it, Grumpy Guts. But no, the thing is, right, most royalists are Christians, so he's kicked them in the teeth. Mind you, they deserve it, because at the end of the day, he's how anyone can worship such an arsehole is a mystery to me. I'm talking about Charles now, not the Christian whatever, because he's a nasty man, and he's let them down very badly, hasn't he?
Right.
Let them down. I don't care, because I'm not a monarchist or anything. He's really let his little arse lickers down.
Hello to Ricardo. And Dogs is here. He says he'll jump on in about 10 to 15 minutes, but that was some time ago. So that was about 10 minutes. So he's due any time soon, Chickpea.
Yes.
Within the next, he could appear at any moment.
I like hearing him talk.
At any moment within the next 5 minutes.
I think you two should get together and form a two grumpy men thing.
Oh my goodness me.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say something else, Chickpea.
No.
I'm glad you only said that.
Two grumpy men. Well, you both sound great.
Well, I'll tell you what, I went on holidays
and
I walked around in the most beautiful scenery perhaps that the British Isles has to offer in Cornwall. And even that did not make me less grumpy.
Well, don't worry about
I
it.
was
I love
possibly
you.
the grumpiest man on holidays in the British Isles, walking around, you know, taking in the Atlantic fresh sea air, you know, swimming. Oh dear, I just dropped the glass, and I'm not drunk, by the way. But I was swimming in the most beautiful sea. You know, it was very warm waters. It was lovely.
Yeah.
But I was still grumpy. I was a grumpy man swimming in the sea, Chickpea. And we have Emily here. Emily, thank God you're here because me and Chickpea are overly grumpy.
You're getting your
but that's
nihilist.
why I love you, Grumps, because you're grumpy.
And I'm even more grumpy now, Chippy, because I dropped a glass that I only bought recently.
Oh, lovely.
Did you hear that smash a little moment ago?
Yes, I heard it.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard it.
It was a rather large glass I'd bought, you know, especially for drinking at my desk.
Yes.
And now it's gone. It's all gone.
Yeah, sorry about
Everything's
that. You
gone.
better clean it up because otherwise you might just.
I better, because, well, it's not me I'm worried about. It's poor old. Yes, yes.
There's
Okay,
opportunities.
I'm going to leave you to it whilst I try and clean up this devastating mess.
Yeah,
I'll be back in a while, guys. Don't worry, I will let you on. We are in safe hands. We have the Chickpea and Emily show. I will be back.
Now, Emily, he's got a
God.
dog that he has to clean up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be here for a little bit. I saw your dogs pop up, and I'm gonna have a long drive here in a minute. But I wanted to pop in and bring up. You know, I touched base with Yerf Dogs on Twitter briefly, so I would love to work with him and talk to him about his activism.
He's fabulous, isn't he?
Yeah, and it ties into what
I
I'm
like
doing.
Yerf.
And we're having something big coming up in August. So in July and August, like right at the same time, 2 big things. So we'll talk about that. And he's looking at some of the case law that I sent him. So just wanted to touch
that's
base.
kind. That's
if he's
nice
around.
of him.
Yeah. And then I was going to tell D&W, there's always opportunities for a new cup. So like you can ruin your favorite cup, which sucks, but then you can like find a new favorite cup, you know?
Yes, exactly. But you know, it's his dog he's worried about because, of course, now he's got to make sure there's no glass on the floor.
For sure.
So that
And
problem when you
that glass goes everywhere, and then you will vacuum, and then you can't believe it the next day. Some will just pop up.
Yes,
and they're
there's
like,
still
"How
some
did that
there.
happen?"
Yeah,
Yep.
be so careful. I don't use glass in my flat at all because of the cats. Everything's plastic. So if I drop it, it doesn't matter.
You know,
Seriously,
that whole
it's how I live.
yeah, that I get it, but that whole topic of microplastics, man, that's a
Yes, I know. Yeah, you
big
can't win, you see.
ball of wax.
I have plastic because of my cats, because if I break a glass, blah, blah, then there's the whole microplastic. But I don't buy bottled water.
See,
filter everything.
I do that at work, and I know it's bad, but it would be way better if I bought this reusable glass. But every time I buy some big reusable glass thing, I break it, and then I don't
Yeah.
have a bottle. So, yeah.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yes, I know exactly. I use, the jugs. Yeah.
So
Blah, blah,
what?
blah.
You live in London? Did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I've
do you
been
like
here
living in London?
Do I like it? I've been here for 32 years where I live now. I actually come from Holland. I'm not even English. I've
Oh.
lived here for 32 years, and I live in central London, and I've got a big oak tree outside, right outside my flat, an oak tree right across the road. So I'm surrounded by trees, an oak tree at the back, lots of grass, and I live in the central London in a ground floor flat. I've just been lucky.
Yeah, that sounds
Yes,
nice.
so it's yeah.
My dad was part Dutch. He was Scottish.
Oh, what? We're very, very
like
Holland.
Kenny and Dutch. I don't even know because I just know about her start in Oklahoma.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, but she
Yeah,
was
I'm Dutch by birth, yeah. But my mother married an Englishman when I was 7, and that was that. And then I did go back in the 80s, but I miss the English men. I do like English men and their stupid sense of humor and the music and the TV. I just like English men, basically. Sad, isn't it?
What's funny is I did a DNA test and it had like 65% Great Britain, like even though, and it only had like 7% Western European, even though I know there's a whole chunk of our family that's French. So I'm
Yeah.
like, maybe they got folded into, some of the British because of the way they do the populations and stuff. So I'm not sure how that all plays out, but yeah, a quarter
Yeah.
Irish. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pure Dutch. And I've still got all my Dutch characteristics. I still eat drop, licorice.
Mm-hmm.
The Dutch are addicted to licorice.
Are they?
Yes, the Dutch eat
I
a lot
didn't
of
know that.
licorice. And I still eat salted licorice. And you can't buy salted licorice in the UK, so I have to salt my own. Because the Dutch eat it salted. and I still do it all these years.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I actually have a thing for black licorice sometimes, so
Yes.
maybe that makes sense why that is. But
Yeah, it's probably in your DNA.
exactly. No, what's funny is there's funny Dutch habits though. Like my grandma, who was the one that was Dutch on my dad's side, if she
Yeah.
babysat me, I could get away with absolutely anything.
I know,
because-
they're lovely, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, my
And-
grand was.
Yeah, but the flip side is it's funny. They have like I've heard people will think they're rude because like, for
Yes.
example, one of their like in America, if someone comes over and it's close to dinner time, there's usually this little dance they do of, oh no, I don't want to impose. Oh no, please stay,
Yeah.
you know. But in Holland, like if you're over there and they didn't specifically say you were going to be there for dinner, they'll be like wondering why you're not leaving. And it's
Yeah,
like
our
this
manners are
weird.
different. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have gone to Borough Market, Chickpea, to buy licorice root in
Yeah.
its pure form sometimes. You know, like those little twigs.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And yeah, they're actually really nice. Yeah.
Very
A
good for
bit strange.
digestion.
Is that you're walking around with a twig in your mouth, you know?
Yes.
But it's nice.
Yes. Yes. Very good for
There's
your
worse things you could be putting in your mouth, Chickpea, as well, you know.
Yes. Yeah. But I eat a lot of licorice. Yeah, I love it. It's still there when I was little. Yeah, I haven't lost it.
They actually make licorice cigarettes at some of the like head shop type stores that sell
right.
drug
The paper.
paraphernalia basically in America.
Right.
But yeah, those are not very good. I did
No,
try them a long
I
time ago.
prefer nicotine.
Yeah. I wanted to look cool, look like I was smoking and not really be smoking, and I tried that and it was gross. But
Yeah.
Step on up, people. The link is in the live chat. Don't be shy.
yeah, don't be shy.
So you're the US, aren't you, Emily?
I am.
Yes. Yeah. So what's the weather like?
Right now it's pretty good. Kind of depending on where you are regionally. Because of the court case, I can't talk about exactly where I live.
That's okay.
Yeah, but that's okay. But like some parts of the country are super hot in summer.
Yeah.
Really nice, actually. We've had a lot of weird disastery type stuff though, with rain and the rain being kind of crazy and tornadoes and stuff.
Yeah. You're having it too. Yeah.
What
You
did
guys
you
are
think
having
of
heat.
Jack's show today, guys? Jack Talcott's show.
I enjoyed it because I had a good old rant.
Yeah, I did too. I wanted to be a part of a more positive show after I almost felt obligated to find a way to get on there to just not be contributing to any, not that it was my fault, but not contributing to any chaos, you know, and do something good.
Interesting. I mean, you say that, Emily, but he is accused of having toxic positivity sometimes. And, you know, that's by people like Chickpea. Now, I understand that. You know, it's a fine line, isn't it? Walking around, you know, saying life is good
Yes.
when there are such terrible things happening. I mean, I understand the premise, like, you know, life is valuable, I would say. But to say life is good, I would say, well, it's inherently good in that it's something worth salvaging, worth looking after. You could look at it that way. But to say existence is good, this planet is good, the creation is good if you're religious, I think that is perhaps problematic.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. I
What
just
do
go
you
there
think?
for a rant.
I'll
Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Yerf Dog, she was summoned by Lady Emily.
Oh, sorry, I haven't actually been listening. Just heads up.
Yeah, she was singing your praises because of your the great legal work you've been doing for her behind the scenes, apparently.
Not for me, but legal work that he does with his org, with his work that he does.
Oh, I thought he was overlooking. I thought you said he was looking at
No,
stuff.
I
you
sent
and-
him some case law about. He wanted to know more about the case.
Oh,
law
okay,
into
okay.
what
Sorry, I thought you were saying. Sorry, okay. I got that. I got
Oh
that.
yeah. I just want to. I prefer to just read stuff and then get informed before having discussions about stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, just saying that would be really fun to pick your brain sometime about what your organization does in lieu of what we're fixing to go do in July and August. So yeah.
Oh, I'm not an organization, mate. I'm just little old me making stupid YouTube comments and videos.
Oh, gotcha.
And getting banned as I go. So yeah.
Yep, we were discussing our bannings. I have had 20 videos hidden. Diane had 10 or something.
Right.
Vegan Gains had about 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even when you're showing, like, you have the antinatalists attacking you. And when I showed the antinatalist threatening me and threatening women in general and me specifically,
Who threatened you?
What's that?
Who threatened you recently?
Yeah, I'm interested
that's
to know
part
who
of my
that was
court
too.
case. They threatened to pull off all my limbs and bleed me to death. That was the point I was trying to make on.
Oh,
Jack.
sorry. I think Emma, you said antinatalists were threatening you, but
There is an antinatalist.
He's an
She said.
antinatalist. His name is now Prussian Society of Antinatalism or something like that. He was Prussian Society of America. He's just some loser that lives in his mom's basement in Massachusetts, but he does have a network of people he's trying to underground work with to basically kill all women is their dream. So he's nuts. And he did find a woman. That's what I was. See, the point I was making when I brought that up was that I'm not a wimp who's like afraid of people bothering me on the internet, but I know when I'm going someplace to actually hang out, like those kinds of people can't be around and be okay. Everybody's okay with what they're doing and me hang out with them. You know, if he's going to write it on his own blog, that's different. And so like I can face, people like head on, like that guy. But yeah, he specifically has threatened several people involved in the case because his hero is Gnosis. So with very specific methods. Yeah, he's going to take off my limbs and torture me to death, basically.
I've never heard of this guy before.
He's a loser.
I'm sorry to hear he exists, quite frankly.
Is it the Prussian Society of Antinatalists, you said?
Yes. And Prussian Society of America. And when he threatened that other lady, I did manage to get his blog taken off. But speaking of the videos, see, they took my video down, the one that just was showing what he did for violence. And he had that thing on his YouTube page for like years. So there's obvious unfairness there. That was the point. But the point on Jack's show was just that I've had people do things that are even worse than that, and I just deal with it. The only thing that I would bother, giving any huge amount of attention to would be something like that, life and death. Otherwise, I just won't hang out in a space where people are okay with certain things, but you do have to stand up for yourself and see if they are or not. And people aren't okay with that, I hope, and for the most part, they were not. So that's really cool.
Yeah, you'd be surprised on the antinatalist space, stuff like that is normalized. And, the antinatalist, it's people get quite antsy about, why are you against it? Why are you dragging this up? Why are you bringing it up?
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to think it might be immoral to bring kids into a sick world, but they take it way further they have some really sick combo ideas about women and wanting to torture people and really hating people, some kind of sickness.
There definitely is. Oh, I'm sorry, I butted in. You keep going, mate.
No, I was done.
Okay, sorry. There definitely is an anti-woman streak throughout the whole thing. I mean, you get the occasional comments, relatively they're occasional, where men should go and get vasectomies, etc. But as for violence and force and all that kind of stuff, it's always against women, always. Mm-hmm. It's crazy, and it's normalized. Totally. It's why are you against that? What it's philosophy. We're thinking about hypotheticals. Fuck off.
Yep. They had like a thing with
after Schopenhauer pushed a woman down the stairs. That makes everything okay.
That's Amanda's take. But the thing with Schopenhauer, that case, is number one, Schopenhauer was never preaching morality and ethics. He was just a pessimist guy. So that's the first thing. These
life
other
bad.
people sorry?
Philosophy, life bad.
Well, I mean, I'm a Schopenhauer. I'm a Schopenhauer.
They'll start saying that, oh, but that's ad hominem. We're not talking about, don't be pointing at what people are saying and doing. Look at the facts, look at the philosophy. But,
but again, Schopenhauer wasn't preaching ethics or morals like these other people are.
I'm talking about the antinatalists. They'll say that, you pointing out the flaws and the things these people are saying, they'll say, oh, these are just ad hominem attacks. And, you're not talking about the philosophy or the ideology. You're talking about
they're idiots. I mean,
the thing is, I actually think there is a place for ad hominem attacks. I'm sorry. Not attacks, but taking into consideration the person who is saying why they're saying it and what they're saying.
Well, hang on a minute. Let's be clear. Ad hominem is when you attack a person's character to undermine what they're saying.
Yeah.
But if someone comes up and says, I will kick a woman down the stairs, but we all know the quotes. If someone was to say that and you say, hey, that's bad, that causes a conflict with your other stuff. That's not ad hom. That's observation.
No, I'm saying this is what they're saying. They'll say that you
because they're idiots because they don't understand this shit. And there's so.
But I think it's okay to look at the person and why they're saying it sometimes.
Well, if someone's going around saying if someone's an anti-suffering advocate on one hand, and then defending a CSAM advocate on the other, I think that's a problem. That's the understatement of the year. There's a problem there. There's a disconnect. And if people are just going to give that kind of stuff a free pass, then in my opinion, either the antinatalist people, the leaders, the so-called influencers, either they're LARPing or antinatalism is not a serious movement. It's just a joke.
It's not.
So-
it's not a serious. Like it's not a serious movement or in any way a solution to anything anyway. So
Well, we know that,
that.
yeah, it's not going to
problem,
solve
though,
it.
because some of these people like Elliot Rodger, who were kind of fantasizing about it really, I think, just is a sickness in a person where they're very nihilistic and having a hard time with life, but something, dark is going on with them. And then they kind of, it morphs into fantasizing like he did about, having a place where he could starve and torture women and other men that he was
Yeah.
jealous of, because they also have problems with not feeling adequate as a man. So they hate other men and, things like that.
There's a whole cartload of reasons why things are bubbling to the fore like this. Obviously, what would be happening if the internet didn't exist? I suppose these people would be etching out as an existence, maybe without.
Well, before the internet, these kind of crazies did exist, but what the internet does is it creates the illusion for them that there's a kind of community. You can just jump online.
There's no community. And if anything, it's a community based on absolutely nothing. That's the most hilarious thing. Actually, it's more than nothing. It's actually antisocial.
I wouldn't say it's nothing. Don't forget Barkus blew
No,
up.
I mean the ideology is
last year.
nothing. Their aims. There's nothing there in terms of substance.
It's like video game addicts. They have that mentality.
Ideologically,
Right.
but
Okay, I can tell you.
actual
I'll go with
effect of it is harmful.
Yes.
Oh,
The other interesting thing, guys, which I've been thinking about is the thing I've been thinking about is, when you look at all these school shooters and stuff in America and maybe in Canada as well, I don't know. A lot of them are on SSRIs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now.
I'm an SSRIs and I'm an anti.
Yeah, okay, Chippy, bear with me. I haven't finished yet. I
Maybe
haven't finished
Chickpea's the
Chippy.
next one. I think you're a danger. Your cats are just a cover.
I haven't finished Chippy. Now it's unfortunate, and I'm not. I just think there's a problem going on, and I think the problem is this: people are going on SSRIs because they're psychologically tormented. Yeah. Now maybe they're just being medically treated rather than therapeutically treated, like psychologically, therapeutically treated. They're not getting access to psychological therapy or intervention. They're just being treated with medicine, and what that does is that keeps them in their mind state whilst upping their serotonin levels and giving them the ability to act. Because if they didn't have that higher serotonin state of mind, they would be flawed, quite literally, with the depression or with the feelings of being ill at ease. And they wouldn't be able to do the things that they go on to do. Do you understand what I mean? In the past, like people who had that level of psychological torment were depressed and on the sofa, they weren't able to leave their house. Okay.
Didn't they maybe
But now
snap
they're
back
able to
earlier?
act. They're able to act, but they haven't got unfortunately, they're able to act and do things, but it's because their mind isn't right. They haven't had the psychological treatment, and maybe even philosophical, social, and the socializing as well.
Well,
I
could
think
some of them, there is a black box warning on the medicines for people that are minors. They have an actual opposite effect sometimes in making them more psychotic. So there could be that aspect.
There's that as well.
Yeah.
Thing is, you lot, and I'm an expert on this subject because I've been on them for 32 years. Only certain people should be taking SSRIs. They give them out before checking whether it is actually serotonin that's your problem.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you because there's a lot of people who take it and it's not necessary,
It should be taken.
and it doesn't deal with the psychological element. It just pumps them, makes them feel good without a reason to feel good, or makes them not necessarily feel good. It's not necessarily feeling good, is it, Chick? But it's feeling.
It doesn't make you feel good. No, all it
Yeah,
does.
but it just gives you the ability to act without a raison d'etre. You know what I mean? It doesn't give you the thoughts and the adequate thinking.
No.
But even aside from SSRIs, in these spaces, there are people who agitate for bad things to happen. They think it's ethical. They think it's a good thing that these bad things happen, and so they encourage people to go and do shit. The whole thing with Barkus, he did it because he was influenced by Gary's rhetoric, and it's that term stochastic terrorism comes into play. These people, they live online. And living online removes the normal, what's the word I'm looking for? The normal
Social interaction.
societal. What is it?
Well,
Checks
the
and
social
balances.
norm, the social
Checks
norm,
and balances. Like if I go into a pub in a conversation, and I say, look, I'm going to do this crazy, or I say something that these people say, I'll just either get punched or I'll get ostracized from that group. They're not going to want to associate.
Annihilated, yeah. And the thing is, you're absolutely right. What it does then is that because it is normalized, their brain gets tuned to that, and they think it is normal, you know, and they're getting rewarded for it. And as I said, these neural pathways develop where it becomes their way of thinking, and then they do go out into the world, and it will bite them in the arse, unfortunately.
Or it bites other people in the ass. When these people go blowing shit up, it bites. It's dangerous stuff.
Yeah. It's a catch-22 too, because
and it's all over the. By the way, it's not just in this area. It's there's many areas online. In fact, this is maybe a phenomenon of modernity with echo chambers and atomization. You know, and the separation of people. You know. We're not mixing. We're not going to the pub. We're not going to the town square, the cafe to talk to each other.
That's right. And then people just silo themselves in these groups, and they build each other up in their little bubble.
A lot of sick things online, and then the flip side is you could find good things. The problem is, the algo is almost built to prop up the bad a lot of times, and so that's why this will be a big, chaotic, interesting video if we get people fighting and things like that. So that's another dynamic, but. I feel like people on their computers, if you're at work and you're on a computer anyway, you're going to end up using it more than you would. And if we weren't working on computers, we probably wouldn't socialize on them as much. But we do. And if it leads to you finding something good, and then especially if you take it offline and do real world stuff, it's a good thing. But the echo chambers and the crazy stuff that goes on also, obviously people that are already unwell are going to drift toward unwell spaces and get with other unwell people and pump each other up to think that their unwellness is awesome. We
can't. I mean, it's a problem in other ways as well, because you get people who are not unwell and who are extremely happy and positive getting together and ignoring the plight of others who are. Do you know what I mean? It's everywhere. You know what I mean?
I don't think of that as such a problem. I think if people are happy, they have a right to live and they're happy. But at the same time, obviously there's things we should care about. But is it really wrong? That's another philosophical question I've had.
Well, I don't know, Emily. I think that might be a problem. If we look at the world, if people are going off into happy echo chambers, right, where everything is great and everything is positive, well, it is unfortunate for society, because there will be people who will be forgotten, and they will go on to have a negative effect on society. Do you get what I'm saying? Because in the past,
this is
people met at the church, they met at the bar, they met at the school, they met wherever they met, and they had to interact. And part of being a human being was carrying others with you, looking after them.
Right, but they do that anyway.
I don't know.
I'll tell you what I mean. There was a Palestinian man who was watching people at the beach in America after he left, and he was thinking about how happy they all looked, and how he did say to himself, and he said it to the TV camera, I think if I had a life like this, or they had a life like this, we probably wouldn't spend time thinking about blown up kids and awful things. Why would we? We have a beautiful life. Why would we go and turn and look at something like that? And I do think that's true, with or without the computer. A lot of people will deliberately. And in a way, I feel like, when you're looking at dark things, a lot of the time it can affect you in such a way where you almost have to go and reset and do something else for a while.
But Emily, that's the key here all the time. In the past, people socialized, and no one voice or ideology, individual ideology, no one individual had control of the conversation or the socializing, because you were bumping into each other, and things were happening, new ideas were coming at you. So it wouldn't have been all happy, it wouldn't have been all clappy, and it wouldn't have been all sad and morose, It would have been a mishmash of everything. And I think that is, to me, that is the healthiest approach if we are going to develop as a species, and trying to compare and contrast and help people, but also, have things to inspire us and to move towards,
I agree with that.
Cougar.
Well,
Cougar.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
Well, you have to go ahead. You were compelled to say.
Let Cougar go, mate. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, guys. I guess I just wanted to say something that I am compelled to say. It may not resonate, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm a savage. What we have discovered here in America in the last 10 years is that everyone you know is capable of insanity of one type or another. Often, many types of insanity simultaneously, overlapping and reinforcing. And what that has taught me is that all this talk, which is well intentioned about, well, what makes people insane, has really become a moot point for me. Everything makes people insane. Everything. People are probably insane, period. And because the human mind is so complicated, the human mind is complicated. We make up stories. We make up phantasms. We make up nightmares. We actually have nightmares. We take those into our daytime after we awake. We have paranoias. We have suspicions. We have jealousies. And that's all the complexity of the human brain. That's there from birth. Okay, that's not invented by the internet. And I think what happens is,
I think you're right. We were insane, but we're also capable of rational thought and empathy and all these things as well. So whilst we may all be insane in our own peculiar individual way, as I said earlier, mixing and bumping into each other, socializing, acts as Yerfdogs was going on about earlier, the checks and balances. It provides an opportunity.
And that was
our insanity to be remedied.
Gramps, it doesn't, right? Look at the Battle of the Somme. Okay? Gramps, look at the Battle of the Somme, okay? Those two opposing people, they were all happy, clappy little friends together until their boss said to them, right, get into your trenches and start shooting each other. That's how insane the human race is. And Cougar, it's right what you say. Should I tell you something, Cougar? People are horrified by me because I have said on this channel, I can understand that women murder their own babies, and I can understand it. I can understand people commit murder. And I know in my own soul, I'm capable.
We can all understand it, but it doesn't mean that it's right.
No, I can understand they can do it. No, because you know what? I know for a fact, because I have had psychotherapy, a ton of it, 8 months worth that I was in hospital for. So I know myself very, very well. And I'm no better than the mass murderer inside a prison cell. It's just that
I think that is the view of, like, let's be honest, the modern legal system and modern psychiatry, modern psychology. People realize that a lot of things are circumstantial, and therefore, not only do we have to treat the individual, but we have to protect society from individuals who are predisposed due to circumstances to becoming monsters or being monsters.
Yeah, but Gramps, when I said that about myself, people were horrified on here, horrified by the terrible things that I was saying. But
Chickpea, with respect, it is horrifying.
Yeah, but they were horrifying that I said it about myself.
Yes, but it is horrifying, Chickpea.
Yeah,
I'd like to respond to what Cougar said, if that's okay.
What Cougar
it's horrifying. Therefore, Chickpea, we don't want it to become a social norm. It is horrifying that you felt like that, but we're glad also that you didn't become those thoughts that you had.
I know it's about.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't think Cougar's saying anything that's at odds with anything that's already been said. I agree. We are. I mean, look, fuck. I'm the guy who goes around saying existence is disvalue. So Jesus. But
existence is what? Sorry.
I'm the guy who I'm a pessimist, mate, through and through. I think existence is disvalue. But the point I want to make is I agree with Cougar. We're all capable of horrific acts if we're pushed far enough. Well, there's no denying that. But I think this discussion is more about the fact that these bad is okay, I'll just use the word bad. These bad ideas, these bad intentions, these bad ways of looking at the world, they become legitimized and normalized by people who come online, find their little niche, their little silo, and they begin to actually think that that's actually reality in the real world. And I'm not explaining this right, but I will say maybe Cougar, maybe you're not as familiar with these dark spaces that perhaps others of us are. There's some really dark shit. And there are these spaces which try to amplify it and normalize it, which doesn't happen in real life.
We can talk about possible solutions in a while, but before we do that, Melanie, welcome. Good to see you. Melanie, what would you like to say?
Oh, nothing in particular right now. I just felt like coming up. Good to see you all.
Good to see you too.
Just while I get the chance, I don't know if Melanie saw a comment I made, I don't know, a week ago or something, but
Oh, here we
it's
go.
great. You're on the panel, mate. It's great. I like listening to you. It's good stuff.
Okay, thanks. I was just kidding. I thought you were gonna rehash some old beef.
Okay, so Emily, we could talk about possible solutions to this shit situation if you want. What do you think they are?
Well, you talked about toxic positivity, but here's the thing, you know, I think you're looking at one show and one person's focus and kind of.
No. By the way, I'm not shitting on Jack Talcott's show. I'm just saying, yeah.
I'm just saying, because there's other people like him, and people will say that about them. But the thing is I do understand, because like if you need to talk about something that's negative, it really sometimes those two things don't mix. So sometimes you need to get out of the negative and into the positive to overcome feeling a certain way. You know, what we think about, we become. So literally, you know, you see people that work on medical cases or legal cases or do any type of work that's dark, and they can become pretty, you know, disturbed by their work. So it's not like they're doing something bad, but you know, nurses and doctors can be very disturbed people after they've witnessed so much stuff. So anybody needs to balance it out. So sometimes that total positive environment can be about that. It doesn't mean to invalidate your negative experiences, is what I'm saying. But sometimes people feel like they're going to push back on people coming in with a lot of.
Yes. No, look, I agree with you, Emily, but I think if you're creating a movement, a literal movement, I mean, look, I'm not saying don't have a sports team or a sports club where people get together and support a football team, and you know, you need escapism. But if you're creating a movement for the sake of humanity, surely that movement involves looking at really, really terrible situations rather than focusing purely on positive words, positive thoughts and feelings.
You have to, but you have to, there's a, you know, focusing on, do we want a world where people have joy and freedom? Like looking at the situation with work schedules, you know, that people don't want to, none of these jobs are going to be eliminated by AI. Are people just going to, you know, is the UBI going to be?
These are, Emily, these are examples. These are the things I'm talking about. These are the negative things that surely are off this time. These are things we should be talking about. These are negative things, possibly negative things.
Well, I think it could be
being glazed over, I feel, by movements that are overly positive.
I feel like talking about workers and AI is a dead-end issue, because like when we really lost that battle is when we had a chance to give the workers the mean production and we didn't. AI, if we lived in a perfect world, AI would be helping make workers' jobs easier. The same way how when they invented the excavator, you no longer need workers to use a shovel to do the same job. Instead, companies are using it to enrich themselves directly because we have no power to tell them, hey, no, this should be for the workers. They've taken all that power.
My UBI.
I just want to read out this comment from GTGT. GTGT, why don't you come on instead of staying in the live chat? You're welcome to. Links pinned there. But GTGT says the human species is in fact insane. It is suffering from a case of mistaken identity. Only a few have managed to awaken from this insanity. For the sake of the species, they hope a few more will awaken. Well, what the hell do you mean by that, GTGT? Give me examples of people who have awoken from their insanity, and tell me why it's good that they have and what it will do for the sake of the species. I want to know how examples of people who have awoken from their mistaken identity.
Well,
what the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about?
When you wake up, you end up in a psychiatric unit. I had my own shrink.
Well, what good is that to anybody, Chickpea? If everybody ends up in a loony bin,
because you know,
prognosis isn't good for most people who end up in loony bins, Chickpea. Most people who end up in loony bins are done away with, socially speaking.
Can I land that UBI point?
Let me speak, okay? Because I tell you, that's what happened to me when I had my little breakdown and everything after all the hypnosis shit. I woke up and I realized what a load of shit it really is. But my shrink said to me, I was not mentally ill. I just saw life.
Your shrink was wrong.
Truly is. What?
Your shrink was entirely and utterly wrong. It was absolutely atrocious that he said that, and he should have been stripped of his professional license.
That's actually not how clinicians are supposed to be. They're not supposed to tell someone
Exactly.
they're sick
It was an abhorrent thing to say, Chickpea. It was a disservice to you as a patient. He should have been stripped of his license. You should have reported him.
Oi.
I'll tell you why, Chippy. I'll tell you why. Because you were deficient in serotonin. You had a literal disease. It is akin to diabetes. It's a physical disease. It's because your brain wasn't working properly.
How dare you say that to me?
I'm sorry.
W, I highly doubt you have this
let me
knowledge that's
speak, Melanie,
sophisticated enough to say
if
that
you
with
don't
true
mind.
confidence.
I do, Melanie. I have
You
an
don't.
experience of
Real quick,
depression.
can I?
Melanie,
Hey,
let
can I
me
land
speak
that
to DMW
UBI?
about this, please?
Can I
Okay,
land that UBI point real quick, Chickpea? I just had wanted to say earlier about AI and UBI and all that. You know, I do see in the future we will have a situation where a lot of workers will have to be supplemented with UBI because the jobs are going to be gone. Those jobs sucked anyways. You know, people do while their life away doing things they don't want to do a lot of times. Or if they finally get to do what they want to do, they're in debt for that. And, you know, so these things are going to change, but will they, like Melanie said, that was kind of where I was going. Will they change for the better? You know, they could. We don't have to have a miserable world that only props up the elite. But that's going to take some pushback. And what will that pushback look like? You know?
And Emily, by the way, I'm sorry for stepping on you. I thought you were done.
We are.
Oh, no
we are
worries.
all dog eat dog. We all love our
Thank you,
mouths.
Chippy.
We love to suck their wings.
Melanie, you took offense to what I said there. Melanie, two people having the same experience will have different outcomes psychologically speaking. One may become depressed, the other not. And that is simply because one has a predisposition to being depressed, which is, in fact, as I said, a genetic problem.
No, it isn't always genetic.
Can you think of any way that that might be an
disgusting thing to say.
oversimplification?
What about the people in the concentration camps who were depressed? Are you all saying that was genetic?
No. Obviously, there are other factors. I'm not saying there are problems in the world, Chickpea. Chickpea, bear with me. Chickpea, bear with me.
You know better than a
Bear
psychiatrist.
with me, Chickpea. Chickpea, bear with me. Chickpea, bear with me. Bear with me, Chickpea. Let me land this point if I can. Chickpea, there may be two people in a concentration camp. It's a hellish situation, no doubt. They may both realize that. They may both have empathy for others in the situation. They may both not want to go through the suffering, okay? But the problem is one of them will fall into a depression, the other will not. And they will become reactive and practical and be able to help others lift their spirits, etc., etc. The person who has depression won't be able to do that if it gets too bad. And that's because they have a predisposition to depression. They have a predisposition to depression.
I did have a book on this.
It depends on the person.
I'm not saying that. There is obviously a line here. It's how depressed you get. If you get so depressed you become dysfunctional, then that's a problem for society. But you can be depressed to the level where you still have the ability to act. You still have the ability to act and do good. Depression may well give you empathy.
Can I explain to you the nuance real quick? So one of the things
You
I'm not considering.
I was talking to Grumps, okay, if you don't mind, Melanie. Grumps, you cannot know better than a psychiatrist who's had several years of training. That is not possible, and it's not. Okay.
They always say that.
I just took offense to him saying you don't have an illness, Chickpea. That's all I said.
And that's not unprofessional.
It's more
we
than
don't know whether she does or not.
It's not all just chemical. There's more than that going on. You don't get as ill as I get. Just one.
You don't. It's an illness. If you can't get out of bed, you can't function. It's an illness.
Yeah, I was like that.
But you're trying to make it psychological or psychiatric.
No, not psychological. Actually,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
talking about
Yeah, you're doing the opposite.
I'm talking about the physical components of this.
Yeah. So to be clear,
neuroscience. I'm not talking about
to
psychology.
be clear, the brain is always physical, but just because something. Yeah. Sorry, I got it backwards.
Oh, I love it.
You got it backwards. Exactly. You agree with me.
Yeah, it's really hard.
It's
really hard to have just one
They know everything better than me.
Short
I've been
conversation with
right
you with
to the
Chickpea
rock
here.
bottom where it had to be ECT, but they still know best. Isn't it amazing?
Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the person's psychology or the depression?
Grumps, you have never been in a psychiatric unit. You have never had group therapy. So I'm not quite sure how much you.
I've been to a group therapy before, Chicky. I know what it's like. I've been to a group therapy before.
It's like breaking.
No, I have been to a group therapy before. It was a complete waste of time.
No, you cannot know what an illness is like until you actually experience it. It's not possible.
I've had depression before, Chippy. I've told you I've been depressed before.
So your depression was exactly the same as hers?
I never said that, Melanie. I said I've had depression before.
Well, then you can't know everything about it. Also,
Well, neither can you.
there are symptoms that look like depression from an initial glance, but when you look closer, they can be biological or psychological, depending on
Yeah,
the
there's
on the
two
client.
go together.
I think there's
So-
also different. Oh, I'm sorry, Melanie. I thought you're done.
No, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say there's also, I think I agree with the thought like Michael Shermer put out in his book that we're all combinations of life experiences and genetics, basically. And so we don't know I'm sure under certain circumstances, you could push someone that would never be depressed into a clinical depression probably. But, and then other people have it anyway, even though everything would be great. So obviously, there's different factors.
It's like, look, diabetes. You're going to have a problem. You're going to have a problem with insulin. You're going to have a problem. Who dropped out there? Someone dropped out. I was in vegan equilibrium. Chickpea, diabetes. You're going to have a problem with insulin. Depression. You're going to have a problem with neurochemicals of some. There's several neurotransmitters that are problematic.
It's also circumstantial. Okay, things can happen.
Yes, but that's what causes it, Chickpea. That's what causes it. But again, Chickpea, it only caused it because that person had a predisposition to getting that depression.
It's often, by the way, D&W, you're speaking like it's one gene, but it's often many genes that can work in
I know
combination.
there's epigenetics. I know that.
No, I didn't say epigenetics. I said multiple genes that can work in
Well, there is an
combination.
epigenetic basis for it as well.
Epigenetics are different. Yeah, but that's different. For example, some genes can actually lower your predisposition too, right? So
Right. Well, that's just a genetic. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the predisposition. That's obviously what I'm talking.
no, like the example you gave before alluded to only the person with the predisposition, not something that inhibits it. So that person who
Oh my
doesn't
God,
have,
we get your dog's picture,
so the
sorry.
cohort of people who don't have a predisposition, they could still have less of the genes that removes their predisposition. So they could still get depression, I think was your example, just as likely.
So you'll have to run that by me again because I got
Your thought experiment earlier where you compared somebody with a genetic predisposition to somebody without, and you assumed that the person without the genetic predisposition was less likely to experience, if I recall correctly, depression if they both went through the same thing, was erroneous. The reason is that the person without the genetic predisposition could still have fewer predictors that also inhibit predisposition. So therefore, since certain things aren't being inhibited, they have a different form of predisposition.
That's still, Melanie, to me, that's still genetic predisposition. That's still the genes causing things.
Yeah, but the way you talk about it is as if these factors don't exist.
In one way or another. In one way or another.
For example, that thought experiment makes it seem like you talk about them as if these factors don't exist.
I don't know why you're seeing that.
Because the way you did the thought experiment.
My shrink knows better than you do, okay? Because he was a psychiatrist. You're not.
I'll take the side of D&W on this, and I'll say that's also not true. You can't also say that with absolute but what we don't want are doctors who feel compelled to diagnose people just because they act differently.
Well, listen, with respect, Chickpea was on her ass. She wasn't able to move. She wasn't able to function.
There are many reasons that can happen.
I know that.
Seasonal affective disorder. Seasonal affective disorder mimics those exact same symptoms.
I know that.
Yeah, there should one thing to say. There should be a physical workup anytime they're looking at someone's mental health because there's been a lot.
I agree with you. There should be a look at even things like sexual diseases, intolerances,
really
allergies.
Well, that's what we need is an overhaul of the health system. Absolutely. That should absolutely. They have a place in Dallas, for example, called the Lawless Center that does exactly that for rich people. We absolutely should have that for everybody.
I agree, Emily. Brain inflammation can cause depression, so it could be, someone has some kind of intolerance, allergy, or even a sexual disease like syphilis or something like that, and these can cause depression, and people are then going down the route of being called, depressives. Because of, as you say, that people feel they've got a predisposition to depression, but in actual fact, there's another cause for it.
Also, by the way, in clinical psychology, there are two terms called self-regulation and self-actualization. Self-help gurus use them a lot, but don't seem to actually know what it means. and as a doctor, you have to recognize when your client is self-regulating and self-actualizing, as Chickpea claims to be doing, because that means that certain treatments that assume that they're not doing those things won't be as applicable.
Yeah,
I'd
you're
just like
talking
to
about
jump in
things.
on this one.
Sorry,
I think it's important when we all have our own foibles, as it were.
Oh, yes.
Can we turn Yerf Dogs up?
I'm sorry?
Because I can barely hear him.
Oh shit! Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
Hang
what's
on a
happened
minute.
to your gorgeous
How does
face?
that fix the problem?
Yeah, I've turned you up this side.
Okay.
Wonderful.
How
Keep it
about
where it
now?
is.
Is that working?
Yeah, I turned you up, yeah. We can hear you
All
great
right.
now.
Okay. Cheers, mate. A lot of people experience depression, trauma, whatever. Maybe there's a lot. I have. Okay, I've been through it. But what I've learned over the years is that just because you experience a certain thing, that doesn't make you an expert in that thing. What it does is it makes you an expert in your perception of how that thing related to your own life and how you were affected by it. It doesn't make you an expert in the actual thing itself. So we just need, when someone says, I used to have depression, or I've had depression, that makes you an expert in how you felt about that and how it affected and impacted you. It doesn't make you an expert in the subject. Like with me, I've gone through stuff, blah, blah, which I've talked about before. Doesn't make me an expert in that, but it does make me an expert in how it made me feel and how it made my life a certain thing. So
Yerf Dog, I'm just saying, I reached rock bottom with depression, i.e., I was ECT'd 9 times.
I'm not taking away from that.
The view is, if you don't have a disease, why are you on SSRIs?
Let me finish, Yerf. So that makes me quite. No, not many people get ECT 9 times. I've never come across it. I'm about the only person I know that has been. I also had a friend commit suicide whilst I was in hospital. I think I'm pretty clued up. Plus, I spent 8 months in hospital.
If you don't have a mental illness, why are you taking SSRIs?
It's like you want who Chickpea was
I've always
to be who she is now.
What?
Sorry, so I wasn't talking to you, Mel. Just 1 second. I'm asking Chickpea. 1 second. You said you don't have a mental illness. Why are you taking SSRIs?
Depression itself is not a mental illness. I do not suffer from psychosis.
I already said it's a physical illness, just like diabetes and heart. It's a problem of biology.
Well, I'm not psychotic.
You agree with me now?
Well, right. Mental illness. You said mental illness, okay? Now, my shrink told me
I was talking about depression.
Mentally ill because I do not suffer from psychosis or any of those other things that people might land up in a psychiatric unit for. Apparently, I think very, very clearly, I don't think anyone's out to get me. No one's out to persecute me. No one's got anything against me to that degree. Because that is what mental illness is. If you think somebody's trying to stalk you or kill you, that's mental illness. Actual depression itself is not classed as...
There's different kinds of mental illness, Chickpea.
Yes, exactly. I just said that to you. That's all psychosis.
I said depression, not necessarily like... I was talking about depression, okay? I wasn't about all mental illnesses.
What about when they get too happy? Because I have my friend is... she treats her problems that she has, and I swear to God, she's too happy. Like she's insanely happy.
Yes, that's the form.
I think it all comes down to. I think it all comes down to how functional you are as a human being. How functional you are.
It's not always mania.
If your happiness level
Emily, when I get a chance to get in words, that's mania.
Yeah, you've had lots of chances and lots of words.
I came across somebody with
But Emily, I think it's based on dysfunction. That's when it becomes an illness. If that person's happiness is causing them dysfunction, then we'll probably say they're a maniac or something,
Thank you for plagiarizing what I said, DMW. You're very smart.
Plagiarizing? What are you talking about? That's basic fucking knowledge, Melanie.
I literally just said it.
Kitty says, why has someone banned my name, please? Danny, I don't know, Kitty. There are many moderators. Perhaps one of them has a gripe with you as an individual.
Yeah, in other words, they're a shitty mod.
In other words, what, sir?
In other words, they're a shitty mod who shouldn't have a wrench if that's how they act.
Well, yeah, I don't know why, and it shouldn't have happened, but it has obviously happened. I looked into it.
Emily, when I was in the hospital, there was this guy there, and he was suffering from mania, and he took me out one day, just during the day, and we were at a petrol station, and he actually believed that if he just drove off, he could just drive off and you know, that would be okay. And that's mania. They've got this belief that everything's going to be hunky-dory and beautiful, beautiful. That's mania.
Well, it's not so much.
It's clear we're not going to be able to discuss any of this until Chickpea isn't here. So I'm just going to go and hopefully
thank you.
at some point the space on the panel will clear up so other people can exist.
Melanie, you're welcome to talk to Chickpea. I said I'll step back. GT, I have no idea again what you're. GT, what do you say here? The mind creates a persona as a replacement for the self, okay? Because the self is not in our current experience. In a way, it is hidden in our blind spot. We mistake the persona for the self, unfortunately. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. We mistake that public front that we put on for the self. I'm not sure about that. To be honest with you. I think even people who are putting on a persona know deep down how they feel and who they are.
Sometimes
and they
that persona
realize
is who they are.
they're putting forth a persona, and sometimes that causes them. It's when it's not doesn't match the inner world. I think that's when it's a problem, you know. And I think people are well aware of it, and that's why they become ill at ease.
It makes you unhappy. There's when you're really able to be yourself is best, but sometimes the outward persona matches the inside, or it does to some degree.
Dogs, did you ban it? Were you a naughty boy? Did you ban Daniela? Because she's saying if it wasn't you, it was me, and it wasn't me.
It was me. I'll own it, and I can explain it.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
So Daniela has been on here the last couple of times praising LA for trying to delete my channel. And then she went on his channel and said that it was a genius move to use false copyright strikes to get rid of me. So I just returned the favor and subjected her to her own standards. I knew that she'd come back and complain, and I don't mind her being reinstated. But I just wanted to subject her to the same standards she was praising others for that were doing to me. So fuck her.
I see. So how does it feel, Daniela?
How does take my wrench? That's fine.
No. How does it feel, Daniela, to be shut up unfairly? Daniela, do you have empathy perhaps for Yerf Dogs now, because you have been stripped of your ability to communicate as Daniela, rather unfairly perhaps in your eyes?
Unfairly.
Can you not see
that's the point?
Yeah, exactly. Can you see the parallels with the LA and Yerf Dog situation, Daniela? Have you learned anything from it? How does it make you feel? Do let us know. Okay, yeah. Mel says that's what timeout is for, but he was actually doing it to prove a point rather than.
I know she's going to get reinstated. I know all that. It doesn't bother me.
If I can figure out how to, by the way.
I'll give you a channel.
No, I know how to do it. It's just when I can be asked.
I'll DM you her channel, and you should be able to release her.
It's Daniela. That's what I have to look up. There's not many Danielas.
It'll be in your band, in your systems thing.
Mel says conspiratorial means gullible. There is no evidence that conspiracy believers as a cohort are more likely to be borderline. I think compared to people who don't believe them. Cougar, I was just talking to Cougar. Sorry, that was an internal matter between Cougar and Melanie. I have no idea what Cougar said to encourage that reply. But do come on if you want, Cougar. Do come on, Chickpea. We've gone back and forth there. But Emily, you didn't have much. Emily, do you want to say something on this kind of idea that depression is like people who have a look. I have sympathy for depression. There is a kind of I don't even call it depressive realism. I call it realism. People who see the world with clear eyes. Okay, now that is and that can make them feel troubled by it. But that's very different in my view to clinical depression, where you literally can't get off the sofa or out of bed. You feel like killing yourself. That to me is a medical issue, and that is very different to what I call realism, what other people call depressive realism.
I think that the two of them get together. That's what happened to me. The two depressions are working.
Yeah, but
yep.
Sorry.
But Chickpea, I'm saying they can act individually. You can have one and not have the other. So you can have you can literally be depressed and not have any thoughts about anything. You know that. You may not have existential thoughts. You may not even have suicidal ideation. You may not even
think about how bad the world is. You can still be depressed because, again, it's a neurochemical issue.
If someone died, like people that have lost a child, they go into an immediate spiraling clinical depression, and they might have been perfectly happy before. So obviously that could even happen circumstantially, I think, if it was a severe enough circumstance. But and then for other people, it's literally for no reason. Everything's going perfectly in their life. So obviously there's something physical going on.
Yeah, that's my.
I want to welcome Exil Lens, who says, if you don't believe 100% of anything your government tells you, then you're a conspiracy theorist by default. I don't think that's really fair. I think there is room for some disagreement with what the government, at least in my country, I don't know about yours. I mean, there is a kind of general skepticism in the British public.
I don't know anyone who believes the government 100%.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know about that. But Exil, you should come on here. Exil has been chatting a lot in the comments section of this channel. And they did say they were trying to summon up the nerve to come on here and talk. And they said they were near that now. So hopefully they can click on them. Are you going to come on today, Exil? Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, no, that's a smear word that's used against people incorrectly. And then it does apply to some people who are ridiculous, like the reptilians and all of that garbage. And then it's mixed in with, people that think some very reasonable things. I mean, even 3 people knocking over a 7-Eleven gas station is a conspiracy if they conspired to do it. So there are conspiracies, the word is used to diminish anyone looking into anything.
Indeed, it's a way of belittling people and ridiculing them when they may have legitimate concerns and legitimate points.
Okay, boomer is another one. I mean, just okay.
Yes.
Boomers know a lot of stuff, and then you got a boomer maybe that
They
is
sure do.
foolish, but then you got a boomer that's trying to tell you something, and it's okay. Boomer is used against them as well. So,
what do you think of that kind of I think it's misplaced, like this kind of resentment that some people have towards the boomer generation. I mean, look, the way I see it, people were acting with the facts they had at the time. They didn't have Google back then. It's all very well being like this oracle of knowledge now. But back in the day, people didn't have access to as much information as we do now. It was harder to make informed decisions.
mm-hmm. For sure. And they did pretty good with what they had in terms of they tried to stop that war. And, I remember when I was a little kid looking at Vietnam thinking, well, at least that would never happen again because people would be outraged if the war weren't on that long, And then we saw the war in Iraq go on longer. So, in Afghanistan. So we didn't do much better. We can't really look at them and say, wow, you suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we have this existentialist here, GTGT, I think that what they're saying here, everything that you think is you is in fact not you. In a way, you're in a dream thinking that the person running around the dream is you, but it's not you. You're not the one in the dream. You are elsewhere. Okay, GTGT, you are very deep today, but how does that change anything, knowing these things that you know? How is that helping you? Do let us know in the comments. Go ahead.
I've got 2 feelings about that. Like on the one hand, I do think obviously people do morph into these personalities that are based around their jobs or around whatever. But the flip side of that is I do not like when people use rhetoric about you don't know who you are, because that can be used to manipulate people.
Fantastic point, Emily. And the thing is, your identity definitely does influence your personality and your thoughts and feelings. And yeah, some people become their job, but there are well-rounded people who take who maybe they're better thinkers, I don't know, but they go into their work and they don't become Mr. This or Mr. Accountant, Mr. This, Mr. That. They have other things going on outside of their profession.
And even if you love what you do, you kind of tend to have a work personality versus a persona. Basically, I'd call it that. So it is like they kind of fragment people into work persona, creative persona, this other persona.
I think, Emily, that was one of my problems as a youngster when I went into the corporate world, was this adoption of the professional persona. I found that, although I did it, I found it particularly uncomfortable because maybe I'm a bit of an autist, or I don't know, but it was just bizarre to me that
you know, at work you were this person, and at home you were another person. With your friends you were another person. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know, mate. I think that's a common thing. I'm being a bit hard on myself. You know, a lot of young people find that a very weird transition.
Yeah, I think it's like if you can, like when I worked for myself, it was cool because I was still doing casework and stuff, but I was in t-shirt and I could go play my guitar and I was relaxed. And, you know, so there's kind of like this, when you can morph everything together and be completely yourself, I think that's when people are the happiest. So kind of navigating through that goal, you know.
Kitty Trap, aka Daniela, says the Earth Dogs, she has never been in these online things, live channels. She didn't even know what AN was before coming in here 6 months ago, half a year ago. Please go easy on her. You goers here have years of all this. I don't.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue that's in play. We don't. I've already said what it was, so we don't need to rehash that.
Great stuff. Exil is going to come on. This is a world first, by the way. Exil has never been on the Five Nations show before, despite commenting prolifically after shows have gone live in the comment section on the channel. And may I say, Exil is AN, and often remarks on the channel that we have become too white-pilled, too positive, and let's just say, Exil, you do say rather disparaging things about my views as well. So I welcome you to come on here, brother. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to love him.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because I want to hear why he or she, maybe it's a she, are so aggrieved and so disappointed and so upset. It is good to talk.
Good, I'll love you. Don't worry, I will love you.
And I have to head out here, guys, and go on a long drive here, but I appreciated getting to see you guys. Glad to see your dogs. Wanted to touch base and let them know that I'd love to know more about what you're doing and how anything in Europe might tie into my stuff. So we'll do that.
I'm not in Europe, mate. I'm a Kiwi in Japan. So I don't
that's
know
right.
about that.
But you work on UK CSAM stuff, right?
He looks at everything, right?
I'll contact you on DMs again.
Okay.
And
Sounds
we'll
good.
set up a time, yada yada.
Sounds good. Talk to you later.
No
Bye-bye.
worries. Take it easy, mate.
You too. Bye.
Take care, Emily. Great to have you as always.
You too.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh.
It's amazing the stories that people, the image that people think about me and everyone else, I guess. It's quite funny sometimes.
Oh dear.
It is what it is.
It is.
Anyway,
It is what it is.
With your grub guts, but my shrink knew what she was doing. And he carefully.
No, but I don't know. Look, Chippy, I'm not going to start that fight again. But I didn't mean to upset you. I was just saying I don't know if that was to your benefit. You know exactly.
Ooh. I tell you, Grumps, that guy looked after you very, very well indeed.
Well, I'm glad.
It's tough talking about these things online. Like you have to be careful about how much you share as well. If you're gonna like come on and say, look, I've had XYZ treatment or XYZ happen, unfortunately, people are gonna say their piece, and sometimes it may not be what you want to hear. So that's just the way things go.
I only talk about it on here.
Well, it's public, mate. It's not a private channel. You got to be careful.
That's right.
No, but here I just talk about. I don't talk about to my neighbours or anything, or to my friends.
Okay.
Nah, I don't talk about it here.
Okay. Well, either of you discovered anything new in your observation, reading, watching of the world, listening since we last spoke? And the thing is, I tell you what I discovered: that old people smell differently. I knew they smelled well. I didn't know. I didn't know this. I didn't know that there was old people smell different. I thought it was maybe because they didn't wash as much. But it's actually because their bodies basically what happens is there's less antioxidants in their body, and it's something to do with their sweat glands. It produces
work properly.
Some weird fatty acid, like an omega-7, I think it is, that comes out of their pores, and basically it's oxidized and it causes that weird smell that some old people have. And it's hard to get off of soap, apparently. You can't wash it off very easily.
It's a huge problem for some people. That's what I read recently. It's quite horrible. It was the reason I stumbled on that was because I was reading with horror that as we age, we literally turn into boil in the bag human beings because our bodies can't regulate, the heat. We can't sweat. We don't sweat. Our bodies don't do this.
I told you all that. You don't have to read it.
It popped up on my feed, Chippy, probably because of you. But I was reading it with horror. We literally become boil in the bag human beings. Like we're sitting there, unable to sweat, and even not knowing whether we are thirsty or not.
Yerf dog, shall I tell you something, Yerf? I told him all this. I told him get some LA. I said, tell your mum to buy this, that, and the other. I may as well just sit and talk to my little self.
So yeah, you are right, Chickpea. Make sure people are, cool, especially older people and younger people, and also make sure they're getting enough fluid. Make sure they're drinking enough, Chick, because their bodies don't always let them know that they are thirsty or in need of fluids.
Grumps, I may as well talk to myself.
No.
Just chatter to my wall, chatter to the cats. No one gives a poop. But don't worry, I'm fine.
That's a bit harsh. Yes, dogs. I do have to say, some people might say that's not very nice what you're doing there with that image. What do you say to them?
It's funny. I don't care.
What's
I don't
funny?
know.
Yeah.
Do you want it off?
Well, no, but I'm just saying for
I
this.
don't like it, Jeff. I preferred your other one.
Oh, I'm just trolling.
I preferred Yerf Dog's the other photograph.
That is not Yerf Dogs, by the way, Chickpea. You do know that.
It's not a real person, by the way, just so we're clear as well.
Yes, I do know that.
I can take it down, mate, if you feel it's inappropriate.
No, I just
Well,
prefer the other one.
I mean, it's. I don't want to attract the wrath of the unhinged.
No worries, I'll go back.
I don't want to attract the wrath of the unhinged.
I'm in trouble today.
Yes, he really is. I come back and Yerf Dog's starting fights all over the place. Fucking hell. Okay, so who's in the chat? GTGT. I don't know if you are coming on. Exile said they were going to come. I haven't seen them. Or Exile. I don't know what you want to call it. Exilens? I call it Exile. How would you pronounce that, guys? Exilens? I say Exilens. But are you coming on or what? Anything in the news that has been significant, guys, in the last week or so?
Oh, Charlie Boy.
Yeah, you said that. We've spoke about that.
Yeah, but Yerf Dog doesn't know that.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, Yerf does. If you know what he's done, you're supposed to be the leader.
Oh, are you talking about Mr. King Charles?
Yes.
Yes.
Man. He's become the defender of the faiths. So all these.
Oh yeah, I read about that. Yeah.
Okay, Mel.
Fucking nonsense. Look, I mean,
nasty man.
I know I caught flack for this, but I'm getting pissed off with the way things are going. I'm pretty hard line about that kind of shit.
I think he's a real pissing. Well, so now they know what they've been bowing and scraping to.
Yeah, it's ridiculous what's going on. I heard there's a place, a community of like about 1,000 people where they're gonna redo the barracks and then ship about 3,000 foreigners there into the small village. It's ridiculous.
Oh, it's
but that's going on all over the country.
Ridiculous.
That's literally what has been happening. Staying in hotels.
And it's headed towards a really, really bad place.
It's getting worse. Yes, I must tell you. Did I tell you I met Charlie Boy once when I was young? I was 21 years old and I bumped into the arsehole right on board a minesweeper. And he was only a lieutenant. And most young lieutenants, when they see a young female, were all chatty and smiling. Instead, he said to his sidekick, "What is this wren doing aboard my ship?" I was there bloody well working, you wouldn't mind. He did that to me.
That was a bit odd.
Odd? Bit ill-mannered, I'd say. I've never had a man be so ill-mannered to me. Shocking.
What were you doing at the time, Chickpea?
I was working. I just walked on board off the gangplank. I was
maybe you were loitering.
No, I was not. I was walking to the ship's office. I was carrying files.
Oh, there you go. Then you were literally. It was evident that you were working, so he had no right to say it.
No right to say that to me.
Melanie is back. Melanie, welcome back.
You really are coming in hot, D&W. It's not your volume on this end. That it's maybe you're very close to your mic or something.
Oh, dearie me. I'm going to turn down my microphone. You said it's not my...
Actually,
maybe
Grubbs
that would...
has been very, very ill-mannered this evening. And he is.
Oh, dear.
You'll be spending too much time with that little friend of yours.
Who's that?
Oh, now Emil's here.
Names. I won't say any names.
Well, do.
No.
Oh, okay. Melanie.
D&W, all I ask is, like, don't end the show without a chance for us to have a bit of a back and forth about that topic earlier. I can sit around and wait for people to get their discussions out.
It's been a long time since I looked at that.
The depression
stuff. Yeah.
Did you take your AMA?
Can we address?
I read about it extensively. I went to lectures on it. I went to
Can we address two things?
Go ahead.
First of all, just because someone was depressed does not always mean they will be depressed, correct?
Of course.
And secondly, it is not just serotonin that causes depression.
No, I said that. There are other neurotransmitters involved. I said that.
It's mostly serotonin.
Okay.
I said that. I said that. There are a host of neurotransmitters that could be problematic.
So I think Chickpea's right to trust the opinion of still an actual expert, though. Just because if we can all admit around here, none of us are capable of diagnosing. Therefore, pathologizing someone is something we can avoid. And by the way, it's something doctors also avoid, is pathologizing people who really don't have those things.
Mm-hmm. Again, I look, all I'm saying is if she wasn't ill, they wouldn't have given her medicine.
He just said I wasn't mentally ill. I.e., you're not psychotic, you're not this, you're that.
Well, no, Chickpea. Let me go back.
He said to me, I saw the world for what it truly was.
That was useful to contribute that, but let's keep it between me and D&W, just because that's what was disrupting us before.
Chickpea, I'm not denying you may see things clearly. I'm not denying that, okay? I'm saying many people see things clearly, okay? It's just that some of them don't get clinical depression, whereby they cannot get out of bed, and it causes them dysfunction.
I had lost my home, I owned a property and lost it, so I don't be depressed about
the mental illness is not because you're seeing things just because you're seeing things clearly.
We've always had problems with depression. I've had depression since I was a little girl. I think it's a shit house. I hate this place.
Melanie, do you get what I'm getting at here? It's that just because you see things clearly doesn't mean you have depression. The depression is a dysfunction.
Oh, right.
Sure, but if something makes sense to her,
I've got to be happy in a world where 92.
No, I'm not. Chickpea, I'm not. Again, you're putting these thoughts into my. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you've got to be happy.
Of course, I'm depressed.
By the way, some people are unhappy, but they don't have clinical depression.
So let's address first of all, again, I think her saying she sees things clearly does carry some weight because she is deferring to an expert who also agrees with her.
Well, I mean, I don't think all experts would agree with what he said.
So here, let me give you an example of what I think she's referring to. Again, I don't know firsthand, and I wasn't here for the whole convo, but I was diagnosed with bipolar as a kid, right? Heavily medicated for it and stuff. But as soon as I got out of the group homes, I stopped being bipolar, especially when I stopped taking the meds. And when I was tested for it, even I did not show signs of bipolar. And the
misdiagnosis.
Well, the reason I was misdiagnosed, is because my environment was a very bipolar environment where 1 second you're enjoying TV with the kids and the next someone's having a freak out. And so what Chickpea, I think, is saying is that we kind of misspeak when we say you feel depressed because of what's going on in the world. What she's really saying is that she was very down about things, is what it sounds like. And I think that's possible. I think it's possible for people to feel defeated and for their motivation to be totally zapped. Now, to the extent that someone's stuck in bed, that sounds to me like a malaise. It could be possible that something was co-occurring on in her physical body that was causing that depression, and the diagnosis was too high level. But without being able to see that she was sick with something else, you'd want positive tests for that to be able to say that with confidence.
Thank you. Exil, you were there and now you're not. Do come back so we can bring you on for the conversation.
That's why I tried to give room for different conversations to happen before we got into this. I sensed that coming.
That's fine. Ricardo, do come on. Anybody else there? Exil, I'm sorry, brother or sister. I don't know what you are. Do come back. We can let you on. Well, you'll be, as soon as you come on, we'll let you talk, okay? Because I know you've been wanting to say something for a time. Okay.
I must say, Grumpy Guts, that holiday of yours hasn't cheered you up much, has it? Because you're being a right old grump this evening. Let me see.
No. Exil, welcome. Good to have you here at long last. You, in particular, are of great interest to me. You've been saying a lot in the comments section. Would you like to stand on your metaphorical soapbox here and say whatever it is you want to get off your chest?
Well, first of all, let me say I'm appreciative of the opportunity to finally speak with you and you guys. I've been listening on and off for a while now, and a lot of the topics are interesting, and I'm glad to be here. As far as my soapbox, I didn't bring it with me, but I can see what else I can stand on. Hopefully principle and logic, and we can take it from there.
Wonderful. Well, we'll see if what you're standing on has any foundation, hopefully. Exil, what do you want to say? Come on, you think I've got the wrong end of the stick. You're always complaining. You say
Can I ask you, D&W, real quick? What has Exil said that's bothered you in the past? Because that's what I'm kind of.
No, it hasn't. No, Melanie, that's for the record. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered. I'm grateful that he's here because he has.
Well, when you
had
say
strong
great
opinions.
interest, it sounds like you got some beef or something.
No, there's no beef. No. Sorry. There's no beef. I'm interested. I'm delighted he's here because he is contra to a lot of the things I say, and that's why I'm delighted he's here. Because when we get people like that on here, I believe we can have very good conversations, and we can try and get to the guts of matters and find out.
I just misinterpreted it, so no need to explain.
Agree. I'm all about the dialectic and not so much just the argument. You know, I understand how sometimes the argument can be the main, I won't say focus, but it can end up being the main issue when trying to have a dialectic. And I try to keep everything strictly to the point and to the fact of the matter, to the topic that we're talking about. Nothing more, nothing less. Believe it or not, I do agree with DNW overall. I would say if I was to throw out a random number, 85 to 90%.
About what though? The people who are watching have no idea what you agree. So go ahead.
Well, especially in the beginning, when I first started listening to your channel off and on, it was about, I want to say, from last year, like 8 months ago. And you were more on the anti-natalist side, which you've turned around from. And it sort of fascinates me because your views on reality.
Because he's a traitor. He's a traitor.
That's not true. 8 or 9 months ago, I think over a year and a half, over a year and 9 months ago, maybe nearly 2 years ago since I left.
No, it's 18 months, Grump Guts.
2020. I believe it was the end of 2024, October 2024,
Okay.
August 2024.
I still don't believe he's done with it. He still lets Vegan Equilibrium run the channel.
Okay, so I got the timeline wrong, but remember a lot of.
Kind of is.
I may have got the timeline wrong on when you switched or when you.
Sorry, 1 second. He is. What's it again? He's a eugenicist. And I'm not eugenicist, but he is eugenicist. Melanie.
Okay, maybe that's a better word. You know what? Touche. That is a better word. I'll take the L on that.
I would say he is a eugenicist, and I think that's a very problematic stance. And let me tell you why. If he is listening, because who
He's
gets
definitely listening. He'll be back here in a couple of seconds.
who gets to say who is good or bad? You know, who gets to say who is inferior or superior? And that comes down to power, and that's always a problem. Go ahead, alternative.
Okay. Yeah, I may have got the timeline wrong, and my apologies as to when you got turned to the white pill. But because remember, I was watching your old videos probably at a later time.
You see, can I just say, before you go on, to say I am white pill, alternative, I just want to say something there, because I think that's a mischaracterization. I am not white pill. I am probably more pessimistic than you. I view you as a delusional optimist, because you think your antinatalist stance is achieving something. I think it's bunkum. I think it's achieving absolutely nothing. It's a waste of energy. It doesn't in any way contend with the issues that you believe are important, which is suffering for the most part. Go ahead.
Before we go on a straw man, for the record, I never claimed to be an anti-natalist. I was just stating what I viewed you to be earlier on when I started viewing you. Okay, let's be clear on what I meant. But it does amaze me, because the anti-natalist stance would align to your so-called pessimistic views of reality.
No, it doesn't.
And for you to somehow,
I think reality is so bad. It's alternative. Let me be clear. I think reality is so bad. It forces people to contend with it, whether they like it or not. It forces us as a species to contend with it, because there is literally no other alternative.
Yeah.
So I got confused there, because as I said the word alternative, I read your name, which is Alternative Star. You've changed your name.
No pun intended. Yes, for the Alternative Star. Excellence, Alternative Star. I'll go by that. No pun intended. Continue.
Sorry, I got waylaid by reading your. Why have you changed your name, by the way?
Oh no, well, Excellence is the name that I just go by for my regular YouTube doings. But in terms of the persona that best suits me, especially for interests like this, Alternative Stars just calls to me.
Okay, well look, my interest was piqued. You said you're not AN. You are a pessimist.
But I'm not against AN. I'm just interested in. It seems like some sort of cognitive dissonance on your part to have the view that I agree with. This is the part that I agree with, but I say I agree with a lot of your perspective on things. I agree with the stance almost 100% on what
you're cutting in and out, mate.
Reality presents.
Yeah, I'm losing you a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Let me see if I can fix that in the next 5 seconds, hopefully, and not make it hard for everybody. Okay, let me know if I sound better now. If not, I guess I'll have to try at a later time.
I think you are correct. He says AN is stupid. And unfortunately for me, I wasted a lot of time on it. Go ahead.
Okay, and this is the part I want to get at, because I've heard you gave your rants against AM recently in the last few months, and you basically, correct me if I'm wrong how I'm describing your take, but you basically describe it as a wishful thinking pursuit. Would that be?
Look, I think there's a few things wrong with it. And first of all, I don't think it's been cleared up. People say, it's immoral when you look through this lens, this particular ethical framework. It's immoral to bring someone here. But I think it may be immoral to say that, given that I think there are possible negative consequences on the species and on the actual problem of suffering because of the antinatalist stance and the encouragement of it. And I'm sorry to say that it's an unfortunate situation, Chickpea, but who said it was going to be easy?
No, Gramps, are you saying that Noodles, that ugly little man,
Shut up, Chickpea. No, you can't say that, Chickpea. Shut up. Don't be nasty. He's
I
not
love
here.
Chickpea, by
Don't be
the way.
nasty, Chickpea.
The
Do not
way
be nasty.
you should hear the way he speaks to me.
Chickpea, I don't know if he was nasty to you the last time. He wasn't,
Yes,
in my
he's
view.
always nasty to me.
So come on, Chickpea.
He is a eugenicist.
He's not.
Who the
Well,
hell
yes.
would breed with him? I hope he doesn't breed. That's all I
Well,
can
he
say.
hasn't, as far as I know. But you have no right to declare in this. Well, you have.
Well, don't jump to conclusions about what he believes. Let him explain himself when he comes back.
Chickpea, I'm sure he'd say worse about you if he could.
I don't give a shit what he says about
Well, then,
me.
come on, Chickpea. We don't need any of this nonsense. Come on, Chickpea.
I do not want
Temper,
his
temper.
approval. If he approved of me, I'd be very worried about myself. I can tell you.
Chickpea, enough.
No.
Chickpea, thank you. Please, Chickpea. We have Exil here. He's an interesting person. I want to hear what he has to say.
Asking if Noodles
Yeah. You're moving the conversation away unnecessarily.
Oh, God, you
Come
really
on.
are a Noodles fan, aren't you? Wow.
I just want to say, D&W, I remember when you gave me a bit of room on the first show to talk with you, and I do appreciate that. And Chickpea, I don't know if D&W did that for you, but if he did, I hope you would make it easier for him to be able to do something that I think is one of the great things you do as a panel host.
What?
I agree.
I'm an antinatalist, Melanie.
I try to give new people a chance to speak, Chickpea. That's what she's saying.
Sorry.
And we try not
And for
to.
the record,
I know I do it sometimes, but I'm trying. We all have to control our passion and our our speech here, and try to give others a fair chance.
You just said Noodles was an eugenicist.
This has nothing to do with Noodles, Chickpea. We're not talking about Noodles. We're talking to
Yeah, Noodles isn't here. Wait, Noodles
Sorry,
isn't
Melanie.
here, and
Yeah.
just want to point out,
just
Chickpea, I
muted
did
you,
stand up
Chickpea,
for
I'm
you
sorry.
before, so you don't need to be defensive. I'm just pointing out that I think D&W deserves to let this new guest have a chance to speak.
Okay. Exil, go ahead.
Yeah, and for the record, as far as Chickpea goes, I stand behind her overall. There's a difference between being depressed and suffering from depression, right? And one does not necessarily cancel out the other, right? We can both suffer from both things at the same time. So I say that to say, because someone may have a view, it does not necessarily mean it was brought on by depression. Sometimes a certain view could make someone depressed, and it doesn't make it necessarily true or untrue. So I just want to be fair to her and anyone like her that's ever been accused of just simply suffering from depression to brush off their views on certain realities that they've experienced or accept. Okay. Back to my and also I've also commented a few times agreeing with Yerf's dog about certain situations, certain interactions he's had with certain other panelists.
Well, you'd be crazy not to agree with me, right? You'd be crazy not
And
to.
I find him to be a very rational human being, though I'm not
I like this
as
guy.
on
Keep this guy on.
Though I'm not as on the material reductionist
More
end
insane
as he
than a
is.
man who is only rational. I think George Bernard Shaw said something like that. Yerf dogs. Better be careful.
Well, I'll say he seems to prioritize rationality. I'll put it like that. He seems to have a priority for it, and that's something I can have a natural appreciation for. Especially in some of his back and forths with the, I can't remember the name of the Christian guy that likes to do a lot of red herring, but I found it entertaining and frustrating. And I felt Yerf Dog's pain. It's just like a conversation like a week or two ago, and it was interesting. So yeah, I felt your pain, Yerf Dog. So just let you know, I have your back as well.
I think I know what you're talking to. Okay, I think
I can't remember his name,
Ragnarok.
but Ragnarok. There we go. Yeah. He's a frustrating character to have a conversation with, and yeah, but that's a different topic. But back to DNW, if permitted, if anybody would like us to continue the card we were on.
No, go ahead, Exil.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So your views against antinatalism, you often express as wishful thinking, which I understand. And do you think
it's not that. Can I just be clear? It's not
It's the idea that you're doing anything substantial, you're achieving anything, you're doing anything by encouraging it or by pushing it out there. I mean, it's problematic.
But sometimes it's not about so-called doing anything. Sometimes it's just about not doing anything, right? A negative can be effective sometimes as a positive, right? Me not stabbing you is a positive, right? Like, or stabbing a person. Sorry, I don't want to use you as a specific example. Like, so me not creating a child or taking part in facilitating a life form to come into here to experience what we're all experiencing, that we can agree, at least on this panel, is an overall negative experience. How could me not wanting to bring another life form into this be a bad thing? Or
I agree. That little quotation or the epigraph at the beginning of David Bentar's book, something, what is it, that Jewish proverb, what is it again? Who among us is lucky to have never been born, not one in 100, not one in 1,000, or whatever it is. I mean, look, it is a problem being here. It's a problem that we are brought into existence. But, you know, there's the problems
and
of life. There's the problem of life as a phenomenon. Life is here. And unfortunately, we're in a very strange situation where we are created by that which is the problem. Okay.
Okay. And I want to tap into that. Go on. Continue. I'm sorry.
Speak of the devil.
And and basically, that gives us a strange job, Exil. And that is, we are the intelligent species, as far as I know, who can achieve things and solve things in the universe. And if you care,
what evidence do you have that we'll ever achieve that? What evidence do you have that can ever? We've been around, according to who you ask, hundreds of thousands to millions of years. Right? We've had millions of years to get this right.
The simple rebuttal to that is, I can say I don't have evidence, okay, but we're the only entity capable of finding evidence. And you throwing in the towel now jeopardizes all life by giving up. And the problem is you don't have enough information to give up.
Well, I'll say this much: if we play out the anti-natalist stance to its fullest extent, which, just being hypothetical here, we know it's not possible, probably not probable that we can get everyone on the planet to stop reproducing. But let's play it out to the fullest extent.
No, you hit the nail on the head there. It's not possible. Look, you'd be an insane individual if you thought it was possible.
Your views aren't possible either. But the one day a savior may come.
We're like mold on a tangerine. Life just keeps going in an optimum environment. It will just keep going.
Let's play with the hypothetical.
We'll enjoy and keep going. And it will
Let's play with the hypothetical that I'm getting at here, though. Let's play with the hypothetical that
given that is the situation, your energy will be better off spent on scientific research and development to try and better life's plight on this planet and in this universe.
You ever heard of the Hydra? I'm sure you have. The Hydra snake or a dragon in Greek mythology. You cut off one head and two more head grows. That is essentially how this reality is set up. You may solve one problem today, and if you are able to solve that one problem, at least one, maybe two more problems will come to replace that.
It may well be the case, and I can't disagree with you. That we are in a clusterfuck of problems. But you don't have any solution for it. You have zero solution. In fact, you may be worse than it.
It's not about solutions, DM, but my solution is not to add to the problem.
Listen, AS, have you ever considered the fact that you not adding to the problem may be creating space for more people to add more people to the problem than you would have?
As long as I'm not responsible for the situation.
Consequences of your action. You're acting with such confidence that you're achieving something. I'm saying you can't show me any proof that you're achieving anything.
Okay, listen. If I do not hit a squirrel with my car today, did I achieve anything?
It's a completely different. You're not comparing like with like. We're talking about the problem of life as a phenomenon. We're talking about creating space for life. Okay. And you not breeding creates space for other life. And as I said, we're like mold on a tangerine. Other spores will land. Other spores will make way. because
First of all, let me show where I might agree with you, and your dog might disagree with me on this.
AL, just please, AL, please. Exila's new here. I want to hear him out. There'll be
Your
plenty of
dog
time
might
after.
disagree with me on this, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even sure if we can, if we have a choice not to exist. You know, as far as I'm concerned, we don't know, like you pointed out, we don't know how we got here. We don't know what mechanisms brought us here.
It's very important we ascertain to the best of our ability those facts. How the fuck how did life start? How did abiogenesis start?
We don't know.
Where the fuck are we going?
We don't know where we started, whether someone has a theological view and they believe it was some conscious will, or whether you have a material reductionist view where you think it was just some mechanisms that took place over time to bring about what we have now. At the end of it, it really doesn't matter. The point is, we are here.
Ever. What if we are the only hope ever of possibly moving towards? I'm not saying we will do it. We may hand the baton to AI to do it. What is if we are the existence's only hope of ever understanding what the fuck is going on? And do you not think that is significant?
I just think it's equally as wishful thinking as your stance on AI. We've had millions of years to prove that we can. As a matter of fact, we've evolved.
Look,
it can be argued.
I'm not saying. Look, I completely understand your hesitation to view my thoughts in a positive light, because I think
positive. That's logical.
I am, as I said, I'm more pessimistic than you. I think the opportunities are very narrow for a beneficial outcome, but it's still the only thing to aim for, because it is that bad here. You are forced to aim for the light, no matter how narrow its beam is.
Okay. Yes. While here, we might as well make our situation, and for everyone around us, as best as we can. While here, we have no other choice, right? Like,
exactly.
If you're going to be stuck, like, I get your stance. If we're going to be stuck somewhere or in a situation that we can't find a way out of, we at least should make the situation that we're in as viable or comfortable or productive or positive as possible. But we do that every day.
Nobody will listen to it. Life will keep going. So please give up. Please give up.
What do y'all disagree? What is y'all disagreement?
How is not having children giving up? It's a choice.
No. I'm saying you've already said the species will continue. So I think your stance is a complete non-point. It doesn't do anything.
But here's my point.
What you're doing, in my view, is egotistically attaching meaning to a non-existent being of your own potential DNA. Now, A, that person doesn't exist. B, you can't prove to me they ever would have. You could be firing blanks. You may never have been given an opportunity to have a kid. Your missus could have had a miscarriage or an abortion or whatever. So you can't prove to me that anything would have come from your loins, okay? And B, what's the difference? Why are you so egotistically attached to your own DNA when there is other DNA in the game? You, to me, are a narcissistic fucking asshole saying you've done something. There is other DNA to worry about. There are other human beings coming into existence. And why is your non-existent DNA more important than the actual DNA that will come into being?
Okay. Let's say I bring a child and my child ends up becoming a murderer or a rapist or a grapist. Would I have been better off not bringing this?
That can happen. That is why I'm telling you, just instead of pushing a dead horse, flogging a dead horse, I'm asking you to put your brain and energy into matters of life that can have tangible outcomes, like research and development into psychology. Into life outcomes. Why do people become rapists? Why do people become murderers? How can we stop it?
You can't.
You're going to say stop them being born. You've already conceded they will be born anyway, so what the fuck are you going on about?
Because it's the program of life. It's the program of life at an existential level. We're programmed, all life forms are programmed to predate.
Can I explain something? I've been waiting for a while.
Yeah, let someone else in, please, DNW, so I can understand it. Y'all can't make any progress, DNW, because You're so emotional. You're yelling and cutting them off and repeating the same shit. Could you go open the door and let someone else say
You've been
something? Maybe they
talking
can make
about a
some
matter long
progress.
before you
I'm
arrived,
opening to
Joe, and it makes
listening.
perfect sense.
I'm opening to listening.
AL,
I know,
you are
but
here.
I'm here.
AL,
I'd
go
like
ahead.
to hear it.
AL is here, Joe. Joe, let AL speak and then Joe.
Okay. So I wanted to bring up 2 points that are from D&W and from Alternative Star. So Alternative Star, please don't interrupt me because I want to like mesh it together and then give it to you guys.
No, it's going to be preachy. I'm waiting. I'm prepared. I'm well familiar.
Can you not assume?
Go ahead.
Thank you for being cordial. So when you mentioned something along the Hydra, how life is just a constant Hydra, okay. D&W mentioned something else, how life is ever changing and we need to develop, right? You know what I was thinking when you complained about how life is like a Hydra and keeps coming back?
Complain.
Okay.
Keyword.
Yes, I see it as complaining.
Okay, go on.
Because
Not
I have a
describing, but
different.
complaining.
Okay, can you let me speak?
Go on.
Can you shut?
Yes.
Thank you. So, life is ever changing and bringing quests forward, right? To research, to develop, to find new answers. This Hydra you complain about and see as the problem is the greatest fucking never-ending story. Life finds a way, and you got some people like you. You want to repeat catch lines and let a whole egregore of antinatalism talk for you, think for you. I'm going to think for myself. And you may have pinned me down as somebody who's preachy just because I believe. But here's let's keep it scientific, shall we? If we're going to go down to the truth of the matter, life is going to keep going. And a lot of people are coming up with these asinine political ideologies thinking that they can just repeat catch lines and sound cool. Like, this is something Plato spoke to this.
No, thank you. See, Exil, before I let Joe talk, this is the problem. Life finds a way. That's the beautiful phrase. We've all heard it before. And AS, if you convince everybody to be AN, okay, there will be some left, okay. And how do you know you're not creating a bottleneck and then life will explode and more people will be born than you could have ever imagined at some point in the future? What you've actually done is slow down progress and understanding of what is going on. Now, some people say, oh, but it doesn't take brains it doesn't take a lot of people to understand what is going on, that there is, more people doesn't necessarily mean greater understanding. I mean, I would say there is some truth to that in that I would say there's a tipping point. So maybe too much people causes a degradation in circumstances in the environment, and it causes problems whereby people don't have the time and ability to study and to progress, and for society to progress.
Cognitive dissonance
But
here.
the point is, Alternative Star, life does find a way, and that is something that you have to take into consideration, given you care about the suffering inherent in life, and life will continue whether you like it or not. Joe Cool.
Thank you, Star. I just got a couple questions. I can assume that you want to put an end to some life, or is your position all human life or all life on the planet? What's your position here?
Well, my position here is life in general is a negative, and I came to these conclusions on my own. Which
Animals
is why
too,
when
yeah?
I thought, yes, because again, I made the point earlier. Predation is inherent to the existential makeup of all species here on this planet. When predation is inherent, how do we get around that? Like, do we just wish that away? And I
can tell you exactly how to handle it. It's everything that ever suffered evolved. What survived became better. That's the way I look at it.
That's not necessarily true. No,
Yeah,
that's not true at all.
It is true.
That's not true at all. That's not even demonstrable. That's not even demonstrable. That's not true. It's a false statement. Everything
You're telling
evolved.
hundreds of years of scientific evolution of suffering, turning beings. How mammals develop defensive
We
mechanisms against
survived
predators?
in spite of the suffering. You can say that much. Yeah, I mean, but to say it's because
do
of
you
the suffering,
understand how
it's just
life
you
works,
making
dude?
that
It's a
up. You made that up.
Wait, he's not making no. He's not making it up. Star. He's not making. Or whoever's talking. He's not AL. He's not making it up. we do know is demonstrable that the suffering causes us to be better and make these changes. Because
That is
of the
false.
suffering, we
That is false.
we became better.
That is false. Where did you get that from? No, suffering.
Well, I got it out of life.
You can get that from science, National Geographic, the
wait.
Bible.
One at a time. Joe Cool.
Yes. This is me. This is me and Dude right now. You ask, what did I get that from? I can tell you, and most people, when this is done, the biggest problems in your life are the ones that you learn the most from. That is you overcoming suffering, making you a better person. Am I wrong?
What you're saying is equivalent to someone saying getting into a grievous car accident can be a good thing because you may walk away with $1 million settlement at a twisted ankle.
It may be, and maybe I'm just saying that having excuse me, let me answer. It may be just saying that having a maniacal maniac for a girlfriend or something taught you that, I need to behave this way, avoid this people. This is how I learned. This is how I grow. I didn't have to get in a car accident and break a leg, but I still learned from the suffering of being with this lousy hole, and I learned how to pick a better chick.
I think you missed my analogy there, but staying to what you're saying.
Can I say a quick line to your analogy, just really quickly? So you're
If you
talking about
understood
car
what I said.
accidents, right?
Oh well, the car accident was in the.
But I'm gonna add on to that if you can let me. So the car accidents you complained about. Okay, let's look at the history of engineering of cars and automobiles. Please fucking stop interrupting. Let's look at the history of car accidents. Every single car accident led car engineers to develop better cars. Unfortunately, the grim, dark truth of our betterment and comfort that we have right now comes from hundreds of years of suffering. In historical items, exactly. We're all here because our ancestors suffered in a way. And you this is my position. You sit there complaining about life. I sit here saying, you know what? I'm gonna adapt and evolve. You can sit in your hole if you want, but
so for you, the means justifies the ends, regardless of the means. And that's one. And two, who's to say that we're evolving? There's no evidence that we're evolving. What is your evidence that we're evolving? As a matter of fact, it can be argued that our ancestors thousands of years ago were more evolved than we are. Mentally, spiritually, how have we evolved? What is your point? What do you consider evolving? Technology?
Yes, 1 second. Yes. You seem to think you're saying some kind of genius statement, something unbelievably profound, that life is bad, life is negative. You beings have been saying that for thousands of years. We have all these religions that fundamentally say we are in a bad place. We are in a fallen world, okay?
Yes,
this is the
agreed.
reality of Satan. The Buddhists say that life is suffering. You're saying nothing new. And in actual fact, you're offering probably even less of a positive. And this is a crying
I'm not
shame.
here to be positive. I'm not here to be positive.
Less of a positive impact on this life of suffering than those actual religions. And I'm not even religious.
Well, to answer you, I'm not here to be positive. I'm here to be real.
Demotivating people from the important work.
Are you here to be honest?
Which is
because you know that you benefit and you can learn from bad shit.
Not positive. Yes,
yeah, well, be honest. You can learn and be better when something bad happens to you. Am I correct, Mr. Intellectually Honest?
I already addressed your point. I said I could get in a car accident and a good can come out of it. But that doesn't mean I go looking for car accidents.
Well, no one's saying that. I think your position was that bad, nothing good can come out of bad. As long as you pedal back on that, I'm happy.
But what's likely to come out of these situations is stagnation, trauma, the end of limitation. People,
is that true?
The term PTSD.
You're the only person up here who's been so traumatized that they become stagnant. You're the only one stagnant. I'm thriving. I'm living.
You're making up stuff, and I'm coming with.
1 second, Joe.
Point to it. Point to the part I'm making up.
Sorry. 1 second, please. Sorry, guys. We have to.
Have you ever heard of the term PTSD? Is all I ask you. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a good thing that came from suffering and trauma, or a bad thing to have PTSD? Or great people say, is it incorrect or correct?
Try and stop.
Okay, and 9 times out of 10, people in that face egregious suffering circumstances end up worse off than they would have without it. Why, why are we being intellectually dishonest
you are
and not
right.
acknowledging
Suffering
that?
exists and it can be atrocious. You are right. But again, I've said
No,
to you,
he's lying. He's wrong. He is saying that most people run around with crippling PTSD, and that's just a lie. It's not true.
Joe, whether they do or they don't, I'm with AS here because I think that even a few people, even one person having it is a huge problem. I don't get into this. Oh, just because everyone's okay, that makes everything. Just because most people are okay, that makes everything okay. I don't.
Most people are not okay. That in itself is a false statement. No, if most people are okay, this world would be a utopia right now. Most people are not okay. If anything, all suffering and trauma.
That's an empirical statement.
Yeah.
You need to.
What's an empirical?
You can't just say most people without having numbers to back that up.
It's a rhetorical tool.
Yeah, but let's be precise in our language. It's true that a lot of people have trouble. But to say most...
You're from DNW. Can I bring up something
But
for you
the
guys?
language being presented to me was not precise. So I figure precise was not a priority in these conversations. There's been lots of postulates being thrown at me my way. And I just figured I'll throw one back. That's observable at least.
I've always found that shouting and talking faster makes your opinion stronger.
No. 1 second, guys. We have 2 people who have joined since, and they haven't had a word in. So we got to give them a chance. We've got Untrackable here. And by the way, I must commend Exil. He is surrounded here. And it's not easy. It's not easy to present an argument live while you are surrounded by people shouting, including me, Exil.
I'm on the right side of the argument. So
You're the main one. If you stop, shit would be better.
Show. Open your bloody ears. Untrackable. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Go ahead. Untrackable, you're muted, mate.
I apologize. I'm new to this. You know what I'm saying?
No problem. Your beard is looking tremendous.
Well,
he's not new, by the way. He's totally lying.
I've heard Untrackable before. It's not a new guy. Is there any honesty on this panel?
Well, listen, Untrackable, if you haven't got anything to say, we'll move along to Kenny. Kenny, go ahead.
Barzini is dead.
Kenny
So
the
is
Edgelord.
Philip Titalia, Mo Green, Strachey, Cuneo. Today I settle all family business, so don't tell me you're innocent, Carlo.
He's doing his infatuation with the Godfather.
Come on, you think I'd make my sister a widow? And I'm godfather to your son, Carlo. I'm putting you on a plane to Miami, and I want you to stay there. That's your punishment. You're out the family business. Only don't tell me that you're innocent. It insults my intelligence, and it makes me very angry.
And with that, Emmanuel strangled.
Have a can of Coke Zero.
I enjoyed that. By the way, have you ever thought of doing some amateur dramatics, possibly leading on to a professional career, Kenny?
Was that?
Have you ever thought of joining your local amateur dramatics group?
Well, I've done acting lessons in Edinburgh.
Yeah, maybe you should
And
do it.
I do want to join an agency to do like extra work in that. And, yeah.
Why not? Okay, thank you. Exil, you were surrounded by baying hyenas, and you have tried to stand your ground. So I do commend you for that. But yeah. So keep going and tell us what you really think.
I'd love to bring up.
Yeah. Well, I feel like I'm on the right side of the argument, so it's not really that intimidating to me to stand up against the packs of hyenas or whatever your metaphor was, though I give them more credit for that. I feel that I can take on every specific argument easily, so now granted, it comes down to words getting thrown at me like a lot of ad hominems. I'm complaining with the word that's being used. I'm being narcissistic, even though I know when you say it, DNW, you're just being facetious for the most part, to keep it.
Well, I mean, you are complaining. I mean, that's fair, but calling you narcissistic. Look. Oh, yes, I did call you that. I mean, look.
Yeah,
I'm saying you can do things that are narcissistic
but not be a narcissist.
Yeah,
That might
like
sound
every other human
strange.
being on this panel.
You may
And
not be.
outside
What
of
I
it,
mean
yeah.
by that is what I mean by that. You could do a narcissistic thing. Doesn't mean you have narcissistic personality disorder. Doesn't mean that
I agree.
that is your yeah.
So, do you feel the anti-natalist stance is just is inherently narcissistic? Is
No,
that your overall
that was
take?
again. Sorry, that was maybe me being kind of
Colorful.
to appeal to people's emotions.
I
Perhaps,
can
trying
offer
to.
something to that question. Yeah, there is research that shows people who maintain or subscribe to antinatalist type worldviews, yeah, that there is a connection between that those worldviews mediate dark triad traits.
Interesting.
So the answer to your question is possibly yes.
So Yerf Dogs, if I
Meaning-
took a group of people who are anti-natalist and I took people who aren't anti-natalist, you're telling me that I'd be more likely to find people with dark triad traits?
I don't know if I would all I know is that the research says that the antinatalist worldviews and there are specific ones that they include in the research.
That kind of
they mediate dark triad traits.
Yeah, folks, do you remember where that?
A chance to respond, please. That kind of
Yes,
study is
but-
called a cohort analysis, by the way. If you want to look to see if there's a cohort analysis, by the way, I will look at it and then possibly take you seriously.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's conclusive. I'm just saying that there's been work
I don't
done.
think it's not even conclusive. I don't even think it's.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Pessimist, that's all.
Hold on.
Worthwhile.
Hold on. Now, I argued before that just because someone is a narcissist or a psychopath doesn't mean it's actually bad what they're doing. For example, you can say the great majority of surgeons are psychopaths, so that says nothing. They're doing a social good. I mean, they do say there is such a thing as pro-social narcissism, pro-social psychopathy. It's something that has a net positive outcome or is good in effect. So do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, it may not be.
People with actual NPD do suffer with valuing those around them or struggle with doing it even after they're treated. So I can't say I agree with you, but I will agree with you, DNW, that there is a spectrum, and the more careful we are with how we talk about this, the easier this gets. There are people who are narcissistic, right? That means that they might act egotistical or even like they're the biggest person in the room, all the way up to people with narcissistic personality disorder, which is what you need to be diagnosed for to claim someone has. I think if you call someone a narcissist, my personal interpretation is that you're saying they have NPD. Other people may be more loose in it,
And
but
someone
I
that
think we need to be
disagrees
careful
with you
about that.
is not automatically a narcissist for having a different take. Why would
I take it back? But the thing is, it's been said that a lot of narcissists are heavily involved in, for example, charity work. Okay, and you could argue
BMW, your
that's a
microphone
good
is
thing.
not very good at all.
Sorry. Yeah, I do have to get a new one, don't I? This one has had
and
its day off.
Christianity? Let's not leave that out.
Well, there is a lot of evidence to say that people who are narcissists are heavily involved in charitable activism and raising funds for charity, and those could be said to be good things, depending on the charity, of course.
Again, I want to
but
see this evidence, and I'd want to ask if I took a cohort of people who do charities and a cohort of people who don't, would I see more of that in the people who do charity?
I'm talking about the leaders in these organizations.
Well, like I said to
And likewise, if I was to take a room full of, go on.
DNW, you can't convince me that what you're saying is true. If you find a cohort analysis that agrees with what you're saying and shows that you're more likely to find people with those traits in a charity, then I'd be interested in that. But these are things that you're more likely to read this in a pop science magazine, right?
Not really. To be honest with you, I heard that from Sam Vaknin, who is a professor of psychology and psychiatry.
He's written a lot of books on it.
Yeah.
He's also a bit biased because he admits himself he has NPD. So I think
I know, but
I think they try to
not
whitewash it a bit, which is like they're not terrible people, but he often talks with a lot of confidence on studies that do not have confidence in the data.
Right.
Can I bring up a study that has a lot of confidence in the data? I've been holding this in the cannons for a while. And I wanted Yerf Dog's opinion on this because we have varying views. But have you ever heard of the mouse utopia? But
Yes.
before
Oh,
we talk
sorry. Yeah.
about before we talk about that, we all know how
Universe.
catastrophic that is. But let's talk about something else. Remember that scene with the architect and Neo in the Matrix? He told him the first Matrix was perfect, comfortable, a utopia. Everybody had what they needed. A fucking disaster happened. Nobody believed it. Nobody believed a lie. And the thing about if 8N actually succeeded in creating a no suffering utopia where life is perfect, in their eyes, there would be stagnation, in my view, and we'd have a mouse. Coming back to my earlier point, we'd have a
In
mouse
your view.
utopia situation. If you know how that ended, I'll let you guys expand upon that. But like, you see what I'm getting to, right? Like utopia and comfort in a society lacking a bit of suffering for evolution. Bad idea. I'm somebody who has CPTSD. I don't let it fucking keep me down, though. Right? That's
We're
my
talking
adaptation.
past each other on this issue of suffering. It's
Such a dishonest take. Go on.
no, it's not
Go on, your
dishonest.
dog.
It's not
No,
dishonest.
not you. I wasn't referring to you. I wasn't referring to you, your dog. Go on.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
but what else said there
Oh,
isn't
you're calling me
dishonest?
dishonest for what I said about my personal life. Okay, you go ahead and keep
Yeah, the
saying your
dishonest
bullshit.
take, the example you used about the mouse utopia. But no, I want your dog to continue his
Well,
thought
let's let
process.
Yerf Dogs expand on that because I know he knows about the mouse utopia. If you have your comfortable little society, your little dreamy utopia, it's gonna go to hell.
Go on, your
I
dog.
just on this issue of suffering, from what I've been hearing, there's people talking past each other. The antinatalist point of view with suffering is, I'm just kind of I'm shooting from the hip here, so I might not articulate this correctly, but basically is there's no reason to put people into a situation where they're going to suffer at all. Okay, that's a very high level, poor articulation. The other side that the other issue that people are talking about is whether or not suffering can make you stronger or weaker. And I think that's an important conversation as well, but it's not a conversation related to antinatalism. Those are different
Exactly.
issues.
There was a you're absolutely right. And Joe Cool came on here. It was a bit of a mismatch. It wasn't confronting what, in my view, alternative style was talking about.
D&W, between
You can
volume.
find meaning in suffering, of course, and it can change your perspective on matters. But AS is talking about whether suffering should even be a problem, whether you should put someone into the suffering position in the first place, which is a different point.
But that worldview, the antinatalist worldview, also presupposes that life is only suffering, or the majority of life is suffering. Those are also debatable premises.
No, not only suffering. We're saying suffering is inherent to life.
Yeah, I know.
The antinatalist is not only suffering. That's a different perspective when you say it like that. But they're saying suffering is inherent. You cannot avoid it. It's an unavoidable inherent aspect.
How do you define antinatalism?
Honestly, I'm going to be rich. I do not have the textbook definition or whatever that may be.
So
of
the definition of
antinatalism.
antinatalism is that it's procreation is unconditionally unethical or categorically unethical. And so the point I'd like to make is, if your position is that suffering is inherent in life, that probably isn't strong enough to arrive at the conclusion that procreation is categorically unethical.
True, which is why I never refer to myself as an antinatalist, but I can still man the antinatalist overall argument. Is all I'm saying, and I just think
it can arrive you at a different conclusion that we have to go on to try and confront suffering, because
first of all, we have no choice. But if you're put in a situation where you have no choice, is that a good thing or a bad thing, or an incorrect thing, as Brady would say? Is that whenever you're put in a situation where you have no choice but to experience this thing that you're put in, you're not given a choice. By definition, I would think that would be a negative, quote unquote, bad situation.
Well,
it is a bad situation, but that doesn't mean it's wrong that we as a species continue to try and confront that problem.
Exactly. You try to steel man your argument, good sir, but I'm telling you this.
Mm-hmm.
We can keep talking in the binary of this is bad and this is good, or we could talk about in the truth of the event. How do we react to the suffering we're dealing with? Are we going to adapt? Are we going to move forward? This is a conversation
We have
I
no
don't
choice.
think the AN movement ever had. But
This
the
is
thing
it.
is, you want to complain
No,
about
they
your
do
lack of
address that.
choice when you have a
You no,
choice.
no, they do address. If you were put inside a prison, it makes no sense kicking and screaming every day
You're
of your
not
life.
in
You
a
would have to
prison
eventually
because you
learn to
didn't commit
adjust
a
to the
crime.
prison.
You're not in a prison because you
I
didn't,
know.
unless you committed a
No,
crime.
no,
You made your choice.
no. Not all
One
prisoners
second,
committed
one
crimes.
You
Can we
second.
agree to
literally,
that? No. Ragnarok, can we agree? Not all prisoners committed crimes. Can we agree to that statement in a vacuum?
Indeed.
in a vacuum,
Okay.
not in
So,
reality.
so your point is not. So your point you made just now was not needed, right? If you were put in a prison and you had no choice but to experience that prison, then at some point your best bet is to learn to adjust to the ways and the life and the
Yeah, but
atmosphere
your
and environment
analogy
of
is
the prison.
presuming that life is a prison. That's the problem.
Right.
You're presuming
Okay, here's
that
the
which you're
thing.
trying to, which you need to establish. That's the
Okay,
problem with the
okay,
analogy.
okay. Fair. That's fair. Let's say I don't use the word prison. Let's just say you're put in a situation in an environment that you had no choice in being in. Now, I think I could intellectually, honestly equate that to prison. But if you don't, I can see where there could be nuances to that. And if you want to, shy away from using that particular word, then okay. But I'm still describing being put in a situation
The
in an
only
environment
man,
that you had no choice of being in.
the only man who is imprisoned is you. You have imprisoned your mind in
No, I
a
haven't.
position where you have.
No, I
You've
haven't.
gone down. You've
I don't
gone
believe
down
you.
a cul-de-sac of thought that
No,
has
I
led
haven't.
you.
I'm being perfectly reasonable right here, DNW. Stop
No,
it.
no.
Stop
I mean,
it.
No, the fact that you
sorry.
think you're reasonable is why you're in the mental prison he just explained you're in. Your steel man
Don't you
became your
believe?
steel cage.
Don't you believe in a savior coming from the sky one day to save you and make things right, Ragnarok?
Okay, that
Correct
is
me if I'm wrong.
fucking insulting. That is very
But no,
disingenuous.
but if you call my views unreasonable, is it a yes or a no? Do you believe
You're
that
not
there's
talking about
someone
the
come from the
topic.
sky
You're
one
not.
day
You're not talking
to
about the
save you?
topic. You're attacking my
But
beliefs.
no, we're bringing up.
AS. Whether we're waiting for Jesus or we're waiting for
I didn't call any names.
a different type of Messiah, which is the possible human cause solution to the problems you're worried about. Look,
Okay.
Jesus could be seen as a metaphor for that hope in every human's heart. Okay, well, not every
Well,
human.
not being okay, but not being insulting, to Christians. According to the religious edict, the greatest man, human, or whatever being that ever walked the earth was Jesus, right? So according to the
You're not
Christians and
arguing the
Abrahamic faith,
topic. You're not arguing
and
antinatalism.
the
You're
world
arguing my
has the
faith.
world. This, according to them, this Messiah that you're equating with, actually equating with DNW, has already came. Has the world gotten better since?
It has.
Well, you see, theologically speaking, that's a non-point because they would argue that the prophecy hasn't been fulfilled. The actual narrative isn't over. He's due to come again, the second coming of Christ. So I don't know what you're getting at.
No, but that's okay. But even if they believe it's going to come 1,000 or 1,000,000 years from now, my point is, has the world gotten better since he came?
Yes,
according to him being the greatest.
Come on, please.
DNW, can I get in here, please? Can I get in here?
Yes, a lot of the stuff you're raising.
DNW, let me get in. I've been quiet for a while.
I want to hear
this
Kenny.
clown alternative star. If you don't learn your lesson for constantly having LA on this show all the time and just turning into a boring fucking conversation that gets absolutely nowhere, and this guy's trying the same shit. Antinatalism, the two subjects that always turn to fucking shit is antinatalism and veganism.
Yeah.
Why is he wrong in relation? Why is he wrong, Kenny?
I like that.
Tell him. Put him in his box if you can.
Donald Trump all the time? Is that what you want to show the degrade into?
Yes, a lot of the stuff, or all of the stuff you're
really
saying has been around the internet for years. Nothing that you're saying is new. I would recommend.
Go away then if you don't like
Your dog. I'm acknowledging that. I'm acknowledging that the Gnostics already
some of
said
the examples
this.
you
We have
give
people like
are answered in the literature. Go and have a read of Sheena Schifrin's paper, Wrongful Life. That's an interesting. That gives perspectives on what you're talking about. Just putting it there for you.
Well, that's a fair suggestion, but like this is like you said, this is nothing new. We've heard what the ancient Gnostics have said 2,000 years ago. We've heard with in the Greek literature, Solinus, the Greek satyr, what he said about life is better from what do they call it? The terrible wisdom of Solinus. So we're not discussing anything new. People who are great thinkers, who are always in the minority, vast minority, have always came up with this conclusion that I'm
the problem with
putting to
this
you
is
now.
it doesn't come down to reason. It comes down to your predispositions.
To me, that could be a straw man. Why isn't it reason?
No,
What's unreasonable?
Hang on, let's be careful about what I just said. I didn't say that you can't form reasoned arguments in favor of antinatalism. I said that for the most part, the reason people subscribe to that kind of worldview, it's a predisposition more than it's something they reason themselves into.
Well, that's gaslighting me. I cannot speak for everybody else, but what I can speak for is reasonable observing the state of things and the state of things, how things have always been. And so,
can I explain something?
So my point is not because I'm depressed or because I have some.
All right.
I never said you're depressed. I didn't say that.
But that's what's being implied. It's being implied that the company's view.
Mr. Exil, Mr. Exil, 1 second, brother. Exil, listen, right? You seem to be very passionate about a subject you say you don't agree with. Because you said you're not antinatalist, so that means you don't agree with it. So what the hell are you?
I'm not passionate about the subject. What I'm passionate about is having my thoughts represented.
Okay, so but you said, can I ask you a question? You said you're not antinatalist. Why aren't you antinatalist? Why are you not antinatalist? Go ahead.
Because I've heard the argument that you've made before that what if there is a case where bringing this one particular being into existence through childbirth could help bring some, far-fetched solution to everything. I would be for that, So, but because I know that's, as you know, it's wishful thinking, far-fetched, just hypothetical spewing, I just choose not to go with it. Right?
So what do you go with then? That's what I'm asking.
But hypothetically, what I do go with is it's in the best interest.
Are you an ethicist? I think you're an ethicist.
No, I'm not an ethicist. No. I don't, are those the people that just want no life to exist at all? Is that
They're the ones that want to end everything by any means necessary.
No, I don't want to end anything by force or anything. All I'm just spewing, or whatever you were talking is, I'm just saying it would be like Solinus said. Like, would you call Solinus an ethicist? Even though he's a quote unquote mythological figure, would you call his quote being ethicist?
No. Be careful about retconning philosophical statements throughout history into antinatalism, waifalism. It doesn't work that way.
I want to hear your views.
No, but it's a fair comparison.
I'm finding it difficult to understand your view on matters existentially. What is your view on life and what we're doing?
My view is similar to yours. As you said millions of times before, we're in a world that we don't understand, that we have little to no control over, and it's even arguable if we even have any type of free will in this. So I'm saying, if you can agree that you're in a situation that you know little to nothing about, and you have barely any control over how things will play out, nor can you guarantee how things will play out for any hypothetical life you may bring into it, how is it not gross, what's the word? Grossly unethical to willingly bring a life into it. If you can agree that you don't understand,
emotion will not solve.
This is not an emotional appeal. This is not an emotional appeal. This is not emotion.
AS, 1 second, please. The act may be bad. The act of coming here may be bad for the individual, but others may see it as a worthy risk to take, a worthy action.
No, but I'm talking to you.
Because they carry hope in their heart that this is going to become the best of a bad situation. They're between a rock and a hard place. As I've already tried to show you, given the situation where life will continue anyway,
humans carry hope in their heart that the next person, the next generation will do something to, remedy the situation, make things better, progress society, lift others up towards something better, to create an egalitarian. Now, look, that's not everyone's view, by the way, but that is, I think, my view. Okay,
And you're assuming everybody wants the same
people
thing.
are quite happy with the kind of brutal, red in tooth and claw competition of matters. They think that is good, but I don't personally think that is good. I think it's unfortunate. Okay, it is, by the way, whether I like it or not, that is actually the situation we're in. Okay, so we are in a world that is brutal. So even though I don't like it, it will be kind of that nature is there. That situation is there. But the point is,
your cognitive dissonance amazes me.
No. Part of being human is part of being, in my view, this is my view, being a better human is trying to rise up against the horrors of nature, okay, and protect people from it.
We don't even want the same things as a collective of human beings. You said yourself, as far as we're concerned.
Look, AS, to me you sound hysterical because you are right in what you're saying. It's horrible here. But the thing is, you're achieving nothing by pushing the other agenda that you've been trying to talk about here.
But here's the thing, everyone thinks it's horrible.
Life will go on. And in my view, all you're doing is clinging to a psychological comfort blanket, trying to nestle down in its fibers when it actually does nothing for the rest of us. It's an egotistical act by you, trying to say you're doing anything when you're doing nothing.
You're doing nothing is the right thing to do. Unintended.
You're opening up. Look, get this into your head, right? I've tried to show you the analogy of a tangerine with mold spores on it. Life finds a way. The mold spore will cover the whole orange of the tangerine eventually, even if one spore is taken out, another spore will replace it. Because in the environment, resources are at play. Life looks for resources. If you don't have a kid, right? You've already said other people will, and they will use the resources you would have used for your kid for their kids or for their grandkids or whenever they get their hands on. And they may well have more kids than your lineage would have introduced into the genetic pool.
DNW, you're cutting in and out, mate.
But
you're cutting in and
out. Sorry. Did you hear anything I said?
You cut up for like 2 seconds, but I'm following you. I'm tracking. Keep going.
Okay. So this is the problem, Alex. You've got to be very careful, in my view, when you're making claims about achieving anything. Even if you're saying doing nothing is achieving something, I still don't think you're achieving anything. And in fact, you may well be, and you don't want to hear this, but you may be a hindrance. A hindrance. You may well be the most immoral person in the whole arena because you're causing more suffering by your stance, which is demotivating people. Demotivating people and stopping progress from the only intellectual agents able to do anything, and that is human beings.
Let's go with what you're saying. Since I'm being immoral and I'm being anti-productive by contemplating the sex, do you think I should procreate?
By the way, I'm not saying you are. This is the problem here, AS. I'm saying the results, the unintended consequences of your stance and the proliferation of your stance amongst the population could cause a furtherance of suffering, an increase in it, rather than
So do you think I should procreate then? Is that what you're saying? Because it's really one or the other.
I think on the matter, I think it's a weird situation where I leave it up to the individual. Okay. And it's a very strange situation because I can see problems involved. I can see. Sorry, Chippy. I don't want to live in a totalitarian regime and gets involved in the private affairs of individuals to the degree it stops individuals from procreating. Having said that, I think in the future, AS, individuals will choose to have genetically engineered children. Okay, that will become the norm. But they will choose to do that. That won't be imposed on them.
Gramps, I'd just like to say one of your little admirers has just told me to go and fucking die.
Who's that?
That was me. That was me.
Kenny, please. I don't want to start this shit again because
Kenny, I don't want to start this again. Kenny, please. Both of you, I don't want to start this again because you said to him you want him to die before, and then he said it back to you, and you said it back to me. I don't want this to stop. I want both of you to shut the fuck up and not have this shit on the show. Otherwise, it's going to have to stop. And unfortunately, that means deletion of accounts on this panel. You can't be saying this shit. Come on.
Well, you should see the message that she sent before that. So I'm just retaliating.
Kenny, you got told to leave it be. Stop dredging
Let it be, guys. You know what the worst thing is, guys? You both were getting on well recently. You both were getting on well recently. We don't want to go backwards. We want to go forwards. Come on.
You'd be better off dead, and so would we. The world would be a better place.
No.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Kenny, no, please.
We'd all be better off. I agree with you.
All right, well, she agrees with you, but I don't want her to go. I don't want her to go. Maybe we'd all be better off dead individually, but that does nothing for the problem of suffering in the world.
Isn't that the point?
That does nothing for the problem of suffering. I'm talking about us on this panel. I'm talking about the problem of suffering. See, this is the weird. You talk about me having cognitive dissonance. You talk about that all the time. Now the thing is,
fucking projection.
You're the one who has it.
Who, me?
Explain why.
You're talking about as if you're achieving something, as if you're doing something, and you've yet to show me any evidence of that.
You're straw-manning me. First of all, you keep bringing up the word achieve. I never said achieve anything.
Your egotistically, vaingloriously attached to non-existent DNA that you can't even prove would ever exist.
This was a bard.
Okay,
and you
fine.
want a fucking medal for doing nothing.
Okay, so I would make a child, and would that have the opposite? And what you think opposite?
When you can't prove you would have done anything in the first place. Sorry.
But if I was to make a child in 9 months, would you think the opposite of me?
Can I bring up
something?
I'm sorry.
I would hope for the best. And look, I'm not going to say. Look, I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say.
The only you can offer me and my child is hope.
Some kind of villain. I'm fed up being made out to being a villain for literally having a clear-eye view of reality, and that is life will fucking continue whether I like it or not. Therefore,
your microphone is fucked, mate.
Thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to change, guys. Just 1 second. I'm going to change it to my headset. Let's see if that makes it any better.
I disagree with 90% of what Kenny stands for.
Can you hear me now? Is that any better?
I'm with him in this chicken thing. Go on.
Is that better?
What?
Can you hear me now?
Why do people keep talking through each other? It's kind of weird.
I asked you, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah. I've been hearing you loud and clear. I've heard everything you said from the beginning.
Yeah, but you see, I'm made out to be a fucking villain for just pointing out the obvious state of affairs, which is that life will fucking continue. And that's what is the point of contention. What are you going to do about that? What the fuck are you going to do about that? Get on your fucking sofa saying you're achieving something when it's fucking continuing. The problem of suffering is continuing, and you've done jack shit to alleviate it.
Are you sure the human species will continue forever? Are you sure about that?
It will continue for a time, and you've still done nothing to alleviate that
for a
problem.
time. So we do. So basically, entropy at some point will take care of this whole situation. Is what you're,
as far as we know,
alluding to.
Is there a talking stick? Can I have the talking stick?
Some people view entropy as the real god of matters because that will solve everything.
Entropy, our savior. Okay, well, I can't really argue with that.
It's so facetious of you.
Unless we have the problem of eternal recurrence.
Have some breaking news. Have some breaking news.
I fear that we do have the problem of eternal recurrence, and here's my reasonable take for thinking this way. We don't know how we got here now, so who's to say it can't happen? Who say it can't happen again? Go on, Kenny. What did Donald Trump do today?
Passed my driving theory test today, and I scored 50 out of 50.
Congratulations. Well, Kenny, maybe we'll go on the Finding Gnosis roadshow.
He's a sharp knife, that Kenny guy.
We'll get a double-decker bus.
Why not? Now, AS, I don't mean to have a go at you. This is the problem. People think I'm a villain. I understand you care. I understand you care. And I love that you care. And I care as well.
It doesn't matter if you love it or not. Dig into me, DNA. I'm built for this.
I'm just trying to show that your thoughts and your feelings on this matter aren't
aren't coming to anything tangible.
Nothing we do here is coming to anything tangible.
I actually believe may well probably be doing the opposite, maybe causing more suffering than not.
Suffering in which?
And all it is a bunch of
Anguish,
wankers sitting
emotional
around
anguish.
patting themselves on the back.
What are you talking about suffering? What suffering am I causing? Emotional anguish? Is that what you're alluding to? Like, what suffering?
You're wasting energy. In actual fact, is what you're doing. You're wasting human fucking brain cells thinking about something that isn't a solution.
Why do anything?
It's not a
Why about
solution.
veganism? Why are you preaching veganism then? Why are you having a show? We're all flapping in the wind here.
Have you learned how to communicate properly? Fuck.
Yes, I've also said before that AN is one of the greatest agitators. So I also have sympathy. I have a liking for that view. That
people like you who come on and talk about these things are really kind of making people think hard, and it's kind of good that you agitate people because you're showing that suffering exists and that these horrible situations are there. And I believe that's healthy. I believe it's good that people are showing people who otherwise would not have thought about the horrors of life that are out there for some individuals.
So in a way that is true, but I suppose there are other ways of doing that. You could pick a cause, for example. So
well, I do not want to be the new LA on this show. I want to prove I'm not a one-trick pony. It just so happens that
I don't think he has any tricks. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I forgot my train of thought. Continue, DNW.
You said you don't want to be like LA, who's a one-trick pony. I said I don't think he has any tricks. So you said you wanted to talk about something else.
He's a fucking carbon copy of LA.
Let's be more fair to LA. But what I specifically said, I don't want to be
fair at all on this panel for the whole time. You've been facetious, narcissistic, attacking people's beliefs. You don't want to talk about the problem. Your entire philosophy is built on if.
No, I think that I'm going to mute you, AL or Ragnarok. I think that's unfair. I actually think Exil is an alright geezer. I don't think he's an asshole. I think his intentions are well placed. Not well placed. Sorry, his intentions are good, but misguided.
Okay, well, let me ask you this at least. I want to ask DNW and everyone else on this panel, even those that disagree with anything I said today, have I ran away or have I not, at any point, have I not addressed any questions specifically?
No, I've already commended you for standing your ground amidst baying hyenas. I've already said that.
Thank you, and I appreciate that.
I hope you keep coming back. I hope you keep coming back.
I plan to.
By the way, are you in America? Are you in America?
Yes, I'm in America.
So give us the news on the ground. What's it like to be in America?
Well, America is a country. It's a big place from east to west, north and south.
True.
I spent most of my time in Florida and Georgia. I lived in California for a while, but I don't want to give
about Georgia.
Go on. Which is where I'm at right now. Currently.
Is it culturally? Because look, I don't want to insult you, dude, but like if you were pub hopping and you talk the way that you do, you get punched in the face if you keep talking over people. So for your own safety, if you go to a pub, don't do that. But is it normal in Georgia to just talk over people at the table? Dude, is there this formal, civilized hi? I want to hear you.
Dude, I probably talked over you for 2 seconds, 2 times.
AL, you're being inhospitable to someone who is a new entrant to the Finding Gnosis community. I don't like it. He's come on here.
I've never been inhospitable to you, Ragnarok. I've never said I did anything. I did make a little condescending remark, but in good faith though. But at the end of the day, you started it.
Started it, homie. I tried making a couple points. You attacked my faith. You attacked what I'm trying to say. I expect that. But
you called my argument. No. What I did was put a mirror to who you are.
I'm just putting you backstage for a second because I don't need these fanny fits. Sorry, that was a bit sexist. I don't need these unnecessary fucking hindrances to conversation. These arguments. We don't. With these unnecessary arguments.
I'm going to bring you back on in a moment, Ragnarok.
But yes, I want to get back into what the hell do you think we should be doing? Because this is what really matters in my view. What do you think we should be doing?
What we should be doing is really evaluating our thoughts and reasonable actions. Like I said earlier, we're in a world that you agree that we don't understand. Could you agree with that? We do not understand this world. We have little control over what goes on. Our
We don't
faith
understand.
and our experience in
We
this
don't
life is
understand.
largely dependent.
Right.
Anything. We don't understand. We don't understand hardly anything. You know, and what we do think we understand is things that's been told to us. You know, that we can't.
I don't go as
falsify
far as
while
saying we have pieces of the puzzle, okay, that we do understand. I
Okay,
think
but
it's,
very
I
few.
think it's,
Okay, we have very few. Okay, but our understanding is severely limited. We could agree on that.
well, look,
Right?
we have an immense understanding given how far we've come in human knowledge and scientific exploration. We have come a very far distance, and I would say a very short time. When you consider how long we have been here as a species, in a very short time, we've come a hell of a way.
When I say understanding, I'm referring to the who, what, and why, and how as us being here. That's what I'm.
Yes, I'm more concerned with what is going on, as in factually. That needs to be contended with, surely.
DNW, let me interrupt 1 second here. What it sounds like to me, DNW, is that you're trying to get sense out of someone who has a relatively low IQ. That's what's going on here.
I don't think he has a relatively low IQ. Thank you very much, Denny, for that.
I'm not bragging about my
IQ, but it's okay. Actually.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he does.
DNW, don't defend me. This the opinions of Kenny.
No, I know for a fact you don't have a low IQ. I think that you know, you. I don't want to say you're more intelligent than others on the panel, but you know, you're an intelligent guy, and you know, I think there's great potential in you.
And here's the thing, DNW. I wouldn't even call myself intelligent if Kenny likes it. I just think of myself as someone who's honest with my observations. That's it. And I think if we live a life of being as honest as possible with our observations, and try to limit our biases, I think we're gonna reach a certain point where we're gonna start to think in dimensions we never saw life before. So,
Are you a vegan alternative star?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hey, another hot topic. I'm on the road to becoming a vegan. Yes, I'll admit.
Just know you're a meat eater, right?
I've
That's
been
why
off and
he
on.
has this. That makes sense. Seeing as you thought he was low IQ, now we're seeing probably why, because all that animal fat is clogging up his brain. When you free yourself from that, you may think a bit clearer. AS.
DNW, if it makes you feel any better, I do believe veganism is the highest form of diet a person can have in this existence, coming from the school of Pythagoras all the way down to the teachings and philosophies that influenced, if he existed, Jesus, at least the words attributed to him in the Bible. I wouldn't say that he was a vegan.
Can I make a statement to that?
I think it's the highest form of dietary behavior in life. Being a vegan.
Cougar to come on, and Mandel Brit, be good to see you. Battle Axe, if you want to come on. Are you puking? Well, we're still waiting for you. Phantom Prophet, you're there too. Do come on. All you all are welcome to come on. Indeed, I implore you to.
I haven't eaten meat in 3 days. If it makes anyone feel better, but keep going.
Can I make a statement just real quick? I'd like to apologize for agitation. So I just checked my own ego, and I appreciate you, DNW, for kind of putting me in my place. I was getting agitated. You know, I like my faith is attacked. I keep getting interrupted, and I keep getting muted because I get emotional because I'm getting interrupted. So I'm going to control my emotions. Hey, I'm sorry I got agitated. Could you not look down on me for my faith? That's all I ask. I want to hear you out, AS. I really do. It's just, here's my issue with AN. Every single individual, whether it's LA or another, their entire premise is often brought forward facetiously, and it makes people walk away from it. And it also makes other people find out, like, I've seen people in this stream section, actually, throughout the months, actively abandon AN because its philosophical foundation is on sand. It's on if. It's always an argument of if. What about how and who, where, what? And you brought up that those notions of let's talk about what, who, where, what. And then you brought up the philosophies of Jesus. Well, and you want to talk about veganism, right? Jesus actually said we can eat almost basically anything, to the chagrin of some of
I brought up the philosophies of Pythagoras.
religious types.
Not
I know,
Jesus,
I
but
understand
go on.
Pythagoras as well, but you did bring up Jesus after you brought up Pythagoras.
Yes, I included him in the.
Pythagoras.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I apologize for being agitated, and I apologize for my ego like getting flared. I'll say that it was unbecoming of
Thank you,
myself.
thank you, thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. One word, sorry, is enough.
Is that an apology, Ragnarok? Is that an apology? I accept it. If it is, I accept it,
Thank you. You are a very gracious gentleman. Now, if you are a
and we
gracious
can get
gentleman,
along.
please let the
Alternative
lady
Star,
speak.
I'd
The
also
lady,
like to
if the lady,
apologise to you for saying that you've got a low IQ. You know, I was a bit mean. Sorry.
the lady is waiting, guys. Battle Axe, you're on the
I didn't say
Fighting
you were
Gnosis
wrong,
show.
Kenny.
Welcome.
So take solace in that.
Battle Axe, you're
Thank you for
on the
having me.
show.
Against the Alternative Star?
Excuse me. Repeat what you said, Kenny. I didn't quite hear you.
Well, before I just apologised for saying that you have a low IQ. That was mean and uncalled for.
And I said I didn't say you were wrong for saying that.
No.
So
It's just
You
that
made
you
a
took
it's
witty.
one under the
with
bridge,
such
Kenny.
dignity. It made me feel ashamed after it. You know, I thought, what a
It's
gentleman.
one under the bridge, Kenny. We're good. What I do is I try to.
XL is a good. I think XL is a good guy. I think there's potential there for greatness.
I don't want to be a good
And
guy, GNW. Don't put that moniker on me. Don't make me a target. I'm not a good guy.
all right. Well, Battle Axe is here. Battle Axe, please unmute yourself and tell us what it is you want to say. Maybe you have a fact or some kind of feeling you want to share with us, or maybe a question. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of curious as to why somebody in the chat, the private chat, is like trying to tell us that we need to like have our head in books that men wrote. And men are the reason why we're in the predicament that we're in currently.
Oh, we've got a man hater on the panel now.
Okay, thank you for that. Have you got your source for that Battle Axe? And is it a woman?
My intuition.
Okay.
What are you talking
You're
about?
I mean, along with the queen and everything, but not really.
Who in the private chat is recommend? Is it? Who are you talking about?
Battle
I
Axe,
don't know.
go ahead.
Maybe I'm in the wrong spot.
You Battle Axe, you really are. This is a case of nominative determinism, or you've chosen a name because of your past nature. Battle Axe seems very, very, apt in your. Yeah.
So you assume to know what my name is intended for, because the battle axe is also a long driveway that's unpaved to a large property.
Take that, GNW.
That's why you hate. Why do you hate men so much?
I don't hate men. As a matter of fact, I love one man in particular.
Lucky man.
That's lovely.
Vegan
I wouldn't say he's
equilibrium.
lucky. I would say he's not a coward.
Who is the man? Is he one of the online people, or is he? You don't have to name him, obviously, if it's.
Nunya.
Is he on the panel
His name
right
is
now?
Nunya Business.
None of your business. I like that. Thank you.
That rules me out.
Vegan equilibrium.
You're saying there's a chance.
Yes. Oh, that was funny. That's from Dumb and Dumber. I love that one.
Yes, it is.
No, and
Yeah.
he goes, "Yo, come on, give me a chance. How many chances out of a million have I got with you?" She's like, "One." Was it? Well, no. What was the thing he said? What was it she said to him?
You said one in a million. I can't remember the exact.
So I have a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
So Battle Axe, what's the vibe for today? What's going on?
Hope is all we have, baby.
What's up?
Well, tomorrow's a new day. That's where I'm at, because it's finally cooled off here, and I don't feel like my brain is like frying in my skull. You know, encephalo. Oh my goodness, I can't even say the word right now.
Alex, I have a question for you. Are you happy with today's Supreme Court ruling to protect women and girls from transgenders and
Yeah, it's gonna be
We need to write
107
things on
degrees.
paper in order to protect women and children. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
when biological men were all of a sudden
No.
able to
Action.
better women in their sports, then
Action.
You
yes.
guys hear me?
Words mean nothing without action.
Test, check. Am I coming through?
Well, it's now written into law, so yeah, it will.
Battle X is a troll.
Is this coming
Right.
through?
Yes, I'm the troll, and I'm going to ask you 3 questions when you come up to the bridge.
What bridge?
The bridge
What's that
that you
address
didn't
of the
burn
bridge?
yet.
Oh.
But she's slick with the metaphors. I like that.
Oh, it's Battle X. That Battle X. I remember this woman.
Oh, this
Yeah.
chick. Yeah, I remember her.
I remember
Yeah.
her. Yeah.
This chick.
Hello, Parallax.
Wasn't she doing isn't she a bit wacko?
She's fine. She's fine.
Is she?
Who isn't wacko on here?
She's like our darling.
That
We
Noodle?
look
She
after her when
has
she comes
a
here.
moment.
Over, honey. You're looking very
So-
beautiful tonight.
Hey, Kenny, if it makes you feel any better,
Kenny, anyone's a goal for Kenny.
no. Hey, Kenny, there's something Trump did that I actually agreed with. You want to hear it?
Yeah.
He signed an executive order to make it basically legal for people to fix their own automobiles. Like a couple of days ago. Have you heard about
Made
that
it
one?
illegal for people to fix their own automobiles. You serious?
Yeah, to fix their own cars. Yeah, because apparently the big companies like Ford and GM were holding back access to certain diagnostic equipment or abilities where you had to take your car to them in order to have it diagnosed or fixed properly. So he signed an executive order to stop that. So Trump actually did something that I actually agreed with. I think you should be proud of him that he finally did something.
I think that is actually. I think that's fair enough, Kenny. I think that's good actually. Yeah, it makes sense.
That's my olive branch, Kenny.
Do you think that people shouldn't be allowed to fix their own cars?
I think you should. I think perhaps the sensible approach is you should have qualifications to be able to do it. So if you are a qualified mechanic, you can do it yourself at your home. But if you don't have the qualifications, I think, I think it makes sense that to protect others from people doing crazy shit and not doing adequate jobs on their vehicles, it makes sense to have this rule. I agree. I think it's a great move.
Yes, that's a fair distinction because I want to make it clear. It wasn't just for people to be able to fix their cars. It was for mechanics, just who are not affiliated with the dealership, to fix cars, be able to use the diagnostic equipment and circumstances. So yeah, it's not just some random guy in his garage.
What is interesting there is
Hold on just now. Look,
1 second.
Peter actually looks like Jesus.
He does. 1 second. AS though, what is interesting there is they have to be affiliated with a dealership. I'm not so sure I would agree with that much, because that to me is unfair in terms of competition, because it means that only, for example, popular American cars can be in the market. So if you have like an obscure Indian car, Chinese car, or even British car, that there isn't someone affiliated with that make, well, then they can't enter the market. And do you know what I mean? I wouldn't agree with that. I think if someone is a competent, qualified mechanic, that should be good enough.
That makes sense.
And that's who's allowed.
If some incompetent idiot tries to fix their own car, then they could be putting other road users at risk.
Exactly. That's the problem it's trying to overcome, I believe.
Yeah. You can fix your own car in terms of the basics, like changing the wheel or fucking inflating the tire or fixing a puncture.
Can I mention something?
But there's certain things that in the engine that you should not be allowed to do unless you're a qualified mechanic.
Yes.
You mentioned
I not necessarily have to go to a dealership.
Kenny, I am actually Aramaic as well as European, so there's a reason I look like someone.
It's good, man.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
You don't look like Napoleon, but you also claim to be.
At least you're sticking to your Samsung Samsung
What
contract,
about Marcus
right?
Aurelius? I thought I see it in the nose.
You should have seen my hair when it was shorter.
Al, you said you are Alexander the Great. I believe in the. Were you Jesus as well?
No, John the Baptist, I think he would say.
Kenny, you do recognize Jesus was not white, right?
Yeah, the Magdalena bloodline's been
You're
in the
going to
West
cost
for
Kenny
2,000
lose sleep
years.
tonight.
Vegan equilibrium. I never heard that. Your microphone's bad as well. I'm
I
beginning
think
to wonder
vegan
if it's...
equilibrium. I think you're white, even though you say you're not.
The thing is, I'm not
I
just white.
think the average person. I think the average person looks at what is in front of them and looks at the majority of phenotype that is displayed, and if they look white, they're white.
Yeah.
I never said I wasn't white.
Dude, I've had
Okay,
people
sorry.
call me Lebanese, my guy. Called me Arab.
What's funnier, a white man playing reggae or a Jew playing reggae?
Well, it makes more sense for a Jew to play reggae, I think.
Does it?
I think there's a
Wasn't Bob Marley
stronger
half Jewish?
history. There's a stronger history of Jewish people in the reggae movement than normal, Caucasian people.
Actually,
Normal.
just on that, just something
sure?
that came to mind. I was listening
Normal.
to
Is
Bob
everyone
Marley's...
else abnormal? Oh, I'm just...
1 second.
I'm
You
My
have to talk to
massage is really pissing people off. I see.
Will you shut up for a second?
I was listening to Bob Marley's. He did a concert, 1977, I think. It's one of the ones on YouTube. Anyway, Anyway, it's just fascinating listening to the band live because they're obviously all stoned. Like the bass player Aston Barrett just fucking plays out of time so often, but it all fucking gels together like magic. That just came into my head. Anyway, carry on.
No, that's a good. I like that you brought that up because the thing is, they know how to make it work. You know what
They
I
killed
mean?
it. They just killed it. They get like Aston Barrett is just a killer, man. He's just a killer. What he does is phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Well, he is a killer because he had something like 48 children.
Yeah, that's true too.
You'll never guess what happened to me today.
Go on.
Back to you, Ken.
Got glue in your lock.
I got called a fascist cunt.
No,
and
not you.
I'm standing in front of the...
You can't imagine my shock, Kenny.
I'm standing in front of the Montgomery statue at Whitehall with my Make America Great Again cap on and holding the American flag. And an Englishman came up to me and says, "Get out of my country, you fascist cunt."
He's
and I
probably
just
right,
stayed
Kenny.
standing there silent, never even fucking budged an inch.
There you go.
So is it the fascist part of that or the cunt part of that you object to?
Both, actually. Yeah.
You remind me of the fascists, the Scottish fascists in Peaky Blinders, Kenny. You know I don't know what they're called, the Billy Piper boys or something, and they go around the country lanes beating people up. What are they called, those guys in Peaky Blinders? Oh, I can't remember.
That would be the Billy Boys, right?
The Billy, I got it right. The Billy, I said the Billy Piper, but with the Billy Boys, yeah.
Right. So the Billy Boys were the Protestant Rangers supporters in Glasgow.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. The King Billy, yeah.
Fought
King
against
Billy,
the Catholics, the Celtic supporters, the Catholics.
They're named after King Billy, King William. The last that battle was in the Boyne, the Battle of the Boyne, right? The one there.
I didn't know much. You know what? I've not even seen one single episode of Peaky Blinders.
Oh,
it wasn't bad. I mean, I watched the first series or two. It wasn't bad, and then I lost interest. But yeah.
D&W, can I mention something about English Civil War long ago? My family had a part in that. We supported the Stuarts, the Royalists, who were the English Catholics. Cromwell was after my family because we supported the Royalists, and that's why a lot of us came to Canada. So a lot of the English Catholics are in Canada, but most of the Protestants are, well, we all know what they're doing now. And I'm telling you right now, Stuart loyalists actually don't recognize the current British government. To this day, they don't even recognize the House of Orange. Basically, the House of Stuart has been in hiding for a long time. And when it comes to that Civil War, everything changed. If you actually understand British history, when it came to the Protestant Catholic Civil War, everything changed. Like actually the Protestant government to this day is still illegitimate because it waged a war against the royals. Like there's other details to that, but that's where some of my bloodline comes from. So I'd love to see Britannia be free again. How about that? But
well, it's going to be 107 degrees here tomorrow.
Wow.
And we went to the Isle of Man for a long time, and then we moved to Canada.
Yerf, what's the temperature like in Japan? Is it hot?
You're muted, Yerf, if you're replying.
Oh, sorry, I just stepped away for a second. Apologies. What happened? What do you want me to talk about?
I said, how hot is it in Japan?
We're kicking around about late 20s. We're
that?
in rainy
What's
season at the moment. August is when it becomes unbearable. That's when it kicks in.
Give me Fahrenheit. I'm a stupid
No, Celsius.
American.
Celsius. Oh, Fahrenheit. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I don't speak that language.
I tell you what, vegan equilibrium.
75.
Oh shit! It's like cold there. It's fucking
From
gonna
Friday
be.
onwards, for a
it's
whole
rainy
week,
season.
it's due to be above 30 for a whole week. in
August is
London.
when it becomes like 36 to 40.
On this Friday.
It's gonna be
I heard that.
107 degrees here tomorrow, man.
Nasty.
107.
That's
I
London.
can't believe
Nasty.
it. That's Massachusetts. This is what I was telling people. I'm telling people in 30 to 40 years, Massachusetts is going to be like subtropical, and it used to be, what do they call it? Well, we used to have all 4 seasons, and the winter would be bad winters. It'd be New England winter, which would be very like Arctic. You know what I mean? We don't get that anymore, man. It's like holy shit, 107 in Massachusetts.
There's something going on.
The Northeast.
There's crazy shit happening. We've had the hottest May day ever and the hottest June day ever. It's going to be July tomorrow, or now. It's July now here. And we're going to get fucking another hot weekend, another week ahead, Kenny, is that right? And apparently there's really hot days to come this summer again and again. There's something going on. And this year apparently is not as hot as next year will be, so...
Well, we know that Cougar Doomer could inform us.
I think Cougar Doomer is right about a lot of things.
Yeah.
You know, have you seen France? The French are frying quite literally, and I don't mean that. I'm sorry, I'm not being humorous.
No, you got that wrong. You got that wrong. It's just they're letting a lot of Arabs in, so they look darker skinned.
Well, actually, I don't mean to joke about it because children have died. Children have died in their cars from the heat. Like it's really fucking terrible in France.
Damn, that's fucked.
Yeah. There's been a number of children who have literally baked alive in the cars over the last.
Well, wait,
last
who
week.
the fuck is leaving those kids?
I know. I remember when I was a kid, there was this awareness. I know. I remember when I was a kid, there was an awareness campaign not to leave your dog in the car unaccompanied. I can't believe you have to actually tell parents not to leave their children unaccompanied in the car on a hot day. If ever, you should never leave a fucking kid alone in the car.
Dude, it's millennials, man.
I know, it's crazy. They're fucking clueless morons.
Right?
Clueless morons. Right, we have Phantom here. Phantom, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. What are you going to say?
Hi.
Hi.
I didn't want such a big build-up.
Phantom of the Galaxy.
I'm kind of stuck in about half an hour ago when you were all talking about the origins of the universe and stuff. God's real and stuff. It kind of progressed since then, but
that's all right. We can go back to that because that's a very interesting topic. Go ahead.
I would like to say, and I'm not what's the word? I don't want you to act on my say-so, but you've got a mod that isn't very conducive to interaction. He's very domineering and controlling and adverse.
Like that? I'm joking. That was a joke, Phantom. Phantom, that was a joke.
Yeah, very
Phantom,
funny.
who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Go on.
Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me open it up. I'll what is it? Ryu.
Okay, are you honourable battle one?
Yeah, vomit.
What is the situation? Tell us what's going on.
Right. I didn't say anything outlandish or anything. I just disagreed with him. Got banned. So I come in with a sock account, and he noticed it was me because I made it obvious it was me. And he banned that account. Then he goes, "Oh, this is like playing whack-a-mole." Little does he know, I've got 101 mole accounts, actually called Mole, Melinda Mole, Hole in the Mole, Holy Mole. I've got 101.
So are you telling me, Phantom, that you are used to being banned in live chats?
Yeah, but only I'm never abusive. I'm never threatening. I never do anything wrong. I just say shit people don't like to hear.
Like what?
Like, let's go back. If you scroll up, you'll see my deleted comments, and you'll be able to see why.
I can't be asked, quite frankly. Tell us.
Oh, that's a shortcut to thinking, isn't it?
No, I don't even know if you're worth my time. So you've got to show that.
I think I'd probably ban you for how big and boring you are.
Okay,
no, he's actually not worth your time. I spent hours speaking to that guy. He's a false prophet and a liar.
Let's put that guy to one side. You want to get to the real deal of. I was saying about reason, and reason is what makes matter matter.
I see what you're saying. I see what we've done now. I've heard that before. Yes. Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying by that?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Science can take us so far back to hopefully the Big Bang. Even that's questionable. But then pre-Big Bang, that's where a lot of atheists say, "Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Pre-Big Bang. Oh, it doesn't matter because we can't measure it, we can't observe it, it's non-observable." But that's what is reason is behind the Big Bang. And let me give you a little, it's an oversimplification, but it's a very valid one. Imagine God created this universe. Imagine, so I am asking for a preceptual sort of give me this wish. There's a God and it made the universe. That is like mankind creating a fishbowl. We've created a fishbowl, and we've put the gravel in, we've put the water in, we've put a bit of plantation in there.
I'm bored already.
Right?
Yeah, get to the point.
Yeah, this is where the brains can't think. They're judgmental. Yeah. Right. So we're living, this universe that we live in is the fishbowl. From inside the fishbowl, we can only measure what's in the fishbowl. We can only observe what is in the fishbowl. Right?
So science only deals with material reality. We all know that. Next.
Yeah. Observable, measurable facts.
Yeah. And science doesn't claim anything beyond material reality. So what do you
You can't know otherwise.
You don't realise it, but you're helping my argument. My argument
Well, Phantom, we can't know otherwise. We can only deal with what we can see, touch, and
yes.
You know,
See,
measure.
taste, touch, feel, smell. Yeah. All the five.
Or witness the effects of. I mean, there are things that we can't see, can't touch.
So you're agreeing with me. So you're agreeing with me that our living life constraints are within the fishbowl.
Yes. Yeah? Okay. And what's your point about that? Tell us.
But the point is that just because we can only observe what is inside the fishbowl does not mean there is nothing outside the fishbowl.
Yep, everyone probably agrees with that too. So.
We can't prove it. We can't talk about it even in sensible terms because we have no way of describing it or even knowing if it exists.
Logic dictates that nothing within that fishbowl can have happened.
Is this a slow argument for God? Are you basically saying because something exists, there has to be something outside of it that caused it to be? Is that what you're saying?
If you want to oversimplify it and straw man my argument, then yeah.
Well, I'm not. I'm asking you to get to the bloody point, sir.
This seems weird. You seem very tolerable with a lot of people with pedantic arguments.
No.
Banned.
I'm not banning him. He's in my side. He's on my side of the pond. You know what fucking time it is, quite frankly. You know? Do you expect me to be, friendly and, all the time? It's 20 past 2 in the fucking morning, brother. I should be in bed.
DNW, can you do me a favour?
What?
Get Battle Axe back on and conduct a wedding ceremony because I'd like you to marry us.
She's a kind woman.
Kenny,
I don't know if she wants you though.
Kenny, people of unsound mind cannot enter contracts legally speaking. Kenny, I'm not saying which of you is of unsound mind.
And fascist cunts also shouldn't get married.
If you're listening, will you marry?
Seeking truth. You seek.
Hold on, guys. Will you shut up? I'm gonna let everyone shut the fuck up. A man is making a proposal. Go ahead, Kenny.
She just needs a man like me to rescue her, and I'm the right man for that.
I can fix her.
You're a glutton for punishment, aren't you, Kenny?
I bet she's
I
American.
will fix her. Don't worry. I'll help her.
She comes with land, you know.
I think it's yeah.
God, you got a guy wearing shades and a hat indoors at night.
Kenny likes them toxic.
And that's not cringe. But someone talking about truth and where we might come from and why we're here. Why and reason. Oh, that don't matter. Let's listen to the guy in a dark hat and dark shades that's talking shit about some bitch. That, this is great content, yeah. You've let yourself down, bro. Do you know what? I'm only here from Danny Shines. Danny Shines led me to you. Danny Shines was restreaming
He's my hero.
Your stream.
Thank you, Phantom.
A few weeks, right? And honestly, I heard you, and I heard you talk about your own personal experiences, and they echoed with me. And now I've come on the panel. I think you're faking it. I think you're fake. I think you're fake, mate.
Look, I got to step down. Phantom, I remember every single thing we talked about in that conversation.
Can you remember? Yeah, thank you, brother.
Every
thank
word.
You.
I didn't forget you.
Phantom,
I do have my criticism.
I want to hear what Phantom said to Ragnarok.
Mate, what's up with him tonight, the host? Like, he's a different character tonight. He's normally tolerable, respectful. What is it?
It's true. Maybe the heat got to me, Phantom. I'm sorry. Now listen.
His boyfriend. Is that his boyfriend? I fell out with his boyfriend, and now he's got to try and peg me.
Okay, Phantom. If that's the childish fucking insult you want,
I'm childish.
Listen.
Have you not listened to yourself how you've treated me?
Phantom, I'm so sorry, my dear crybaby friend.
To be serious. And
have we upset you? Will I get the world's smallest violin and play it? Will that make you happy? Now, Phantom.
Look, bro.
Phantom.
I'm a tough cookie. Trust me, I've been around.
I haven't seen evidence of that yet. All I've seen is,
Phantom, I haven't seen evidence of any toughness yet. I'm sorry, you've just been a complete winner. Come on.
To be honest, mate, the only reason I'm fucking butter is I thought you would understand. I've heard you.
I'm trying to, but you see, the problem is you haven't really said anything of substance, and I'm trying to understand what the hell you're going on about, and I'm giving you more time to now.
Sometimes it takes a little. I'm a newbie.
I told you I'm giving you more time now. I'm giving you more. Phantom, I'm giving you more time now. I literally just said it. You're wasting your time here because I'm giving you more time, but you're not using it.
I don't think I am wasting my time here because I've sat back and watched for weeks and weeks.
Tell us, Phantom, what is going on? Go on.
I think I know that reason matters more than how. Right, science can work out how we came to being, but why?
No, they can't.
Why did we come to being is a question mark, and behind that question mark is reason, and reason is at the core of everything, and reason cannot be measured. Right? I could tell you.
That's not true.
Now.
You can measure reason. You can assess it. You can assess it.
Listen.
That's exactly what tests are all and experiments are trying to do.
You can observe reason.
You can assess reason. You can assess its qualities. You can assess whether it's good or bad.
Right? Can you measure inspiration? Like
if I said something now,
if I said no, listen, please,
Molten belly,
please.
If you're going to start changing the subject halfway through a sentence, then what you say?
I've noticed.
I'll be back in a while, guys.
Whenever you get to the close to the core of the problem, people interrupt because they've got this knee-jerk reaction to fight it.
You just said inspiration. You just equated inspiration with reason.
Say that again. Sorry.
You just equated inspiration with reason.
Yeah. Reason is why. Yeah. The question starts as why, and the answer to why is a reason. Do you agree? If someone asks,
what's your point?
What's
your point?
If someone asks,
I don't know what your point
why
is.
did this happen? Isn't the answer the reason? Yeah. Do you agree? Let's try and follow. Let's try.
Why did something happen? What are you talking about?
Well, if you listen, you'll find out. Right. Science can work out how. Do we agree? Science can one day.
I think you're inferring there is a why when all we have to go by is hows.
No. Look.
You cannot tell me why. You cannot show there is a why. You cannot show there is a why.
No, I can't.
You can only show me hows.
No.
I think you don't even know the difference between why and how in this specific circumstance.
If you want to fast forward to
the
ultimate ending, which it seems like you want me to do, then yeah, it's a question mark, but it's still valid, and it still has a reason behind the question mark. Just
as far as no, hold on. You don't know there's a reason.
Yeah, I do.
You don't know there's a reason.
For the same reason you should.
You don't know there's a Phantom.
If the
tell me the reason
bro. If the stories you've told us on lives, where you've had these divine experiences, I would call them divine experiences.
Yeah.
You might not call them divine. I get that, but I noticed a lot of echoes from your experiences. Being in places, seeing things, having feelings, and all sorts of weird shit happening. Right?
No, you know what, Phantom? I'm going to give you your due here. I have had a lot of strange experience, and thank you for listening so well and understanding and remembering what I said. But did you not also hear that I also admit that I cannot trust my experiences? Because,
and I agree.
Because psychosis is a thing. Because I also admit that my sensory application may not be up to scratch. I may have brain fart. Really, I do. You listen to the show. I mean, things may not be working all that well, and they may be working against me. How do I know? How can I trust my brain?
Exactly. I agree.
So therefore, I can only you're saying these things. But I still can only cling to the how question, the science, as a way to try and orient the world and understand it. I can't reach for unknowns because unknown unknowns things that I can reach from scientifically, but the things that are out of reach, outside of this bubble of existence, I don't know whether they're there or not. I can't reach for them in any way. They're outside of the conversation.
Totally agree. Totally agree. And I think what you might be mistaken is what I am saying. I am not saying as hard given facts and this is what it is. I'm saying this is my experience, just as your experiences have been your experience.
Okay, brother. Well, look, brother. Look, I don't think you're a bad chap. I'm glad you're here. Tell us about your experience.
Oh, boy. Well, I've been trying, but you
go ahead.
Seem to be fucking jumping on. You're panicking. You're all
No, I'm sorry. It is late, as I've already said. And Vegan Equilibrium, I'm not sure if you can take over because you sound like you're in your car.
I don't know who that mod is in the side chat, but he's obviously important to you. I hope your marriage goes well.
Oh, come on now with your snide shit.
Which one?
Get on with it and tell us your experience.
I'm not sure you're worthy of that, but I will say that the main overlaps that I've felt when I've been watching this, and do you know Nadia Yvette Chambers, the Great Debate Community from a few years ago?
Go ahead.
I suspect some of you might know of them.
Kenny won't because she's a woman. Go ahead.
Well, no, she was a trans.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, Nadia. I think if you Google, I think her channel's still up there. Nadia Yvette Chambers.
Was she in? Does she go to Hyde Park Corner?
No.
Nice.
Hyde Park. What? America?
No, she's American. I don't know who she is. So go ahead anyway.
No,
are you a fan of hers?
Anyway, they were part of the Great Debate Community, and
right.
A lot of them were all. It was majority atheists, and it was just Bible bashing Christians and this, that, and the other. And I went in there with totally non-religious. I would say, obviously, being English, British, near Birmingham, brought up Beaver, Cub Scout, did church, Sunday school.
Point are you trying to make? Exactly.
I've got a Christian bias, but I'm not overly religious.
Phantom.
I do believe. Go on.
Go on, tell us about your experiences. Go on. I know you said I'm not worthy. That was a bit harsh.
Well, every time I'm explaining it, I'm trying to give you the outline from beginning to end, and you keep interrupting and saying, "Tell us." Well, I'm telling you. So yeah, I've got a Christian bias, but I'm not overly religious. I'm what I'd call a true believer. I believe in a creator, and I have no idea what that creator is or what he wants, but I know that it's real. For similar reasons, from hearing your story, from things
you have no idea what it is, but you know it's real. That doesn't make any sense.
Because you feel it from experience. You think
Phantom.
Come on.
Phantom, is the creator good or bad? You can believe in the creator. You can believe in the creator.
I'm still undecided.
You can believe in the creator all you want, but I'm asking, is the creator good or bad?
That's a tough call. It's relative. If you're a bad person, the creator's bad. Right, think of it this way, right? Whatever God is, whatever made the Big Bang, it's growing something. This is what I truly believe with my heartfelt
You just
soul.
presumed that a God made the Big Bang. That's really justified that.
You start explaining it, and it triggers.
No, because all I'm doing is I'm jumping in. I'm not going to let you gish gallop. When you make presumptions that you haven't
established. Because they can't just listen to someone else's view, then analyse it after. They've got to cut it off and interrupt and pervert it.
Well, no. If you're going to say something that
you're arguing with your own straw man. Look, if you want to argue with me, listen to
I am. I'm
my
arguing exactly
view.
with what you just said. I just repeated your
You want to
words.
argue with your own view, right? You don't believe in God because your view.
I think
of
God is an incoherent concept. I think it's. It doesn't make
exactly.
sense.
So you're arguing with your view of God. You haven't heard my view of God because you ain't
Doesn't matter.
fucking. You haven't got the
presumed that God
patience
made
to
the
listen
Big
to
Bang.
my view of God. No,
What's God?
no, you're
What's
arguing
God?
with your view of God. I say a few keywords, it triggers a fucking lightning bolt
Nobody's
in your
being
head,
triggered, mate.
and you
I think,
and you can't stop yourself.
This is
from
called
fucking
debate about
arguing
ideas.
against
It's exchange of ideas and challenging ideas.
Yeah, an exchange of ideas, and you won't let the exchange of ideas happen because the minute you were here, a few key
Tom, what point
words,
are you
your
trying to
brain
make
gets triggered,
exactly?
and your brain
Cut to the
farts
chase.
come out
Hold
all
on
over
just
the
now.
place.
Hold on just now. Hold on just
You're
now.
fucking
Hold on just now.
ignorant. You're fucking
Can you cut
ignorant.
to the
And
chase
dude,
and
you're
get to
sitting
the
in
point?
the fucking house at
Cut to
night
the
with
chase
shades
and
on
get
and
to
that
the
out.
point. Cut to the chase and get to the
You get
point.
to the point. Take
Cut
your
to the
shades off.
chase and get
Take
to
your
the
hat
point.
off. Show us your ball.
Stop dragging it out. Shut the fuck up.
Be honest.
Cut to the
Be
chase
honest with
and get to the
yourself.
point.
Don't tell me to be honest when you can't. You're sitting in the house with
Guys,
shades
just
on.
put everyone backstage because it might be interesting to watch Kenny and Phantom just for a little.
Cut to the chase and get to the point. What the hell are you trying to say? I'm listening.
Oh, we got old Scott. Oh man, that was a good call by the moderator because I love the Scottish. I'm half Scottish. All my family ancestry goes back to Scotland from India. All the Scottish Imperial Empire.
There's no point in licking his ass now.
No,
He's
I'm just saying the background, laying out the background how I respect the Scottish. But
You're trying to win him over with flattery.
Take the shades off, dude. Take the shades off. Trust me, Scottish brother.
Sid, stay on. Just get to the point you're trying to make.
I'd love to tell him my
What is it you're trying
surname,
to tell
and I
him?
know the minute I tell him my surname, he'll know I'm Scottish, but I can't because it'll be doxing myself.
I'm not interested in your surname, sir. I just want you to cut to the chase and get to the point.
Right.
What are you trying? What point are you trying to make?
Right. The point is, science will work out how. Maybe. Science will work out how we were made and why, but not why we're here. Right? And why is the reason that made matter matter. Without reason, matter doesn't matter. Right? Now that's the overview.
What an
now,
intelligent,
to get into the nitty-gritty,
incredibly gifted human being you are. I'm glad you told me that. Do you know what? I can finally go to sleep now. I'm going to bed.
No, that's just the first step, bro. That's just the first step of reasoning. Reason and reasoning.
No, he's not. Am I supposed to go toe to toe?
So he's left. Yeah. See how easy you can beat them and they run off.
No, you didn't beat anyone, mate. I think you're just boring people. Listen, you've made a couple of claims that you don't know.
The truth
can't
might
know
be
God,
boring.
but you say that you do know God, and then you said that God created the Big Bang. That doesn't make any sense.
No. I said science may work out how we were made, but that's only ever going to work out how the physics inside the metaphorical fishbowl works.
Yeah, but that's science is just a methodology.
Science can only observe
for falsification of the material universe.
Yes,
that's all it is.
Exactly, within the fishbowl. That's what I'm saying.
It's not purposed for anything beyond that. That's not what it's for.
Exactly.
And if you're going to claim that there is something outside,
so why do so many
claim
atheists,
that there is a fishbowl, if you're even going to claim that,
so
I mean, you're actually making claims that we can't know. They're unknowable. Yeah, you could try listening instead of talking over people, mate. You could. No, it's not a straw man. You're presuming there is a fishbowl. You're presuming that there is something outside of it.
It's a metaphorical fishbowl.
So if it's a metaphor pertaining to what? What's the reality it's pointing to?
Right. The metaphorical fishbowl is the realms of science, the limits of science. The limits of science can only measure what is here and now.
Yes, we know that.
And within our own.
And
time and space continuum. And
even in that, even then, it's limited. We still don't know everything.
If it helps you strawman my argument, you can interrupt me all you like, or you can listen and think, yeah, the guy's full of shit.
Get to what is the metaphor pointing to in reality?
The metaphor is we're in this universe, and even science itself, and all this quantum physics bullshit. Where I mean,
so there's stuff that we can't know.
I bet you're a proponent. I bet you are a proponent of quantum physics, aren't you?
I wouldn't even dare to say that I know enough about quantum physics.
No, but you
to
trust.
Say I'm a proponent.
If a quantum physicist said to you X, Y, Z,
I don't understand quantum physics enough to make comment on it.
No, but you trust them though, wouldn't you? Because they're qualified. They've got a certificate.
No, I don't trust people because they've got certificates. I trust people because of their track record.
Can I ask you one question? And it's a personal question, and feel free not to answer it. And I ain't going to score it one way or another. Did you take the vaccine?
Not answering.
No answer. So, yeah, you did. Yeah. So you trust science. Yeah.
I don't think we can talk about that stuff on here.
What, you don't think we can talk?
How about this?
Can't talk about truth.
Let's just say we all agree. We all agree that
all the vaccine takers are atheists.
I didn't take the vaccine. How's that? I didn't do it. I didn't take it. No, I didn't take it. Hey, pal, I didn't do it.
They're all fucking having doubts.
Hey, Phantom. Phantom.
I don't know.
Phantom, mate.
I don't think we can talk about like pro or anti.
Yeah, let's not get into that.
We can't talk about truth.
Phantom.
Can't talk about truth and thoughts.
Phantom, I'm going to try. Tell me if I'm wrong here. You're telling us that science is limited in what it can learn or what it can teach us. That's poorly articulated. But is that roughly what you want to
say? Rough.
Science has limits. Science has limits, and it's limited to the material realm. Okay.
Yeah.
And
very roughly. Yeah.
So what?
So none of that matters. How science works out how science.
Have you ever thought that you're arguing? Have you ever thought that you were arguing?
You're interrupting at the wrong point.
No, because time is short. Now you're talking about the limitations of science. And the thing is, your view is the most limited because you can't prove anything.
Yeah, I said at the start, my ultimate answer is a question mark. Did you miss that bit? That's convenient, isn't it? The answer to my deep meaning philosophy is a question mark. We don't know. I'm not too proud to say we don't know. What you'll find is all these vaccine takers and scientists and atheists, they will avoid ever saying, I don't know. Try and get a scientist to say,
what does the vaccine have to do with this?
A challenger.
It's just irrelevant.
A challenger. Try and get a scientist, an atheist.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm going to talk to him by myself for a little bit. Is that all right, guys? I'll be bringing back on him.
Yeah, knock yourself out, mate.
Sorry, vegan, just a little bit. Phantom. You see, you're going on and on, as if you're saying something substantial, but I don't think you're saying anything of any.
I haven't been allowed to present my fucking.
Well, you already. Can I just say, I want to zone in on.
The minute I get a few words out, they all get triggered. They all get fucking triggered.
If I may, Phantom, you said earlier on you believe in a creator. Now, you haven't figured out whether the creator is good or bad. Am I right?
Say that again, sorry.
You said you believe in a creator, but you haven't figured out whether the creator is good or bad.
Well, that's a big question. Good for me personally, good for humanity, good for the universe. I think the overall fucking arching question is, I think the real question is not what God should we believe in. You know how people are like, oh, this religion, that religion, the other religion. I don't think that none of that matters. I think the real question is, which of us does the creator believe in? When the Creator made the Big Bang, and
Phantom, it's all
listen,
much to
please.
do. Much
I beg
to
you.
do
I
about
beg you. I'm
nothing.
about.
I mean,
Isn't it
I've
weird?
never heard a
Isn't it
man
weird?
say so much about absolutely
Isn't
nothing.
it weird how the minute you start to get to the point, someone has to interrupt?
Phantom, you've had more than enough time to get to the point.
I am saying that the question isn't.
You wouldn't know
religion.
if it stabbed you in the fucking sternum.
Look, it'll take you 30 seconds and I can explain it. It's not about what God we believe in. It's about what have they created. When God created the Big Bang and everything that evolved from it, he was growing something. It's not even a he, it's an it.
You don't even know if there is. You can't prove there is a God. You've already said you don't know
giving you my
good.
viewpoint.
You've already said you don't know whether God is good or bad. What the hell are you going on about?
Listen to my viewpoint, and
so
then
basically you're saying you haven't figured anything out. You don't know what the fuck is going on. So basically you're saying you're basically making an argument for science because you're showing me you don't know what the fuck is going on. You haven't figured out anything. So your way of analyzing the world is redundant. We need to move to something that is in effect reaching for tangible outcomes, and that is science. You are in actual fact making an argument that science is the way forward.
You're all right now. You got that off your chest. Notice how I let you explain that. Now can I say my bit? Where I think whatever made the universe made us with reason and purpose. Reason and purpose. Put them in big capital letters on the side note.
It doesn't make it fucking true. Just because you fucking
I'm not saying it makes it
words.
true. Follow the thought process, bro.
I'm fucking trying.
You're not trying because you haven't fucking listened. I've got like 20%, 30% through it. And
oh my God, there's more.
Someone's cutting me off at left, right, and centre because I've got a Brummy accent. I sound like I'm dumb.
Are you a City fan or a Villa fan? Are you a City or Villa fan? Are you a City fan or a Villa fan?
Arsenal.
Oh, that explains it.
Oh, that explains what?
I mean, you're a glory hunting arsehole. You're not even from London. You support Arsenal, all right?
So
and you're obviously
hunting.
You're reaching for something to save you. You're reaching for something to save you from the misery of life in Birmingham. So you go and support fucking Arsenal, a London team, because you know they're good and they like to win things.
You want to know when I started?
This is evident of you as a person reaching for something outside of yourself. The only thing is, Arsenal exists, and you can't show me that God does.
Right, you finished? Do you want to know why I support Arsenal? I started supporting Arsenal when my granddad died because he was an Arsenal fan. And I started supporting Arsenal when Man U were top of the league. So no, I'm not a glory hunter. I was carrying on my granddad's.
What year was it?
92 or 3. So around early 90s. And it was Man U. The glory hunters were Man U and Liverpool. Arsenal were like 3rd and 4th in the table for fucking years.
Okay,
swallow your pride there, lad.
We're all going to fucking die before
your assumptions lead to fuck all. My assumptions lead to actual fucking questions. I'm not saying that I'm giving solutions, though, am I? I fucking told you from the start.
I know. You're just a big hullabaloo about nothing. A man of no consequence.
It's a hullabaloo about nothing.
A man of zero consequence if ever there was such a man.
You haven't let me explain my situation. You haven't learned fuck all.
Oh my God, I've given you more time than anybody else in percentage terms, I believe, on this show tonight. And you still haven't made a point that hits home.
I'm glad I come on tonight because it's exposed you as a fucking faker, even though I had a lot of assimilation with you and your experience. And it's revealed you're more for the fucking. It's another YouTube fucking celebrity wannabe, isn't it?
That's okay. Whatever you think, Phantom. But the point is, I've always said I'm an agnostic. Okay, I don't dispute there could be a God. I say I don't know what the
So
fuck
all
is
your
going
questions, all your titles are all bullshit, ain't they? Really? Because you're not
DNW,
interested
can
in
I just
finding
get in
out.
here?
You're agnostic. You
Quickly.
don't care. You don't
DNW.
care. You're
Tuesday
agnostic.
gathering. Tuesday
Don't matter.
gathering
It
is
don't
all
matter
DNW.
to you, does it? Nothing matters.
DNW,
Reason
he's a
does
I have
troll,
not
some
man.
matter.
breaking news.
He's
Reason.
a troll.
You're not noticing the words, are
I
you?
have some breaking
Reason
news.
does not matter to you because you're agnostic.
DNW.
I'd rather listen to Kenny
DNW.
sing a
Let
song
me
than
say
this.
something. Let me say something.
Save us, Kenny.
Okay. Hold on. I'm just going to the fridge to get a Diet Coke Zero. I'll be back.
We're on your schedule, Kenny.
We're ready. We're waiting for our savior to come back.
Alternative star, I think you've been busting to say something.
It's all about the battle. It's not about the game. There's no aim. There's no aim because no one cares. We're all agnostic. Who gives a shit?
Thank you, Phantom. Exil, you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Yes. Earlier today, I made a comment about.
Phantom has disappeared. Like a puff of air, he's
Thanks to
gone.
Kenny.
Was he there or
Thanks to
wasn't
Kenny.
he? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what the fuck he was going on about.
Great job, Kenny.
Can I mention something?
Earlier today.
If I may.
Oh, go. Ragnarok, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate your cordiality.
Not that it's my
Phantom, you
permission
come
to
back
give.
on, you're welcome.
Vegan equilibrium. You were talking about how like Marley and the Rasta and the reggae, they have connections to the Hebrews, right? So I actually mapped it out, right? So the tribe of Dan went.
That's not what I said.
I'm just
Not
saying.
what he said.
I've
That's not
done
what
my
I said.
research. Well, you were talking about it, and you brought
All right,
it up.
but that's not what I said. That had nothing to do with what I was saying.
Well, you did say white people don't have connections to Hebrews.
No, he was responding to a joke I made.
I know. I'm just saying. I've done my research.
Sorry, can I get in on this, Ragnarok? What the hell are you saying? Ragnarok, I'm sorry, Ragnarok. What were you saying about white people and Jews? Go ahead, tell me. Sorry, I was.
So what I'm trying to say.
What are you saying about white people and Jews?
Different tribes, when the exile happened back in the Assyrian.
I couldn't give a fuck. My ancestors were Bantu people from Africa. Who gives a fuck?
I'm just saying, dude. When it comes to like ancient Hebrew roots, it's not one group has the monopoly on that. There's so many different ancestral lines. That's what I'm trying to say. Like there's Asian Jews, there's black Jews, there's white Jews. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know. I never was. I'm not disputing that at all.
I wasn't even trying to argue with you. I just wanted to bring you that research point. That's all.
You were letting me.
Yeah,
know
I'm
that
not
there's
even trying
Jews
to
all
argue
over the
with you,
world.
guy.
No, I know that there's Jews. You don't have to tell a Jew that there's Jews all over the world. I know.
Okay, I guess we're two Jews arguing now. Like, what's up?
Who isn't a Jew at this point? Okay.
AS, are you saying I'm a Jew?
I said who isn't
Hey,
at
you know
this
what?
point.
You know what?
I've
The
heard
God
all
of the
these-
Jews
I've
likes
heard
you,
all these-
DNW. You seek truth.
Say that, Al Ragnarok. You racist bastard. Are you saying nobody else seeks truth but Jews? How dare you?
Silly.
You racist bastard.
I would say the God
Ragnarok
of the
is
Old
speaking for
Testament likes
Yahweh, the spokesperson for Yahweh. There we go.
Anyway, AS.
No. Anybody can say that God loves people who choose the truth.
Ragnarok, I've had enough of your propaganda. Please.
About time. I love you, Ragnarok. You'll be all right.
Okay. Anyway, listen, I talk vegan equilibrium. You've probably said the least today. Go ahead. What do you want to say, brother?
I don't know. I'm just here to join the conversation.
Okay,
we have
fair
to
enough.
figure out what's going on.
Exactly.
We have to figure out what's going. What we're supposed to do. What are we
Nobody
supposed
knows
to
what's
do?
going on. Nobody knows. Nobody knows what's going on. Okay, Chickpea says. Chickpea says Grumps. That's me, apparently. If you are an agnostic, why are you looking for Gnosis? Because Gnosis is just another word for knowledge, and I'm trying to find out what is going on. And that's it, quite frankly, Chickpea. Does that answer your question?
DNW,
We have to figure out what we're supposed to be doing.
Vegan equilibrium. I can just imagine you sitting there at the totalitarian desk, like Christian Bale in the movie Equilibrium, saying, "Not without consequence. The vegan resistance shall rise." If you see that movie, it's amazing. Go see Equilibrium if you haven't seen it, because you're not going to understand my joke if you don't.
We have, before, I want to say, Phantom says, when truth comes, they flee. Well, you are the one that left the panel, so maybe you fled from the truth, Phantom. Is that what you're admitting, Phantom? Because you're the one that fled. None of us fled. I mean, what the hell are you going on about, sir? Kigaduma, you're here.
We can't let this shit show end without talking about the heat.
What the fuck is it with the heat waves every summer, bro? What
I've never seen a man so happy to explain how everything is going to shit. Go ahead, Cougar.
His name is Cougar Zoomer.
Cougar, I brought it up earlier just because I was hoping you would hear.
Yeah. Well, I'm here. I've been here the whole time, by the way. I've just been really busy building a staircase, which is very noisy work, believe it or not. Yeah. So what is happening? You people. I mean, I guess we're starting to get
you people.
No, you humans.
The boomers tell us you people.
We have another I thought LA was the only solipsistic wanker, but apparently we have another one.
Yeah. Well, you people, all 8 billion of you, need to wake up. Okay, this shit is getting real, and I was gonna do a video today. I'm just not doing videos anymore.
When
I've got so many other things to do. Yeah, what comes next?
Can you move my box along? I don't want my coolness to be obscured by the little find the Gnosis.
Oh, he gets behind the owl every time. Every time behind the owl. Put me behind the owl. That's fine.
Cougar, is there not an argument to be had that you're a sadistic bastard? And like waking people up to the horrors of the upcoming end of industrial civilization is a cruel thing to do.
Dude, as soon as the heat thermometer goes up, everybody thinks it's Mad Max outside.
I'm asking Cougar of you.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Mad Max. This is what we call a polycrisis. You need to learn a new word, polycrisis. Polycrisis is a crisis where it just piles up. It just piles up.
Maybe it was a word of a year, maybe a couple of years ago, wasn't it? It was a new word.
Yeah, it probably was because
a bit like what was that word back in? Was it 2018 or so? Was it post-truth? Yeah, post-truth was
Isn't the word self-explanatory? Poly.
Yeah.
Post-truth was another word.
Poly means many, and what happens when you have heat like this, and you can see this happening right now in real time, is so you have the heat, and that's a problem. But then you have hospitals and emergency wards filling up with people who succumb to the heat. That's a different problem, but that's also happening. Then you have roads that become impassable because the asphalt melts. That's a problem. Then you have rail systems. Now people can't drive, they jump on the rail. The rail systems don't work because the rails are buckling and the switch yards are freezing up. And that's a different problem. And then you start running out of water, which is a different problem. And then because the trucks can't come into town for a couple of days at a time, then you start running out of food. And so this polycrisis, the shit unwinds really fast, okay? And you need to start paying attention to your environment. We call this situational awareness, all right?
So you're talking about the cascade of many crises combining and causing even.
That's another way to say it. You end up with a polycrisis, okay? They are all related. They're all the same thing. They all happen at the same time. And they're supposed to happen at the same time because they're all related. You don't get one without the other.
Wasn't this all
Too many voices.
Wasn't this all prophesized in the Bible?
No. Next question.
Actually, yes. A lot of these things happening today were prophesied.
No. Next question.
So
moving on.
I will say one thing. It's interesting. One thing is interesting, and that is
reproduce in hopes of my child becoming the savior for this polycrisis.
DNW,
blasphemy down.
That is a matter for your own personal conscience. Only truly you can know for sure whether you would be right for fatherhood. Go ahead, Cougar.
Are you asking me?
DNW?
Sorry?
Well,
I was just not. I was being facetious. I'm sorry. Let's keep it moving.
Anyway, so I'm not on here to try and make points. I'm just trying to make a point, which is that you think, okay, situational awareness. I'm trying to raise the bar here, okay? You think you got a handle on things, you don't, okay? Just here to tell you that, you don't. I'm an engineer and a scientist. I'm telling you, you don't have a handle on things. Start paying attention, because I'd hate to lose any of you. And I'm going to talk to the, people who don't have air conditioning, people who live in a mobile home, people who live on the 8th floor, of an apartment building where it's really hot and the water has a hard time getting up there anyway. Just be aware. Just be situationally aware. If you have elders in your life that are important to you and they live nearby, check in on them, call them on the phone, go to their house, make sure their AC works. Turn it on, turn it off, show them how to do that, and make sure they know how to do that. So you can call them on the phone, tell them to turn it on. If you have friends that have small children, just remind them, don't leave the children. If people are dumb, people are stupid, they're chimps. Remind them, don't leave your kid in the car. If they have a dog, don't leave the dog in the car. Just tell people what to do, because people are stupid and they do stupid shit. And then they're headlines. Okay, we don't want people that becoming headlines, right? So situational awareness, take it seriously. It is serious. It's going to get worse. It's probably going to get better, but not until it gets really fucking bad. Go ahead.
So my question to you is, so I've been watching this situation in Britain, right? And some of the British people could say something about this. I'd like them to. There's this whole meme that started a couple days ago. It's like SWAT team coming in, and the meme is like, "Oh, you decided to turn on your air conditioning, an unlicensed air conditioning." Like they're literally kind of like. Can somebody
there are no AC licenses. You're making shit up.
They're actively using policy to literally take down AC due to carbon.
No, they're not. You're full of shit. You are full of shit. Shut the fuck up.
Let's let the British people talk about that, because it's happening right now. It's a fucking meme right now. You want to tell me to shut up and call everybody stupid? Your lack of confidence in the human species is pathetic.
You are stupid. You're stupid, and that's why I have to come on here and straighten people out. Get an air conditioner. You'll be happy you did.
Dude, what if the government is telling me to get rid of my AC because of the
They're not doing that. They're not doing that.
Yes, they are. They're doing it full of shit right now. Okay,
no,
let's
they're
let
not.
the British speak. Am I a liar? It's a whole fucking meme right now, dude.
It's a meme.
Oh,
yes,
you're a liar, huh?
Yeah, you are a liar.
Quiet right now. Let's go,
So
British.
anybody British here, the whole world is watching. Is the government in Britain actively doing policies to tell you to fuck off with your AC?
So it must be true.
That's actually not true. I've never encountered that in my life.
There you go. Case settled.
Right you are there. Right you are.
Spoken from a true Brit.
Well, there you go. See, I wanted to ask the Brits because there was a meme going around that the government's fucking going after people for their AC units, man.
And
I told you,
Cougar, you want people to stop calling them stupid.
With all due respect,
and I accuse you of being a stupid motherfucker for believing memes.
It does
making
seem
shit
like
up.
you're making things up.
Making shit up, and I don't appreciate it.
Look, he's not wholly wrong. He's not wholly wrong.
Rock making things up.
You shouldn't resort to air conditioning at first instance. You should try and exhaust all other methods of cooling first. When trying to develop or build a new property, you should think about other ways of keeping the building cool, keeping people cool. Sorry.
Okay, that's just zoning. That's zoning and planning.
Cougar, I need to give you a bit of advice, like graciously. Can you stop
Fuck
calling
off.
people stupid? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Fuck off.
Take the demon out of your ass, you faggot.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off, you liar. Liar.
Stupid fucking liar. Fucking demonic as shit. You want to behave like
I come on here to play with my food. Fuck off.
Yeah, you tell people. Yeah, oh, you call us food, huh? Yeah, you're a chaos magician. You think I don't fucking know how you dabble?
We have to know what we're supposed to be doing.
Cougar,
Stay out
will
of
you
the
be a
heat.
conspiracy
Magic. He
theorist?
thinks God's not real.
Antinatalism is the answer. Antinatalism will fix all this.
Actually, guys, to be
Where's
fair
antinatalism now? We're here.
When you need them.
I'm just saying, nobody can listen to him. So long as he comes
Hold
with
on,
the
guys. Hold on, guys. One second. To be fair to Ragnarok, Camden Council did say to some of the people who live in council housing there to take down their air conditioning units.
Thank you
to
for
permanently remove them.
Thank you. I
Because,
asked if somebody could fact check me.
Yeah, but that's not the UK government. That is a local authority.
Okay, so the meme is a bit expansive online right
Because
now.
because they're committed to net zero, and they said it wasn't.
Okay, so I'm
it
not a
wasn't
liar. It's a
sustainable
meme that got blown
for
out.
the environmental concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for the research. I really appreciate that.
That's zoning and planning, and they have control.
Okay, could you apologize for calling me a liar and stupid, though? I'd really appreciate that. And I'm
No,
sorry
you're
for the words I
stupid.
said to you.
No. Lots of people call you a liar and calls you stupid, so don't worry about it.
Oh, really? Lots, right? Yeah, you think we don't
Yeah.
listen to you in the background?
Everybody
Trust me,
does.
we're watching you.
Good. I'm here to play with my food. Entertain me.
Food.
You're
Entertain me.
You behave
Entertain me.
Be careful your food don't
Cougar,
eat you.
will you be a
food could end
conspiracy
up
theorist?
eating you, mate. You're so simpleton. Simpleton from Simpletown, trick to Trumpton. You're fucking gonna get eaten, mate.
This fucking guy calls me a liar when I'm a 37th, you fucking bitch.
Don't let him get to you, man. That's all these cunts do.
Vegan Equilibrium, are you in a position to continue the show?
Mr.
They
Doomer.
never give anything. They take.
Vegan Equilibrium, can I retire, please? Can you continue the show? Are you out and about? Are you at home? Can you continue the show?
Did you hear me? I
See,
said only
Cougar's a
if Cougar
chaos
stays
magician,
on.
and he does see you people as energetic food. He is a chaos magician. He is a chaos warlock.
Right, guys, I'm gonna give you like.
You could be the same.
Ragnarok.
I'm getting you guys. Are you able to close the show?
Ragnarok, I just want to say on a personal level.
I need to know if fucking Vegan Equilibrium can close the show. Vegan Equilibrium, brother, can you close?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I will stay on the show for a little bit as long as Cougar stays on.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Take it easy, man.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Doomer. Yeah.
What? He's bailing. So
Would you consider yourself a conspiracy theorist?
No. Mechanical.
Well, you're saying things that's not in the mainstream. That's not being said by the government.
You're obviously new here.
Yes, I am. I don't know how to handle that. Yeah, it was just my, I guess, some would consider my broadened definition of what a conspiracy theorist would be. It's based upon a comment I made a couple hours ago.
What do I handle that's not in the mainstream? What am I doing? It's not in the mainstream.
Because essentially, when people get the label of conspiracy theorists, it's because they're saying things or they're disbelieving mainstream narratives, or they're saying things that goes against the mainstream.
No, it's not true. Conspiracy theorists believe. Well, conspiracy theorists believe bullshit. All of it.
No, but let's be objective. Let's be objective. No, let's be objective about how we classify. That's not specific.
Conspiracy theorists believe bullshit. Therefore, bracketing anyone that disagrees with you as a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, it's a nebulous.
Moron.
You're giving a nebulous definition of what a conspiracy theorist is.
No, it's not me.
Motherfucker.
It's not me. It's not me.
You're
it's reality.
Fucking moron. Hillbilly.
It's reality.
You're a hillbilly.
You
have
to stick with reality.
Woods. Do you live in
But
the
Cougar,
woods? I bet you.
If you say something, go
I
on.
bet he lives in the woods. Cougar, where do you live? In the woods or in city? I bet you live in the woods.
In between, I guess.
No, yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Cougar?
Sure.
That explains it.
With grace, right? I'm not trying to fucking argue with you, okay?
Sure.
Why does it come at me so sideways?
Because you're dumb.
That's just your only excuse?
That works for me. Yeah.
Can I ask you another question? Like, why
Sure.
do you
Go ahead.
You mentioned you dabble in chaos magic. Okay, what kind?
There's only one kind. What are you talking about?
Okay, there's multiple schools. Come on, let's not be ignorant here.
Look, it's based on chaos. There you go. What do you want to know?
I'm curious. Like, I'm trying to figure out: are you an adept, a journeyman, a master, something?
No, I'm dabbling. It's a hobby.
Okay, so you dabble. Well, like, you understand if you're going to dabble in magic that even the enemy believes in God, right? So it doesn't matter what kind of magic you use.
So it's going to be 107 degrees here tomorrow.
He dabbles in spelling things wrong.
I know. There's people
When
who
does
think
Cougar
they know.
dabble in
I'll
magic?
give you this,
Is that what
Phantom.
happened?
Me and Phantom have criticisms amongst each other. Like, I don't like certain things about him, but he fucking knows I'm a big fucking bright light. People who fuck around.
I know you're real.
You're not a bright light. Fuck
No. You're a dim bulb. You're a decayed dim bulb.
Says what he means. I know the rest of you are faking it. You don't even know who you are. The rest of you don't. At least Ragnarok knows who he is, or knows what he
Ragnarok
wants
thinks
to
he's
be.
Napoleon, dude.
The rest
I don't know that.
This fucking
Or
cougar
Marcus
guy,
Aurelius. Don't forget Marcus.
Fucking hell.
Dude, I
Someone
was
just
Marcus
asked him a
Aurelius. You
simple
want to lie?
question, and he
I'll pull up
couldn't
my
answer it.
Kashyyyks. You want to see?
Okay, yeah.
You're all
Unhinged
fakers.
shit doesn't work.
Let me jump in here and say something quickly.
There's a
Sure,
reason
go ahead.
Jews and Druze don't talk to people about reincarnation like you people.
I want to hear Gibbon. I want to hear Mr. Gibbon.
Let me jump in. Whatever you think of Ragnarok, he's one of the most intelligent guys I've heard when it comes to talking about history. Go on.
I'll give him that.
So?
Cougar, I think you're very disingenuous. You can dislike somebody and give them credit. I'll give you your credit. You have very good knowledge about crises control. I've seen that. I've seen your ability to game theory the cascade. I've seen how you can see the dominoes in game theory. I've seen how you want to talk about the heat and the other problems. Can I ask you a question? A polycrisis, right? This issue with this demonic Epstein cult within the West and also outside massive religious death cults trying to invade the West from within and without. Would you consider that a polycrisis?
No.
Why not? Because it's multiple crises and things happening against a specific culture.
Because half of what you said isn't real. It's fiction.
What do you mean not real?
Demonic invasion? No, you made that up.
No. Demonic cult activity, like the Epstein cult. They are a ball cult. They're prolific. Okay.
I think you got different problems than that. You're working on it. Good enough. Fine. You're working on it.
Yeah, and there's a problem with certain cults corrupting certain positions and policies of government. Okay, that's the first thing a cult does.
I don't know about that. There's a Trump cult that's fucking things up.
Okay, yeah, he has a personality cult. Even Obama has one. Okay, this is every politician who knows how to influence people with Kabbalah, real fucking magic, knows that. Okay.
I don't buy that at all.
I agree with Ragnarok there.
Yeah, I mean, the mental game of playing people's minds, they've mastered it. They've studied this for thousands of years. They know what they're doing.
It's influence, bro. It's not even money, the real currency. It's about influence. Like if one mama's boy can influence so many people, that's power.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Well, that's
now
why
what?
they
Now
run
what?
the media that way. That's why they run the songs that way, the music industry, because it's all about influence.
Can you guys hear me? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a little quieter than everyone
Yes,
else, but
but you sound low.
All right. Just wanted to make sure.
You sound like you're in a tunnel.
It's just the terrible audio on my end, but
turn yourself up. Sounds good.
The whole ball demonic cult thing, that's all a bunch of bullshit.
It's not bullshit.
It's not bullshit, dude. There are whole covens and cults mapped out and identified.
Okay. The problem.
You can't just write something off as bullshit.
Behind to find the Gnosis square, please. Get me along. I've got my camera on. I don't want my face obscured like that, you know.
Oh yeah. Let's move more. Yeah.
I can't do that.
I'm looking for battle axe. I'm trying to win her over.
Always ends up under the.
Get my square
What's matching, Kenny?
The owl has got it in for you, Kenny.
I forgot
Can I
what
ask you a question?
I had something to
Why
you.
do you?
It's gone.
why do you assume those ball cults are not real? Those demonic Moloch cults and all that.
There's
Because it's not
What I want to
mainstream.
say,
It's not
no,
said
what I
by
want
the
to say
media.
is it's definitely real in the mind, and it's definitely real in their ideas and how they actually worship their God and how they follow their ideas. It's real, but I'm not saying that entity's real. I'm not saying that that force and that power is real, but they've made
Okay,
it.
you're not giving the demon powers of intent. That's what you're trying to
also
say.
not providing
That's
any
smart.
evidence. You're also not providing any evidence for.
There's no evidence that's needed. Like, look at the missing kids. Look at what's
there you
going
go.
on.
Yeah,
like,
dude, they literally sacrificed children to demons. This is a fact.
Yes, it's a fact. I'm not even saying it's real, but they do it. They do it because they believe it.
Okay, we can't have this conversation with people who haven't even studied the Epstein files because Epstein himself admitted he's part of a ball cult.
Dude, Bale, you gotta
Vegan,
understand. Like,
are you ignoring the Epstein files? We're Ragnarok already.
Oh, fuck, I would never ignore that shit.
No, I watched them, dude. I went on Instagram and went through all the crazy.
It seems as vegan is ignoring it.
Dude, that shit is scary. Like, if that shit's real, the Epstein files are terrifying. If that shit's real, that shit
My
is
guy,
fucked.
they don't even know that this is ancient Canaanite black magic
Oh, it
practices from
100%
like
is.
before
Yeah.
Jews, bro. Like if you understood the Canaanite pantheon, bro, holy
arts.
shit.
Magic arts, dude. I know.
Yahweh is from the Canaanite pantheon.
Yes, he's considered a warrior thunder god, and his rival is Baal. The Baal is considered the demon.
Yeah. He took over for Baal in the Canaanite pantheon. He has all the attributes of Baal.
Okay, so
The rider of the
you're
clouds.
somebody,
That's like
you're
Baal
somebody
is
more historically versed than most.
I'm sure Epstein spent a lot of time.
I'm very
studying.
historically versed, my friend.
Let's let Noodles talk.
Vegan, turn your mic up a little bit if you can.
I don't know how to, but
Go to settings, go to audio, and just. Oh wait, no, you have to be the host. Never mind, you have to be the host. Sorry.
Let's just be quiet and talk to him. Let him talk.
True. It's just.
I am the host. I said that I'm sure that Epstein spent a lot of time studying all about this stuff, and it was very important to him. I'm sure it was.
Well, maybe he
He
was
probably-
okay. Into it. Maybe he was like, guided.
But what's the but?
Yeah, I'm sure that this is one of his main concerns, and he probably prayed to Satan every day, and
No,
this was what he was thinking
Well,
about
there
when
are
he was.
only two masters, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Also,
well,
if-
anyway,
if I can bring
you
up some
guys don't
research-
have
A lot of this.
I would love.
A lot
to
of this
see
talk
any,
is,
I would love to
is-
see any evidence you have for any of your claims here. Anyway,
Well, I mean, I'd say
go
the
ahead.
first bit of evidence would be our
I was just.
and
Yeah.
the mission.
I'm sorry. I'm going to mute
I
everyone.
was
and
just.
let
I was just
Cougar
gonna.
speak.
Yeah. Okay. I was just gonna say that a lot of the stuff, especially coming from the current crowd, who shall go. The blood libel, anti-Semitism, Jews as devils and demons, and this has been going on for 1,000 years, 800 years, and it keeps resurfacing. And then all of a sudden, Epstein is worshiping Baal, and it's like, guys, this is old news.
He
okay?
admitted to
And
that.
Where? When?
So he has a relative. That relative told people that they're part of a ball cult. These
Okay.
ball
That's
cults
not-
specifically.
All right.
They specifically
I'm
operate to
not
gather
talking
influence.
about Epstein. He's not discredited. I'm talking about the blood libel.
What blood libel? I'm Jewish. Talk
But
about
no, but that's a straw man. No one brought up blood libel.
Okay, well, I'm not Jewish, so I don't really know a lot about
Why
it.
are you
but
thinking this is
the
blood libel?
lie
Even
the
Jews are
Christians
told by
told-
God to kill these cultists who sacrifice children.
Yeah, we're talking about child
Okay, so I'm-
sacrifice and
so I'm
children
right.
going missing.
It is about the blood libel.
There is no blood libel.
Okay. So
Okay. They consider
you
it
made my
blood
point.
libel if you bring up these sacrificial cults. Dude, I'm a Jew, old Torah style. I have to kill someone if they are sacrificing children to the fire. Specifically, if they are sacrificing to demons, I am commanded to fucking kill him.
Yeah,
or
but
I'm
the whole
cursed.
okay, but the whole thing. First of all, we don't know you're a Jew.
You know what you're also commanded to do? If if a girl is not a virgin on her wedding night, you have to take
No,
her to the edge of the
Aramaic.
village and stone her to death.
Now, I'm also commanded to kill kidnappers.
Well,
That's an
but
Exodus.
you're-
That's an
you're
Exodus.
cool- but you're cool with stoning the non-virgin bride to death, right?
Dude, look. There's been a lot of
The Old,
progress throughout
the
the
Old
Abrahamics, but
Testament
that's not the
and
point.
Christianity is just
This
as
guy
much as
wants
the
to
death
bring out
cult.
blood libel when we're talking about cults that have harassed Israel for since thousands of years.
All I'm saying is that this whole thing of linking Epstein to demonology or anything else smacks to me, sounds to me like the blood libel.
Yeah,
You're uninitiated. I'll say that.
In my opinion, they have followed this line of order and they have ran this world for centuries, thousands of years, and they know what they're doing. That's my opinion.
And you guys know all about it. I'm sure you're the experts.
No,
there's a lot of
research. I've been drugged. I've been
No,
tortured.
next to nothing about this. I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
Someone's out there doing shit. If I've been drugged and tortured, someone's
Ragnarok.
A lot of
Let's
people
talk about
have been.
ancient Canaanite religious development.
Yeah, no, let's do that. We can even talk about how the Phoenicians worshipped the same deity at one point and other beings
Yeah,
too. Did you know
the whole of-
Arabia before Islam was actually worshipping Hubal, another name for the demon known as Baal. In Carthage, this was a Phoenician outpost. They were doing, the Romans documented them.
Okay,
They did
who cares?
sacrifices.
Okay,
in the
before we
same
go
way.
demonizing,
Who cares?
No, why do they worship the cow and why is it called a hay Baal? Oh, hey Baal, and they worship the cow. Get it, the calf. Yeah, it's funny.
Dude, the
even
whole
Yahweh was
elites
called
do
Baal.
child sacrifice, and
They
you
should
don't
no
even know
longer
it,
call me
bro.
Baal.
Who cares about any of this?
Let's not just demonize the gods of other cultures.
Cougar,
It's
Cougar,
a
you want to
special
talk about the
treaty.
heat? We want to talk
It's
about these
special
corrupt
treaty.
elites trafficking babies, okay? Bigger problems.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Yeah, but the heat's real, and what you're talking about isn't.
No, it's not. No, what he's saying is
The
real,
heat at
and
the
they're
brass
doing this.
bowl was real too.
What I want to say is this: just because you don't think that entity's real, or that god, or that character, or that spirit, they still believe it's real, so they are doing it. You understand? They're still doing this because they believe it's real, even if it's not real. They're making.
Who's they? Who's they?
The people that fucking do it, man.
Why,
I don't know.
why do people always say who's they, bro? There are networks of covens and
Because you
cults.
have not actually provided
Because I want to know what you're talking about.
No, I think you're a boomer. Just
provided a
deflecting.
shred.
It's always they.
Of evidence.
Because
not one
identify
shred
Vegan.
of evidence.
Vegan, can I ask you a question?
Your evidence is in the Epstein files.
Vegan.
Go ahead. Go look.
Vegan, can I ask you a question? What do you think the whole Epstein files and child trafficking rings were about in your most logical reduction?
Dude, they don't even traffic just for the reason you think. They do it to sacrifice them to demons.
Was
I
he
want a
talking to
vegan to
you,
answer.
or was he talking to me?
I want vegan to answer. Yes, I want to hear how he.
All right. What was your
square
exact
circles on
question?
this. My question was, what do you think was the motive and the driving force behind the entire Epstein file situation and the whole situation with child trafficking and that whole operation? What do you think was the driving engine behind it?
Money.
Or do you
Just
think it
from
never happened?
Well, look, can everybody please just mute yourself for like a minute or two? From what I've seen, and I'm not saying I've seen a lot, but from the little bit that's been thrown around and what I have been exposed to, it seems like it's a big overblown crock of shit. And it's just a lot of people that like to spread rumors and blow things out of proportion. I had a lot.
Okay, can I ask a follow-up question?
Wait, let me finish. I've met plenty of people that if you light a match, they say, "Oh, he tried to burn down the house," So it's like Epstein was only ever convicted of actually like having sex with one underage prostitute. I think she was 17. It's quite possible that she probably lied about her age. Not that that makes it okay, but also, there's out of everyone that's talked about in the Epstein file, I think supposedly there was only 4 people that testified, and two or three of them were like proven to be liars, or they recanted or something like along those lines. So
were you paid by Epstein to say this stuff?
So
hold on, no. Let me.
You're a great PR piece, my homie.
You're not
So
letting
y'all
me
please
finish.
stop accusing him. Please stop accusing, because I want to ask him
You're not
follow-up
letting me
questions when he
finish.
finishes.
So
Go continue.
videos of Epstein abusing anyone. There's no
Mhm.
there's no real like strong evidence that he was like trafficking these children or whatever. The
So why
strongest
was Ghislaine
evidence-
Maxwell
can I
jailed then?
finish?
They were
Can I
both
fucking
charged.
finish?
Why was Ghislaine
Can
Maxwell
I
jailed then?
fucking Can I
Fucking
fucking
perjury, man.
finish? Can
Yo,
I
let him
fucking
finish.
What
He's
I've
providing his
seen
own
is
rope.
that what I've seen is that there's a bunch of rich guys that probably got a bunch of like Russian prostitutes or European prostitutes, which is what a lot of rich guys do anyway. Some of them probably were underage and lied about their age, or some of them could have been sent in purposely. It was perpetrated by Russia to sort of get basically have there be dirt on these people that they can use against them. That's and that's just based on the little bit of information that I've seen. I'm open to the idea that there's other shit going on, that it could be worse, that blah blah blah. But I ask people to present evidence to me about this stuff, and no one fucking does. They just like to rail on
Dude,
about.
you can
what
go
I-
look into
What do you think about the blackmailing?
You bring it up.
What do you think about?
Share the fucking screen and go, and you can go through it. man.
There's shit in there we can't share on YouTube, bro.
I've seen videos of Michael Jackson with a machete scaring kids in the Epstein files.
Okay, you mean like for a Halloween thing or what?
I mean, if that's how they harvest adrenaline, sure, let's get their adrenaline pumping. And
like you've never been out on Halloween where people.
Okay.
I'm not. They don't harvest.
Let's not muddy the water.
Isaac, homie, Isaac, they're not even on the Chrome rabbit hole, bro. They don't know shit.
They've never seen this footage. They don't understand it's real. They don't get it got leaked. They don't get it's a streaming thing. People are watching this on the dark web, paying to watch it. You don't get all this.
It's fucked up. You ever seen the movie called Hostel, where rich people pay to torture people? They fucking do that.
That is what is happening.
This entire conversation is so
You guys
dumb.
are making a bunch of unfounded.
It's not claims.
It is so dumb.
claims.
This is so dumb.
And you're muddying the waters from the actual.
I've
I was
seen
going to
it.
get
I've
to
seen this shit.
vegan equilibrium.
It is so dumb. This whole thing is so dumb. You people are dumb.
I think you people want to stick your fucking head in the sand, and you're why victims.
No, I think I'm going back to what I said before. You're just a dumbass.
For no reason, you think that
You're just a stupid motherfucker. You're stupid.
Yeah, you guys don't want to believe that.
You sound like the average young boomer that's just raging, Cougar.
No,
What's wrong?
I'm around stupid people. It pisses me off. Stop being stupid.
Get off my lawn, Cougar.
There was something that was very, very interesting in the news a few weeks ago. You remember the war in Sarajevo? What rich people used to do was pay for like safari trips to go and shoot the protesters. They used to pay thousands to do
That's
it.
documented. That is documented. Yes, we.
That is
Same
documented.
type of evil we're talking about.
So imagine what they would do behind closed doors.
Exactly.
That's out in the open.
Now imagine people who make excuses saying that they're just putting their head in the sand.
Yeah.
But dude, Isaac,
Imagine your boy Trump.
Can I say this, Isaac?
Yeah.
Dude, Isaac, I know you've been through a lot of struggles, okay? I know you've been through some of your own shit. You're a spiritual man as much as I am in your own right. And a lot of people who actually have dealt with spiritual warfare and cults literally trying to kill them. To the rest of the people, they can't even see the hidden war.
I've been brain shocked and messed with my whole life.
Dude, there's a lot of people who got messed up.
I had a lobotomy, and you understand people in MK Ultra.
Cougar, you're so little of a threat to the establishment that nobody even thinks about.
I'm a lucid dreamer too, and then they shocked my brain. And I can't lucid dream anymore, and they took my spiritual ability away, and I can't feel God anymore when they shocked my brain. Oh, it's a
This is dumb. It's dumb. This is all dumb. You people are dumb. None of this happened.
That's the BBC.
Thank you for having me on. I hope.
Cougar, why are you lying?
And Cannon Big, I'm coming again. You guys have a good night.
I want to say one thing without being interrupted, which is, and I'll bring you guys right back on, so don't worry. I just want to say that what you're saying is all well and good once you bring reasonable evidence. Until then, it just sounds like you like to hear yourself talk and like to sound Like it couldn't be that you're wrong. It has to be that you're right, and maybe you are right. But please provide the fucking evidence, for fuck's sake. All right, now I'll bring you back in. All right, you're already gone, so you guys can come back if you want. But I just wanted to say that.
Thank you for saying that, because that's what's important. This whole narcissistic Dunning-Kruger just bullshit sessions are just so painful to watch. I mean, we have real work to do here, people. Real work. 170 degrees. 107 degrees. We have real work to do. And this chasing shadows is this is not going to work. People are going to be chasing shadows right over the Seneca cliff.
Cougar, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So what is the answer then?
What is the question?
You just said doing all this stuff ain't gonna work. What is
Okay, so all I've ever claimed is that job one for anybody is to not die. You got to survive. And there are challenges coming that are going to make that increasingly difficult. All right? So start focusing on what it's going to take to survive. Yeah, Epstein did things. King Charles did things. Prince Andrew did things. Okay, that's bad. And maybe 20, 30 years ago, we would have had bandwidth to deal with the bad things and the bad people doing bad things. Right now, we don't have bandwidth for that anymore. You know, people are going to be dying in the heat, plus all the other parts of the poly crisis. And it's time to start paying attention. And that's what I'm here to say, folks. That's what I'm here to say. And everything else.
I'm looking for tangible, actionable, like advice that I can actually apply to my.
Sure. Primary, stay out of the heat. 2, make sure that you know people that you know who might be vulnerable. Stay out of the heat. Make sure that you know where there's a cooling center where you can go to get out of the heat. Don't assume this is going to work. Don't stress yourself. Don't go out in the sun. Don't imagine everything's normal. Things are not normal. Don't pretend things are normal. Stay out of the heat. Make sure your friends stay out of the heat. If you see people with their children left in the car, call the police, call the authorities, get those kids out of the car. If you see a dog sitting in a car and it's hot, call the authorities, get the dog out of the car. Situational awareness.
Okay.
Pay attention. Pay attention.
Cougar, sorry to interrupt. I'm staying out the heat, but the Muslims are still coming.
No, they're not. They're not doing that.
On how to handle
Yeah, my advice to you is get your head out of your ass and stay out of the heat.
All right, okay. So it's all
you got one.
Staying out of the heat. We'll all be fine. We'll all be fine.
You got one job.
Everyone will be fine as long
No,
as they stay
some people won't. Some people will still perish, but that's can't be helped.
It's not about Islam.
Nope.
It's not about
it's not.
immigration. No.
Nope.
You're not racist, are you? You're not racist. Are you proud to be not racist?
I am whatever I am.
Phantom, I have a question. Phantom, I have to mute you for a second. Cougar, I just need to ask you, when you're saying things aren't normal, are you saying that, like, if a 90-degree day is not a normal 90-degree day, it's a what is it? Is there worse UV, or what are you saying exactly? Okay,
let me give you the scientific answer to that. The abnormality is system-wide. The entire Earth system is no longer normal. We are exceeding limits. We are going on what's called an excursion. The Earth dynamic system is on an excursion. It's moving. It's taking us with it. We are going to go to places climactically that humans have never seen before, and humans are not evolved to survive. Our growing zones are not going to be able to grow anymore. The places where we park people, big cities, large countries, are not going to be suitable for human habitation. Our normalcy bias about, well, this will pass, our normalcy bias will prove lethal. This is not normal. We are not in a normal situation. Stop thinking it's normal. Stop comparing it to things that are familiar and comfortable. We are not in a normal situation. And if you think it's normal, then you're not going to take the right moves to save yourself.
Like, okay, but is this you're talking about on a larger scale in the long term? Are you
Of
talking?
course.
But like, okay, for example, I was planning to go for a hike tomorrow, but you're saying don't do it.
Do not. People die on hikes in this type of weather all the time.
Dude's just afraid to leave his fucking house.
Well, I mean,
Shut up.
If it's
Shut
gonna
up,
be
you fucking
107
moron.
degrees,
You're just a fucking moron. Just shut the fuck up if you can't join an adult conversation.
Yeah, dude, have you heard yourself?
Yeah, I have.
I asked you for an answer. All you could say is stay out the heat. The heat's gonna kill it. The sun's gonna kill it. Yeah, the sun.
Do it.
Do you know
Do
what?
it.
The sun makes all the plants grow.
What's that got to do with anything? You're such a moron. Just shut up.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Defeat my argument
No, you don't have an argument. You're a moron. You know, morons don't have arguments.
Just call me a moron. Yeah, don't.
You have mouth noises. You got mouth noises.
Yeah.
Shut up.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, vegan. Back to you.
That was a pretty good back and forth there. That's what this show is all about, folks. Entertainment and finding the truth, of course. But no, I mean, yeah, I guess 107 degrees is not a good day to go out hiking. But what is then? What do you think is a safe move to make? Somebody wants to go out in their garden and do stuff. Somebody wants to go on a hike or out, doing whatever activities outside.
Fair.
When is that safe?
Fair. That's safe in maybe November.
Now you're okay. So you're saying that the summer is no longer a fun in the sun, let's go to the beach, have kind of thing anymore.
Okay, well, maybe like going to the beach. Maybe, I live 20 miles from the Pacific Ocean, and the cool breeze does help a lot. So if you want to locate yourself to someplace that's cooler, that makes sense. But you didn't say that. You said I want to go for a hike in 107 degree weather. I said don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. Right.
That's not a smart thing to do. If you want to go to the beach and get in the water, oh, by the way, 40 people drowned in France jumping in the cold water because that shit will kill you. Okay. So what you do is you go to the beach and you put your feet in the water and you cool off your feet. Okay. You don't just jump in the water and die of thermal shock. Thermal shock. Yeah. Thermal shock. But 40 people died in fucking France.
I bet
when was that? Was that this week?
Bet this dude nearly dies of a heart attack every time he sees himself in the mirror. He walks past the mirror.
Shut up.
Oh, fucking hell.
Fucking moron. Shut up, moron.
That's enough of that. But I mean, I guess. Yeah, no, it's just hard. It's weird to think about because it's like you're basically okay. So what temperature, I guess, is what I'm asking, where it becomes okay. Now it's safe. We can go play soccer in the park, or we can go, whatever it is. What temperature do you feel is acceptable?
Okay, so to some extent, it's a complicated answer, and you deserve the right answer. Different people respond differently to exactly the same situation. Elderly people succumb sooner to heat. Small children succumb sooner to heat. I would not send my small children out into a field to play kickball if it's hot, because they're not going to be able to respond well to the heat. Then if you do go out and have fun in the sun and do kickball or whatever you want to do, then you have to observe yourself. You have to be able to step back from what you're doing and take an inventory. I feel flushed. I feel kind of dizzy. Are you looking at somebody? They're saying they feel a little bit dizzy. You have to step back and you have to be situationally aware that you're outside, you're doing fun in the sun, but you have to be aware in the back of your mind, this might go sideways. Okay. That's your responsibility.
Right. So I was out on my bicycle today, and when I started, I was probably out for a few hours. I probably did a total of a little over 2 hours of riding, but I was running errands and stuff. when I started, it was probably like 82 degrees, right? And I was okay, you know, I was fine. And then later when I was biking home, it was like 92 degrees, and I was doing hills and stuff. Definitely not as much energy as I had earlier in the day, but I felt all right. I mean, it's like this comes down to some people handle it differently than others, right? Some people might have been, oh man, this is ridiculous. You're biking in 92-degree weather, but I felt like I was doing okay. I also think that I'm fairly lean now because I've been dieting and everything, and I feel like that helps. Does that sort of thing help?
Well, once again, there's no magic bullet here. You can say I'm lean or I'm fat or whatever. What you have to do is you just have to monitor yourself. There's no way around it. And especially if you've got, you know, pre-existing conditions, diabetes, asthma, you just have to be really careful because this heat, people are saying in India it's too hot to breathe. Okay, so even if you think that you can, you know, be in the shade or something like that, the air itself is cooking your lungs from the inside, and people are not aware of that. They're not accustomed to this kind of heat. This heat is not normal. It's been around for a long time. It gets super hot. There's no wind. There's no relief, and people's normalcy bias will put them in a bad situation. So you went out in the morning.
It's like the frog. It's like the frog that you start out
Yeah.
in the warm water and
boiling the frog. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this actually happened to you. The example you just gave me. You went out, it was 82 degrees. You weren't thinking that in 4 hours it was going to be 92. So you went out at 82, you felt good. You came back at 92. If you were the wrong person for 92, trying to get home could have put you in the hospital. Okay.
Right. Right.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't assume it's going to be 82 on the way home. Just don't do that.
Right,
and if you're going to go out for a walk and it's cool, nice and cool in the morning, you're going out for a hike, and you're going to go out there and you're going to turn around and come back and it gets hot and it's 2:00 in the afternoon and you don't even know what the temperature is, but it's just too hot. And now you have 10 miles to walk back to base camp, right?
Right.
And in the fucking heat. And this is when people die. That's why I said, oh, I'm going to go for a walk at 107 degrees. No, you're not. Okay. You're not going to do that because I want you back here someday. All right.
Yeah,
I don't want you going out and having a stroke trying to get back from the long end of a walk.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right about that, man. That's
And-
great.
and-
It's
and what-
going to get worse and worse like this.
Yes.
For everyone, I guess.
Well, people are already saying, and it sounds like a joke, but it's not. These will be remembered as the cool days.
Man, there was was it a Twilight Zone episode about it was either Twilight Zone or was it Twilight Zone or Outer Limits or something. It was like it was a drama happening, but it was the earth was heated up and it was so hot and everything was catching on fire. And they were just people were cooking alive, and then at the end of spoiler alert. At the end of the episode, that she was just dreaming, but she wakes up and it's the opposite. It's become like a Arctic, you know, like unbearable Arctic blizzard land kind of, you know.
Yeah, but before we leave that thought, this isn't fiction. What's happening right now? This is not fiction.
It's crazy.
This is life imitating art, and everything you thought about fictional accounts of this kind of thing is completely inadequate. There is nothing that's preparing you for your situation as it is now. And the very fact that you were talking about going out for a walk when you think it's going to be 170 degrees, that tells me that you are in deep denial, and that's not a safe place to be. Our normalcy biases are going to get people killed, and pretty soon, people are already talking about this. Maybe not where you're listening, but the people I run with are already talking about this. We're going to have heat events that kill people in the tens of millions, and then after that, we're going to have heat events that kill people in the hundreds of millions. It just gets worse, and people won't be able to escape it. There'll be nowhere to go.
So can we move north? What do we like? Isn't there going to be some sliver of land that becomes normal? You know.
Okay. So I did a video exploring this on my YouTube channel some months ago, and here's the problem. I also write an essay in my book that I published. Here's the problem. Any place you go is going to have a border. Any place you go, they're going to be expecting you, and they're not going to want you there because you're coming from a crisis, and you're probably be bringing fear and anxiety, and you're not going to be able to integrate. You're just going to need things really fast. You're going to need housing, water, food, and you're not going to have to argue with people about this. I'm saying you, but I'm trying to put you in those shoes, okay?
Right. What about today? Like, what if we do this today? Like, we're going to what? The tip of Canada or Greenland or what ice?
Okay.
Ice.
Canada won't have you. And besides, even if they did, most of Canada is boreal forest. So if you're going to go somewhere, they might give you a piece of land and say, okay, clear the land and you can live here. But they're not going to let you live in Vancouver, which is, you can't even afford it. They're not going to let you live in Ontario. You're going to have to live in the woods.
But I'm not necessarily opposed to that. But what I'm saying is that where is like somebody's thinking, okay, I'm going to start making my move today. It's going to be it's going to be Alaska. It's going to be the top of Canada.
Okay.
It's going to be close to the Arctic, right?
Let me tell you how this works. It's a complicated answer, but it's the right answer, and I want you to have the right answer. Most people are stuck in place. 20 years ago, when I was studying this, some of the concern was that there would be huge refugee crises. And then another study came out about 5 years ago where they looked at it again. They said, no, actually, most people won't have the resources to move. They're going to stay in place. And if they can't figure out in place, they're going to perish in place. And that's going to be the end of it. So unless you're rich, like really filthy rich, multi-millionaire, you're not going to be able to buy your way into anything, nothing at all. Peter Thiel just fled, the big tech bro, he just fled to Argentina. This is one of the 4 places I point to in the Southern Hemisphere where people might, with money, could buy their way in. 4 places in the Southern Hemisphere you could buy your way in. These are traditional escape routes for people with money. Argentina, like South Africa, Australia, and New Zealand.
Wait, are these places that are going to be colder or
no?
Because they're
okay. They're just places away from the terrified mob.
Well, what I'm asking about is the places that are going to stay cold.
No, well, 1, there's not going to be any, and 2, unless you've got $100 million in your bank account, you're not going to be allowed to live there.
Wait,
these are going to be elite enclaves.
You're saying that even like the Arctic is going to be hot.
You can't live in the Arctic. You can't survive there.
Well, but this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's going to be a Goldilocks zone somewhere between the Arctic and where it's really hot, right? Because like for example, during the Ice Age, right, there was a small swath of still habitable land. I think it was along the equator, probably. Like it was very where it was still like a nice what's the word? The word temperate? No, I don't know, but it's
habitable.
It was not too hot, not too cold, right? So it was, and what I'm saying, so it seems like we're kind of moving in the opposite direction of an ice age right now, right? Where it's going to be
correct,
extremely hot, pretty much everywhere, except there's probably going to be what I would imagine is there's probably going to be a sliver of land somewhere between the Arctic and the hot spot where it's got that golden, that spot where people can be, right?
Okay, that's fine. Now let me point something out to you, and you already alluded to this, so you're already hip to what's happening. If everyone had to move to the equator, that would be the best case scenario, because most of the Earth's land mass is near the equator. But when you have to move north, the planet, it's like moving up. It's like moving up a mountain to escape the heat. You run out of mountain, okay? And if you're going to move north on the Earth, you run out of Earth, and it gets smaller right away. So, and then you're going to have to cross countries. That's Canada, Scandinavia, Russia, China, Japan, the Koreas. Do they want you? Now, if you have literally $100 million, and you can grease the skids and they'll let you in. Now, they may take your money and kill you, but anyway, you have a story, you have a narrative. You can buy your way into this Goldilocks zone. Everyone else is going to be stuck in place. That's you and me, probably. We're stuck in place.
Well,
That means something that is now being bandied around in circles that I run in, called adaptation. Moving north is like mitigation. It means you're going to change your situation. Adaptation means you can't change your situation. It's hopeless. Therefore, your only hope is to adapt. My first novel was about adaptation. And for example, let me just throw some things out at you. Rather than going north and figuring all that out, you're going to have to probably form communities, hyperlocal, where you can pool your resources. And then when you have a community, you're going to have to live underground. You're going to have to dig basements, dig into backyards, create hobbit holes, at least partially underground, pile dirt on top, and that will insulate your living space from the heat. Now that's called adaptation. It also insulates your living space from fire, which is also now part of the polycrisis. It's fire. And so you live underground, you cover your abode with dirt, you live in a community where you can look after each other, and you escape the heat and you escape the fire when it comes for you. And that's called adaptation. And that's the future for us. We're going to have to figure this out, whatever it means to adapt. But the ones who adapt at least have a story that they're telling themselves and their friends, that this is how we're going to survive. The people who cannot adapt or don't have the wisdom or the resources have no story going forward. They have no story.
All right, so we have to get really good at digging.
Digging down is what some animals do to escape the heat, and you know that from all the David Attenborough documentaries.
Right. Well, this kind of reminds me of, there's a Black Mirror episode, and it's not in the whole episode. They never allude to why the people are living in this compound or whatever it is. You just know that they never get to see the light of day. And really the whole thing, it's all about how there's like ads everywhere, and you basically even the walls of your apartment have ads playing, and the only way you can not see them is if you pay them, if you pay enough rent, right, to not see the ads. But but they never actually explain whether it seems like these people are underground, but you don't know. You just guess because you don't see the outside anywhere.
Yeah, they could be on an orbital space station as well, or in some apartment block.
True.
You don't know.
True. Yeah, they could be in space, whatever. But you're thinking about it. Well, if they're talking about the future, I mean, it's possible that the surface of the Earth is so hot that everything had to move underground.
Yeah, and I think one modality will be that people have their above ground abode where maybe they do their cooking and their laundry and things like that, but your sleeping would have to be below ground because you need to be able to escape the heat. You can deal with the heat during the day, you're drinking, you're fanning yourself, you're getting in the shade, but at night you have to be able to escape it or you die in your sleep. So sleeping underground would be one modality, and then living above ground, because that's of course where your plants are. You have to have food, you have to have water supply, solar panels, you have to maintain solar panels and do all that maintenance and all that shit. Plus, just daily life, whatever that is, it's all above ground. But you can't survive if you can't sleep underground. So I can certainly see a transition, but listen, eventually there are some scenarios that are making the rounds right now. James Hansen has done some work that's kind of terrifying, we may be heading straight for 5 degrees C above a pre-industrial baseline temperature. We're right now at about 1.5 above. We're probably headed for 2 towards the end of this summer. It may not stay at 2, it may come back down, but we're going to see things happening this summer that are going to be hair-raising. This is going to be a nightmare scenario. We're going to get close to 2 degrees C above pre-industrial baseline, maybe just for a month, maybe just for 2 weeks, but it's going to be absolutely critical that people take that seriously, and they won't. They just won't. Normalcy bias will win, and people will be in situations in their car where they're out on the freeway and they're in congestion, they think everything's fine, and the air conditioning's running, but it's not doing much good because it's so goddamn hot. The air conditioning isn't really working anymore. They roll down the window, they feel kind of faint, they get tunnel vision, and they die in their car on the freeway.
Because the air in their lungs is so hot, it's cooking them.
It's cooking them from the inside.
Yeah.
And we have now. If you live in Saudi Arabia, okay, you know how that works. But even the Saudis are suffering, right? Even the Kuwaitis are suffering. It's getting to a point where people who even know their shit from Shinola are suffering. The Indian people, I am really, really fearful for what's going to happen to them. It's going to get so goddamn fucking hot that they're already complaining they can't breathe. They can't breathe the air. It's too hot. It sears their lungs. And I don't know what they're going to do. I don't even know.
India is going to be a shit show, man. I mean, India,
absolutely.
Big parts of Africa,
Pakistan, probably Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia. Not leave them out. The Philippines. It's going to be an absolute shit show. By October. By November, we'll know the story. We will have it will have happened, and we'll be talking about it in the past tense. And I'm afraid. I am actually afraid. And if I get excited about this shit, it's because I have seen the light, people, and it doesn't look good. It looks really bad.
Chickpea says, Cougar, I've lived there, and air conditioning used there used to chuck out amounts of heat, and that was in the 60s and 70s. Dread to think.
Here's the real problem, Chickpea.
Man. So shit. It's just
here's the real problem.
Damn.
You have air conditioning, but everyone's adding air conditioning. They're even adding air conditioning in France where they don't like to use it. Okay, everyone adds their air conditioner. People have electric cars now. What happens? The end of the day or the middle of the afternoon, they all come home. They park their electric car. They plug it in. They go into their apartment. They turn on the AC. They turn it on high, and the power fails. Not to their building. Not just to their block. Not to their city. To the whole region. The power fails.
The region cut because it's like something's melted, right, or something.
Exactly, or a cascading failure. Okay, from power lines failing. This happened in Spain last year about this time, and they swore up and down it had nothing to do with loads, but most of Spain was without power, and it was without power for a couple of days. And listen, man. If we end up with massive power blackouts or rotating blackouts, and those last for more than 24 hours in some places.
Wait, where was this happening?
You could look it up. Spain had a massive power outage, and they blamed it on some transmission line coming out of the south of France, fell over, took down their resources in a cascade. But what people don't understand is that these power resources are all interconnected, and when one goes down, it parasitically brings the others down. And so, right. if the SCADA systems aren't working, or the people are, or if everything is running redline, which of course is likely to happen during a regional heat wave, if all the regional systems are running at redline, and then they start tripping and taking each other down, then you have a massive regional calamity, and it take days or even weeks to bring these systems back up. That's just how it is. They're scared to death of large-scale regional power outages, and that's exactly what you expect to happen during a heat wave, because everyone's using electricity, and the equipment is overheated, and everything is being stress tested, and then someone makes a mistake or something bad happens, and then you get cascading outages. And these do happen. And we just had one in Spain a year and a half ago. And then your AC doesn't work. And then if you live in an apartment and you're more than 2 floors up, your water doesn't work because the water is being pumped up above a certain height. The water pressure in the mains won't move the water to the upper floors. So your AC isn't working, your fan isn't working, and then you go to the tap and your water isn't working because you're too high up in the apartment. And this is a polycrisis. So then you have to get out, but you can't take the elevator because the elevator isn't working. So you have to take the stairs, and the stairwell is hot. So now you're taking the stairs down. Now you're exhausted. You're at the bottom, and you waited too long. You thought the power would come back, and it didn't. So you waited too long. You went down the stairs. And now it's hot outside, and there's no power. There's nothing. No one has air conditioning. No one has. Well, maybe there's water, but the freezers and the refrigerators are now hot because they hadn't had power for 3-4 hours, and everyone's out on the streets. Everyone's trying to find the same thing, and a lot of them are looking for water. And now you got a big fucking problem. And if that keeps going on for more than 12 hours or 24 hours, then you have refugees, people trying to get out of the city. And some of them are walking, some of them are driving, some of them get stuck on the freeway. Now they're walking during the daytime out in the heat, and they're trying to get out of the city because there's no water and there's no electricity and there's no AC, and they're out on the freeway and they're walking in the countryside, and it gets really fucking hot, and they start getting dizzy and they start having tunnel vision, and their kids are sick and the kids can't walk anymore, and they sit down under a tree and the whole family dies.
Cougar, you have not mentioned the air conditioning can chuck red hot air straight onto the streets.
Doesn't matter.
So what about okay, so tell me something. I mean, I guess I already kind of know what you're going to say. I was going to mention something about going to the coastline because people can distill the ocean water, using the fire and tarp method, but I guess there's only going to be so much shoreline that is, they're going to let people.
Yeah, and all that shoreline belongs to somebody, and everyone's going to show up at the same time with the same idea, and then they're going to be arguing over whose tarp gets set up and who gets a place to put their tent. So it will work for some people. I'm not saying that people won't try to figure it out, and I'm not saying that nobody will figure it out. Some people will figure it out. Some people will get out early. They'll get in their car and they'll drive the 800 miles to some other place where it's cooler. And they'll be okay-ish.
That's what I'm trying to say, right? Like about us right now. Like, why don't you people like you and I? Why don't we just do that now while we still have the chance?
Well,
Can I
first
say
of all,
something, guys?
Yeah, sure.
Cougar, right? I was just talking about AC. Now, I have lived in Bahrain, which is one of the hottest places on the planet, as you know. Back in the 60s, this was late 60s, and the air conditioning used to chuck out red hot air straight onto the streets. All heavy duty air conditioning does. And I remember as a 14-year-old already thinking all this hot air is being pumped straight out onto the streets, which is fine if you're living in an area where there's not much housing. But say they do it in Paris or London, then the streets will become red hot, and they will do.
Oh, okay, let me respond to that. That's a good point. People are always going to mention that. Yes, it's called a heat pump, and what it's doing is it's pumping the heat from the inside of your structure to the outside. So it's not inventing heat. It's just moving it around.
Yeah, I know what it's doing, but it still does.
So that and this contributes to something that we call the heat island effect. That cities tend to be hotter because people are pumping heat out of their homes into the common environment. So the city gets hotter. Now that creates a problem on the streets. The idea is that if everybody's running AC and everyone's inside, then there's no one on the streets and it doesn't matter. However, you're quite correct to point out that's not how it works.
Yeah, but
people are on the streets.
In Kuwait, and I know Kuwait as well, it's so hot now that people can't go out on the streets anymore because of all the air conditioning chucking this red hot air onto the street. When I lived in Bahrain, I tell you something, you'd walk past a couple of buildings and you could actually feel it being pumped out.
Okay, so let me introduce an idea to the discussion that you need to start thinking about. This idea of there being a wicked problem. A wicked problem. You can look it up in the dictionary. It's a word.
Yeah.
A wicked problem is a problem that has no practical solutions.
Yes, it doesn't have a solution, I know. Yes.
So you're running the AC because it's hot in your house.
Yes.
Now you just created a problem outside your house.
Yes,
now if you have to go, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just trying to explain it to everyone else. Okay, because they may not understand this. All right. So now it's hot outside. The people have to go outside. Why do they have to go outside? Because they go to work. They work outside. They have to go to the store to get infant formula, whatever they're doing. Now they've gone from a cool environment to a hot environment, and that's going to be bad. Bad for people. Furthermore, because they were in a cool environment, they don't actually understand how hot it is. So they think they're just going to take the bus, the 8 blocks to the store. Meanwhile, the bus driver dies on the fucking bus, crashes the bus into a light pole. Okay, and so they don't understand that this is not. They're not in a normal situation. They're in a wicked problem, and it's true that cooling the interior houses will create a problem on the outside. That's because this is a wicked. That's because this is a wicked problem. There is no solution that doesn't cause another problem someplace else. There's no escaping the problem, and cities in particular are ill-suited for dealing with this. And of course, most people live in cities. London, is in no way prepared for the next 3 months. Not even close.
Don't tell me about it.
And there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do.
No.
They are in a wicked problem. There is no solution. And people will say, "Oh, well, there's."
I'm here.
Yeah, I know. I'm not telling you anything, but anyone else who's listening to this may not understand.
I'm going to Jamaica on Friday. I wonder what it's gonna be like. Fucking hell, dude.
Okay, well, Jamaica's got a special problem. They got hit with a hurricane, and they're probably still not in great shape.
Well,
don't expect there to be
Kingston is not hurt.
Okay, but be prepared for refugees. Prepared for.
I've been there. I've been there twice already this year. Kingston's fine. It's all right.
Okay.
I mean, a banana is like $1 a piece there, but other than that.
Okay. Watch out for power failures, because power failures change everything. You don't even know how vulnerable you are when there's an extensive power failure. Changes everything.
Oh, I know, because back in the 70s, there was one in the UK. We had it in the UK for about 6 months in 1975. So I know how that one feels.
Okay, but that was 1975.
Yes.
Now we're 50 years further on. You have a whole other set of problems. A power failure now, like that, would probably lead to a mass fatality event.
Yeah.
Straight up.
It was 1974. And we had no power it was 2 days a week. There was no power at all.
Well, if you had a power failure like that in London right now, and you were out of power for 2 days, probably 30,000 people would die.
I think it will happen, Cougar, because I can't see how London's going to get through this, especially though, like back in 1976, we all ran out of water. Well, this summer is hotter than 1976, because I was here in 1976. And we had no water. We had to go to standpipes on the streets to collect a bucket of water. And there were squaddies standing there monitoring everything. And that was 1976. So
imagine that happening now. I see lots of pictures. I see lots of pictures coming out of London or around there of people standing in front of fans, blowing water, trying to keep people cool. And just imagine if there wasn't electricity and there wasn't any water.
Well, I am imagining.
How many people live in central London? 10 million?
8 million, 10 million. Yeah, it's a lot. It's very overpopulated now.
Yeah, 10 million. I would think not more than 1% of those people would be able to get out of town quickly.
Yeah.
And the rest of them, I would expect a 20% fatality event.
Yeah, I'm terrified. And I'm, really, I think it's going to be a bad summer. I think.
And this is where I said when someone said, "Well, what should we do?" Situational awareness. Just always pay attention. If the guy comes on and he says they're having power outages and they're 10 kilometers from you, but they're having power outages and rotating blackouts, just start paying attention, and figure out where you're going to go. If there's a library you could go to cool off, or even a hospital where you could go to, just be prepared to save yourself, because if you're not aware of your situation, then it's going to catch you. It's going to catch you.
If there's no electricity, there won't be any thingy in the library, will there?
Well, some places do have generators, diesel generators.
This is the East End, Cougar. If there was no electricity, they won't have any anyway. Yes, it's a terrible problem. Underground parking structures will stay cool. In London, have you been underground in London?
Are you kidding me, dude?
I'm not.
The MBT, the what is it? The subway there is fucking hot as fuck, dude.
Okay, but fine, thank you.
If you get stuck in there, you're screwed.
Okay, well then, don't. Because if the power fails, that's where you are. Right?
Yes.
And this is the kind of situational awareness that people are just going to have to get their head out of their ass, set aside their normalcy bias, and just say, okay, this is bad. This isn't normal. I don't know what to expect. I have to expect bad things, and I'm ready for bad things. And when a bad thing happens, I'm going to recognize it because I have 3.5 pounds of brain and I can do pattern matching. And God damn it, I'm going to notice the bad thing. And the people who don't do that exercise, they won't survive.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something else. The people who do survive these events will look back and they'll say, okay, here's what I did. Here's what I did. People say, oh, that was a good idea. Yeah, it was. Turned out to be it was a good idea. I got out of town. I went to the beach. Whatever. I got out 24 hours ahead of time. There was power failures, and I heard about them, and I got in my car and I drove away. And I drove north as far as I could, and I ran out of gas. And people say, yeah, but you survived. That's right, I did. And that's going to be the stories people tell. I got out of London. So you did okay. Yeah, I got out of London. I drove my car until it ran out of gas, but I got out of London.
Well, I think.
Now you see, I can have these narratives and I can pound this stuff out because I'm a fiction writer. Okay, I'm a fiction writer, but I write what's called speculative fiction. I write from facts. I can have fictional characters, fictional polycrisis, fictional situations based on facts. And everything I'm telling you is like fiction, but it's only fiction until it isn't. Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm engaging in speculation, but it's informed speculation. And that's the narrative I'm trying to share here.
Yeah, no, I think we're heading for bad times in Europe. Bad times, very bad times. And I don't think a lot of us proles will get through it. I expect if you're sort of in the upper middle class, you've got a ton of whatever, people will be fine. But I think a lot of us of the lower class are going to probably be killed off.
Yeah, but it won't matter if the people with resources don't leverage their resources to get away. If they're living in a nice big brownstone and they love their place, they love their neighborhood, and they don't want to leave, then the power fails, the AC fails, they have no groceries, and then they're up shit's creek without a paddle. So it doesn't matter how much money you have, although money helps and might even be critical.
Thing is, if you're wealthy, okay, you've got space to stockpile a ton of stuff, like tons of water. Because I tell you, I'm speaking as a Londoner, we get very little rain in this country now. There's so many untold millions of people here that I tell you something. I could see 1976 happening again this year. I can really see it. And
I see it too. And let me point out, you can't stockpile electricity. You can stockpile water and food and medications and cat food, and you can stockpile those things.
Medications in the UK, it's not allowed. It's illegal.
Anyway, you can't stockpile electricity. Now you can. There is one thing you could do, and you might want to think about this. You could go down to your Best Buy or the equivalent thereof, and buy yourself a big. They call them solar generators, but they're not solar. Has nothing to do with it. They're just big lithium batteries in a big box, and you plug it in at home. You charge it. And it charges. It stays charged all the time. And then when the electricity fails, you take your fan or your AC, for that matter, if it's a window air conditioner, and you plug it into the big solar battery.
What do I need? Show me again. Lithium batteries.
Yeah, it has to be lithium.
Right. Okay. I'll just have a look at Amazon for that.
I'll show you. Hold 1 second.
Lithium batteries. See, I didn't know that.
And if you can run a fan, if you have water, which you can stockpile water. If you stockpile water.
Yeah, got it.
This is what I think. This is what he's talking about.
They're called solar generators. They're not generators. They don't have fuel. They've got a big lithium battery in them.
Right, I will just get to Amazon and have a look and buy one. Back in a bin.
Yeah, and you'd be lucky because an electric fan doesn't pull much power. So you could run an electric fan for probably a couple of days on a really big battery. It's a lithium battery.
This battery that I have here, this Jackery thing, I was busking with it for like 2 hours using a combo amp that has a mic and I could plug my guitar in. And it only ate like 5, not even 10% of the battery life.
Yeah, and an amplifier pulls a lot of power compared to a simple floor fan.
Yeah, I've got those freestanding air conditioners in my flat. You know, the ones you put ice in and stuff.
Yeah, but you would need electricity. You need electricity to make that work. So if you had one of these portable batteries and you plugged it in at home, and you left it plugged in, then if you had to, then you could just use it for maybe even a couple of days if you're judicious. And then you don't have to leave town. You don't have to be on the freeway. You don't have to be on the interstate. You don't have to be leaving your home. You can tough it out, and maybe it cools off enough at night that you can turn the fan off, but you can tough it out. And if the blackouts only last 24 hours, 48 hours, you'd be fine. If it gets into 72 hours, then maybe you don't have a story. But these are things you can do to just try and have a story, a narrative about how are you going to survive the big blackout that's coming for London, in September.
Blackout in London, what are you gonna do? Blackout in London, it's gonna do you.
Although Cooper, I live close to the City of London, so probably they won't black out the City of London. They can't because it's the financial situation of the world. So maybe I'll be okay, but I'll have a look for those batteries.
It's also where Satan lives.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. Well, the thing I would be concerned about would be that huge parts of the grid go down in the heat. And not that they shut something off, although they would do that. They do triage. They will shut down, say, suburbs first, because people in the suburbs have other ways to survive. And they try to save the cities from the heat. They'll shut down the suburbs first. But then at some point, if they have a regional blackout where the infrastructure just falls over, like it did in Spain, bam, done. Okay, they might be without power for 72 hours in huge areas of the country. And I don't think they have the interconnect anymore with since Brexit to Europe, so they wouldn't be able to steal power from France.
No.
They would, or from the Netherlands. So they're just going to be shit out of luck, and that could be bad. If large parts of the country black out or brown out or have rotating blackouts, it could be really grim.
Yeah, I think we're in for a bad year in the UK. Very bad year.
Well, I have to. So I think we'll end the show, but
that's fine.
Chickpea, why don't you say your last words and no.
Well, thank you for being here and letting me come on and have I've been ranting all day as usual. The heat's getting to me.
Yeah.
My poor cats. My poor cats are suffering.
Yeah, they're going to suffer. Leave lots of water. Oh, and put your cats in the tub, even if they don't like it. Put them in the tub. Throw them in the tub.
Oh, Cook, I get my spoon
even if they jump out, even if they hate you, at least throwing them in the tub will cool them off. Okay.
Oh, Cook, I tell you, I got one cat. She'd rip my arms off. One of them. I'll give it a try though.
Just take her in there. Just drop her in from a height. She'll land on her feet and she'll jump out, but she'll be wet.
Thank you very much for that, because I've lost.
Yeah, there's something.
A few years ago. Lost a Tom cat.
And as I sign off, just look out for each other, people. Your elders, your children, your pets, yourselves. We're going into a really ugly scene in the next 3-4 months.
Yeah,
ugly.
I'm very worried about my cats. Very worried indeed.
Oh, one last question, Cougar. How long is it gonna take for like New England to turn into a subtropical climate?
4 years.
Really? Not like 30?
4.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we're on the edge of something very, very dark.
Wow. 4 years. Sorry, I know we were gonna end the show, but this is kind of crazy. I mean, I just want to know like where you're getting that your numbers for that.
Because the planet is going to exceed 2 degrees Celsius above a pre-industrial baseline, probably in 2028, and then we'll probably exceed 2.5 or 3 a couple of years after that. So if that's the situation globally, then New England is experiencing 90 to 100 degree days most of the time.
Even so what's the winter going to be like then? Is it going to be like 60 to 70? Is it going to be like Florida where it's like 60 to 70 degrees in the winter?
No, not like Florida necessarily, although it could be. It'll be maybe more like South Carolina, but you won't have you won't have any snow. So you may have rain, you won't have any snow. You won't have snowstorms. You have rainstorms, and probably a lot of tornadoes as Tornado Alley moves north.
Well, okay, so it's gonna be like in the maybe lows of 40s, but usually in the winter, I'm saying it'll be like in the 40s, but it will up around the 50, 60 mark, kind of a lot of the time.
I would say by 4 or 5 years from now, low temperatures in the winter in New England will be 60 degrees.
Wow! Sorry. Where did you say? Where do we? Okay, because you said, because of the 2 degrees Celsius above baseline or something.
Global heating raises the baseline, and it's global.
Crap.
Yeah.
When I was a little girl,
For sure.
Back in the 50s, because I'm 72 years old, as you know, I can remember it being so cold that my feet used to be frozen. All my little toes were frozen. You could actually feel it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, in the past 4 years, I haven't barely used any central heating even. London's so warm now.
Yeah. Well, listen, Chickpea. Listen, Chickpea. London will be uninhabitable.
Yes, I know.
In 3 or 4 years.
Yes,
uninhabitable.
I know. To move, but it's not that easy. Because you know what? I cannot find a property where I can take my 7 cats. Believe it or not, it's almost impossible.
Well,
England's very, it's all leasehold property, and they say.
Okay. You know what, Chickpea, you've got a few years to figure this out. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Also, the government may help you figure it out.
I don't think so.
Okay, now I know that sounds like a joke right now, but I think governments in the UK and Europe are starting to take this a little bit seriously. They might start making a move to try and reduce mortality. Here in the US, we won't. We will not do that. We will let people die in place with encouragement. Stay in place and don't move.
I tell you, Kuka. I don't know what to say to that one.
Just think about it. Just think about it.
I think I'll probably look to move.
Before we close the show out, I have one thing to say.
Yeah. That's very erudite of you.
One second. It's not working.
Chickpea, smile, my dear. Laugh, dance. Cuddle your 7 cats and have a cup of tea. Cheer up, chickpea, smile, my dear. Let the bad days flee. Put David Icke on nod knowingly, then laugh it off conspiratorially. Dance in your favorite hat like that. Curl up tonight with your 7 cats. Cheer up, chickpea, don't look so blue. Smile, my dear, the world needs you. Don't let the Archons get you down. They hate it when you laugh, they frown. Laugh till it echoes, dance round the flat. Fall asleep tangled in 7 warm cats.
Oh, thank you, Noodles. That was lovely. I do love that bit of music. I
Me
feel
too.
very honoured to have it. Very honoured.
That's fun. That's fun. And
Right.
and I think it's good advice. It's good advice.
Yeah.
Although if you curl up with your 7 warm cats, you might fall victim to normalcy bias and you all die because you think it's fine, but you're too warm and you get too hot and then you just faint and die.
Oh no,
Yeah,
the cats are laying on the cold floors. I don't have carpets and they're laying on the cold floor.
Yeah, you should be too.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Go lay on the cold floor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just move to the Arctic. That's it.
Yeah, you're
All
lucky
right.
enough to. Yeah, you're lucky. You're lucky enough to start again. You are. I'm sure.
All
Good
right.
good luck up there.
Well, if anyone wants to join me in my Arctic wonderland, I'm gonna pioneer some like green towers, where we basically we build giant greenhouses to grow beautiful fruits in the Arctic.
Well, in
Anyway.
about 4 or 5 years, you'll have the climate for it.
All right. Okay, guys. Well, that's a wrap. So just remember, you're all gonna die. Good night.
Night. Night, Kuka.